Summoned in another world's dungeon with my class. Survive as a shaman that couldn't become a hero. Volume 5. By Hishi Koge Diary. Translated by Foxaholic. Audiobook by Masquerade at Masquerade Audiobooks. Act 9. Charm. Chapter 103. Himino Hyrie. Himino Hyrie was her name. She was a completely normal high school girl. Just a run-of-the-mill girl, who was not a beauty, had no freckles, and wore unfashionable glasses. She was a seedy person no matter how and where you looked at her. By appearance, she was simply a below-average girl. She had neither a distinctive appearance nor history. Only her grades belonged to the better side, but she wasn't a gifted one, and wasn't a hardworking or passionate girl either. She wasn't blessed with special talents or a good pedigree. Thus, her situation could be said to be just normal. Because not everyone is born with a golden spoon in their mouth. Because no one stands above others amongst the 7 billion other humans on Earth. No one is special. She understood the yearning to become that impossible special one. Therefore, Himino Hyrie didn't feel ashamed for being a normal girl. In fact, she didn't even try to hide the fact that she was fine with just being a normal girl. Because that was all she could have anyway. By the time she graduated from her junior high school at the age of 15 years old, Himino Hyrie had fully understood that fact. However, what in the world is this class? Her anxiousness grew even further as she began her new life as a high school student. Well, she had passed a peaceful year as a freshman of Shiromine High without causing any trouble for the sake of not having needless anxiety later on. But her troubles came all at once along with the change of the class as a sophomore of Shiromine High. Soma Sakura, Raina A. Ayas, Kisaragi Ryuko, Kenzuki Asuna, Takanashi Kotori, Natsukawa Minomi. Those names were on the list of the girls of 2-7 of Shiromine High, which was the class Himino Hyrie was assigned to, and also the names of famous beauties in her freshman year. Why, you gotta be kidding me. There's the famous Uramari Combo and Randu Kyuko, Kazaki-san and Kitauji Rurika, and to make matters worse, there's also Nagai Yukiko who has many hidden fans. The list of famous beauties in her freshman year, and unfortunately in the entire high school too, who went to the same class as her was long. Isn't this class way too high level for me? Basically almost every beauty in her grade was gathered in the same class as if it was intentional. There was Soma Sakura, a pretty and ideal beauty on the top of the list. And following right behind her was Randu Anzu, whose beauty was also a cut above the rest. A large number of beauties were gathered in class 2-7, and was like a large-scale gathering of national idols. What the hell is wrong with them? Do they actually want to hold a concert in Buden? Damn you all, there's no way those girls will be inferior to the national idol group if they stood on the same stage. The heck, it isn't even a joke since all of them are beauties. Yes, it wasn't a joke for Himino Hyrie. These girls are just impossible for me to exist alongside with. Hyrie was literally troubled by their existence. The heck is with the girls line UP. I'm basically the ugliest girl in this class. Properly speaking, she would be reigning in the first or second place in most class cast with only 3 girls in the class, that is. Her plan was to create a 3-kingdom-like situation. However, 2-7 of Shiromine High was like the warring era of Japan. The classroom in which so many famous beauties were crammed together was just like a jewel box. And then, what will become of the pebble that was picked up by the river and placed into the same box filled with well-ordered beautiful jewels? That was the most correct expression to illustrate what would become of an ugly girl when she was mixed along with beauties that would make anyone turn around. Holy moly, what should I do now? I don't even have a friend here. Although, she was lucky that amongst the 19 girls of 2-7, not everyone was a beauty. It could be said that the situation was 50-50, the famous beauties aside. The rest of the girls were those whose names were unknown and had a mediocre appearance like her. Thus, there will be no situation in which she would gather attention due to being the only ugly one in the class. But still, her appearance didn't stand out and was SOSO in this class. If I make a mistake and get isolated in this class. There's a great difference between isolation and being a loner. Isolation is when someone is basically disliked by the entire class, is the lowest of the lowest who disturbs the harmony in the classroom. On the other hand, A loner has more of a meek personality and their own circle of friends. In fact, being a loner wasn't all that bad if the class was boring. But if it was a class where you can find so many beauties and handsome guys like that of a drama, it is literally a hell-like class for a loner. For a loner, the paradise of the normies was a serious threat, casting a brilliant light that meant isolation hell. To endure such living hell, Hyrie kept telling herself to not get cocky and incomprehensible. I'm not supposed to chew more than I can eat, but in this class of miracles called 2-7, forget about being a loner. I might as well as have fallen into a hell called isolated loner if I try to aim for anything with this ugly figure of mine. I will make sure to stay inside a dark and lonely forbidden forest in the corner of this brilliant paradise of beauties. Or, wait a minute, isn't that like sealing my fate with a curse? No, I absolutely mustn't enter that forbidden forest. Wait a minute, can I even live in this class in the first place? Hyrie frantically made a survival plan while staring at the name list of her class with bloodshot eyes. Think, I know you can do this, Himino Hyrie. Think carefully. If you start your second year of high school without any kind of plan, you will become a loner in the truest sense. Those normal-looking fellows whose skills are to go with the flow are guys whose names are unknown to me too. Even if I happen to know them, I've almost never interacted with them since they were in a different class last year. Though her level of appearance was SOSO, the matter of entering an already formed group of similarly normal girls as a newcomer was almost an impossible task for Hyrie, whose communication power was close to zero. I have no choice but to make a gamble then. If she failed to enter the circle of normal girls, Hyrie could say goodbye to a peaceful second year of high school. Even if she somehow managed to snuggle herself into one of the normal groups, there would be fierce infighting in the group because of how abnormally high-leveled Class 2-7 of Shiromine High was. The way to victory was a thorny one. In the worst case, doesn't that Momokawa look even cuter than those normal-looking girls? Actually, this is a kind of hardship that I have to suffer, to even lose in terms of cuteness to a boy. Momokawa Kotaru was in the same class as Hyrie during their freshman year. Thanks to his slightly childish face, short stature, and slightly longer hair, he looked cuter than your normal-looking girl, and was the so-called trap. Things like he looks like a cat, or his saucy attitude combined with his androgynous face were hot topics amongst the other students, but, to be honest, Momokawa's charm surpassing even Hyrie despite being a boy hurt Hyrie's consciousness as a girl, which directly related to the continuation of her peaceful second year's life as a high school student. She might have accepted her defeat in terms of cuteness if her opponent was a transcendently cute boy to the point of looking like a beauty like Raina, but against a trap like Katara. No, let's make a gamble. I will make the necessary preparations. The level of the appearances of the girls in 2-7 Shiromine High was simply just too high. The levels of those beauties were simply over 9,000, and to make matters worse, there was also an existence that drove normal-looking girls like Hyrie even further into the abyss of despair, a trap who looked even cuter than them, Momokawa. Oh, woe is me, why does my peaceful high school life look more like a distant dream now? Alright, let's then aim for a slightly better position in the class cast. It should be okay. Despite being a dyke, Kizaka-san is seriously a gentle girl, so it should be okay. The one Hyrie was aiming for, Kizaki Akane, was in the same class as her last year and, at least amongst the people Hyrie was acquainted with. For Akane, her relationship with Hyrie was nothing more than one of many friends whom she acquainted due to her rather bright personality. But Hyrie came to the final conclusion that to have a peaceful life in 2-7 of Shiromine High, she had to enter Akane's group. Because Kizaki Akane was definitely amongst the top rank in the class cast during the first year. She was a charming girl blessed with curves, had a cute and gentle appearance along with drooping eyes, and was quite tall for a girl of her age as well as the ace of the volleyball club. She was an extremely kind girl with little to worry about both in terms of personality and appearance. Even Hyrie was forced to approve that compared to a girl with a strange personality like her, Kizaki Akane was truly a super nice girl. As long as I can enter the circle of Kizaki Akane's friends, even if it's impossible for me to aim for the top cast of this class, I'll at least be guaranteed the middle position. As long as I am careful with my way in dealing with Kitauji Rurika, Kizaka-san is not a problem. Kizaki Akane was a dyke through and through, and her girlfriend was none other than her childhood friend, Kaiju Rurika, and even though they think their relationship is a secret, it is in fact an open secret. No one had confirmed the truth to those two, but anyone who saw their relationship in the first year was convinced about the truth of the secret. They are the very definition of bakapul. Baka couple, stupid couple. That aside, Kazaki Akane was a wonderful person as long as you made sure to not mess around with Kaiju Rurika, and this was the conclusion of Hyrie's research about them. And since I'm basically sticking around Akane whose level is at least twice of mine, I guess the other ugly ones are going to be tagging along with her too. Akane and Ruruki were basically sticking to each other 24/7 when they knew that they were in the same class. In regards to appearance, Kaiju Rurika was basically the cute lowly type, which is the exact opposite of Akane. Her power level is more than doubled when she is paired with different kinds of beauties. Even ugly pebble like Hyrie was polished in terms of power level just by being around her. Even without those game-like effects, being the only friend to face the atmosphere between the two dykes was not comfortable for Hyrie. Niwa, this is the worst. I have to at least bring in another person into this fluffy area. Hyrie was completely immersed in her own world of worries as she looked at the name list of her classmates. She was basically making a gamble. Suddenly, a savior delivered herself into the fluffy dyke world. I am Futaba Maiko. Best regards, Himino-san. Hyrie's last worries of being the only friend in the two fluffy dyke world was for nothing when Kaiju Rurika came along bringing with her most favorite teddy bear plushie in one hand and her fellow member of the cooking club, Futaba Maiko, a girl who triumphed over other students in terms of weight, otherwise called Butter Bar behind her back by other students. Hyrie's dream of a fantasy world was crushed to smithereens in a mere 3 minutes after she left the stone room, by the demons known as Goma. Gebara, Zabaa, Ubaa. After crying out at the top of her lungs, and vomiting the contents of her stomach, she reconsidered her situation again. In any case, Hyrie ended up meeting the Goma, and learnt the bitter reality of the labyrinth of this other world. A live encounter with the demons made them far scarier than normal. They were human-like creatures with cockroach-like glossy black skins. Disgusting. They were just too disgusting. And upon the encounter, they rushed at Hyrie and raised their rusted weapons with saliva dripping from their mouth with bloodshot eyes. Like hell a normal high school girl could beat those demons. Even an armed police officer might not be able to do anything in this kind of situation. Even though Hyrie's healer vocation had Lux Sagitta as an entry-level offensive magic, she ended up doing nothing but earnestly screaming at the top of her lungs without even trying to use her skills. Hyrie's encounter with the Goma was a bad luck that came right when she had yet to be fully prepared to fight demons. Thus, right after the first encounter, she ran away and fortunately managed to reach the Fairy Plaza. Done. My life as a human is done for. After recovering from the shock of her first encounter, Hyrie checked on the magic circle while nibbling on fairy walnuts and drinking from the spring water. However, no matter what kind of plan she came up with for the dungeon capture, nothing worked. Now I know why all of those fellas who were sent to another world got cheat skills. Another cheat again, another double standard MC. Seriously, I've had enough of this kind of works. Sure, the adventure of a normal high school girl who was suddenly summoned to another world of sword and magic as she built a reverse harem of hunks sounded exciting. But, like hell a normal high school girl who was born and raised in the modern era of peaceful Japan could survive in another world without any kind of cheat vocation or cheat skills on her own. Hyrie definitely couldn't defeat those kinds of monsters. Even without all of those monsters, looking for a way to get out of the seemingly endless labyrinth was hard by itself. Even back on Earth, the matter of exploring a savage land, dense forest, mountain, or cave needed thorough preparation and all kinds of equipment including top-notch survival skills. And here she was, thrown into a place with dangerous monsters as soon as she was sent to another world and must survive it. In other words, aiming for the deepest part of the labyrinth is impossible. The action itself was absurd in the first place. Rather, like hell I can survive by myself. Lesser heals minor injuries, light healing magic. Lux Sagitta lower rank attack magic of the light attribute. Flash releases a flash of light to blind one's enemies. Those were the initial skills granted for Hyrie's healer vocation. Hyrie's skills were rather balanced with healing magic as the core of her vocation. Lux Sagitta was the means to attack, and Flash was to assist her retreat in case she faced too many opponents. In fact, when she tried using Lux Sagitta, she knew that it had enough power to kill the disgusting Goma as long as the skill hit. But even a splendid arsenal was like pearls before swine if the owner couldn't use it properly. Himino Hyrie thus ended up unable to use her magic to counterattack the Goma in her next encounter. I mean, I am a girl after all. Hyrie might sound like an annoying person, but this was the reality of her current situation. It was near impossible for an under-average high school girl like her could do something like betting her life to defeat those demons. She did have the power, but not the strength to fight. Though there's a safe place called the Fairy Plaza, she couldn't escape from the dungeon. No, this is impossible. I mean, how in the world is a normal high school girl like me supposed to survive with this kind of trash RPG-like initial stats? She couldn't advance deeper into the dungeon, nor could she escape from it. Hyrie didn't want to die, she wanted to live. Then she understood the reality, a fact, that she couldn't advance just by her own powers. Thus, Himino Hyrie did what she would do in this kind of situation. Or rather, what any below-average girl would do in this kind of situation. You. An indecisive female high school girl could do nothing but cry, in despair. The fate that awaited one who abandons all hope and stops fighting for survival in this dungeon was death. Or so it should be. There's someone here. She heard a voice. The voice of a man. The moment she heard that voice, it was as if she was brought back from the other world to that peaceful classroom in Japan, where she could hear the voices of her classmates. Himino. San. Nakajima. Kun. The one who appeared was the average-looking bespectacled boy of her class, Nakajima Haruma. That's quite a loud cry you got there. Are you alright? Nakajima-kuen. You where? Where? Without any hesitation, Hyrie embraced Nakajima. Despite crying like that, she wasn't as messy as before with mucus and vomit all over the place around her. Instead, she cried out loudly in order to produce the image of a frail girl. And as expected, their meeting was fated. A gallant boy called Nakajima Haruma appeared when Hyrie was swallowed by despair. He was a light of hope. I've baited a boy. Now, victory is mine. Well then, please do your best to protect this frail girl. Nakajima Haruma. Chapter 104. Nakajima Haruma. His name was Nakajima Haruma. A normal high school boy you could find anywhere. A really normal face without anything worth mentioning, and even his hobbies, grades, and fashion sense were normal. Overall, he was just above average. His relationships with others were favorable. He often interacted with girls. He didn't stand out in the class, and was what is commonly known as a mob. And now, that exceedingly normal Nakajima Haruma kept asking himself, how the hell did it turn out like this? First of all, about the event of the entire class being summoned to another world to survive in a dungeon. When Nakajima Haruma was summoned, he was forced to accept the current situation and had to start thinking about what to do to survive. Though he really didn't want to accept reality just then, he couldn't just avert his eyes from what lay before him. After a while though, he had gotten used to fighting monsters inside the labyrinth. The vocation granted to him was Magic Swordsman. /A strengthened /attack. Ignis Sagitta lower ranking attack magic of the fire attribute. High Walk increases mobility. Martial arts for close combat, magic for long-range attack, and a skill to increase his mobility. It was an extremely balanced initial skill set for the amateur high school student to combat demons. The only thing he had to do was to use them to fight. It doesn't mean that Nakajima Haruma had the courage to stand up against his fears, nor was he a cool person who could kill without batting his eyes. He just did what he needed to do, that was all there was to it. Scary things are still scary, but there was no need to excessively worry about them. There was always a greater danger hiding around. In short, it was the kind of mentality that only a normal boy like him could attain. To Nakajima Haruma, the act of him being suddenly thrown into the dungeon, defeating one enemy after another by making full use of his vocation was an extremely normal situation. He had easily adapted to his new environment. Nakajima Haruma employed every single bit of wisdom and courage that he could muster as he advanced even deeper into the labyrinth by himself. At least, until just recently. "Are you okay, Haruma-kun? Any injuries?" "I'm okay, at least Hyrie isn't injured too." "Ah, this is no good, there's a scratch on your hand. I'll patch it up in a jiffy, Haruma-kun." Lesser heal. The one who approached him after he had defeated the skeletons was Himino Hyrie, the girl he came upon by chance at the first ferry plaza. She came up to him saying such words with a sweet voice and applied healing on the little scratch on his hand. If even he, a man, was scared of the dungeon, there was no need to say what a girl like Himino would feel in this situation. Haruma guessed the reason for her crying, and why she ceased crying after seeing him. There was no reason for him not to cooperate with classmates that he met in the dungeon. Though only a while later, he became aware of the devastating news that only 3 people could leave the dungeon. Since there were only him and Himino in a party right now, there was no need to break up for the time being. Therefore, as if it was the most natural thing, Nakajima Haruma ended up becoming a knight who protected Himino Hyrie. Right, it's patched up now. Thank you, Hyrie. She had unleashed the combo of having upturned moist eyes while clasping her hands together. Even Haruma ended up feeling that she was a little too sly. Even if her act was no match compared to the likes of Raina Ayas or Takanashi Kotori, and her appearance deviation value was in fact below the average of the 40 other students, Haruma still found himself troubled by her act. Heck, was Himino Hyrie ever this kind of person? Though he never really interacted with her, all of his classmates including him thought of her as a simple and docile girl who didn't stand out in any way. She wasn't the kind of person that would butter up a man in such an unnatural way like some sort of gouge protagonist. But Haruma felt that he had fought to protect Himino Hyrie's life to such a point that she fell for him, and that feeling was not that bad. Naturally, his inclinations as a young man made him feel like that alone wasn't enough. To be honest, Himino Hyrie wasn't even his type. If he was to be given a choice, he would choose a girl of his type rather than an ugly one. And most of all, Nakajima Haruma already had someone he liked. "I wonder how she's doing right now." Nagai-san. Nagai Yukiko was the one he loved. He had fallen in love with her a year ago. Though she wasn't conspicuous or a simple and docile girl like Himino Hyrie, Haruma was completely captivated by the charm of that quiet and transient literature girl ever since he went to the same class as her, the year before. Having wished for more interactions with her, even if just a little, he had held an unjustified resentment against Momokawa, the young man who joined the literature club with an unconcerned face. Haruma abandoned his decision of joining the literature club to follow Nagai at that time. He now, however, no longer had such resentment against Momokawa, because he knew that Momokawa was a geek who joined the literature club only because he really wanted to become a light novel writer and not for chasing after Nagai Yukiko. In the end, Haruma became a member of the book committee, and used that position to talk about books with Nagai-san from time to time, and that was already enough for him. Though many male students in the class were captivated by the group of beauties with Soma Sakura at the top of the list, Haruma understood Nagai Yukiko's charm. Since she was outside of the radar of many male students in the class, he wanted to confess his love to her, but Nakajima Haruma suddenly realized that it was Himino Hyrie who was sleeping beside him right now. Himino Hyrie was sleeping right beside him in one corner of the ferry plaza. They were just sleeping and doing nothing more. No matter how relaxed one could feel in the safety area called Ferry Plaza, Himino Hyrie had become extremely frightened and said to Haruma, "Please, sleep with me, Haruma-kun." It was such a situation in which he couldn't refuse her pleas. When Haruma looked down at Hyrie, who was sleeping calmly, he realized that even her sleeping face was ugly. How many times now had he hoped that it was Nagai Yukiko who was the one sleeping next to him? If the one beside him was Yukiko instead of Hyrie, Haruma had the feeling that he would be able to go through any kind of danger. The one he truly loved was Nagai-san. Haruma didn't really care about someone like Himino Hyrie, and would definitely not fall for her whether or not she called his name with that sickening sweet voice, or even if she called his given name with honorifics. Himino Hyrie definitely wouldn't become special to Nakajima Haruma. Also, he thought, but this male instinct of his reacted differently. He was more or less sleeping right beside a defenseless female classmate. Though, her attempt to ensnare him with such a blatant trap wouldn't work. Gimme a break here. Like hell I would fall for such an ugly girl. Like hell I'm gonna push her down. Haruma had already decided to give his virginity to the one he loved, but his manhood had raised a revolt after he was thrown into this hell called dungeon survival. There was a doubtful theory that Haruma had come across before. It was that a man who is constantly on the razor's edge, having close encounters with death, would act on his instincts to leave behind a child as soon as possible. That theory was definitely a hoax, and yet, the third day after Haruma was sent into the dungeon, his body that had constantly gone into high gear without any spare time to release the pent-up desires was currently in an extremely excited state. Moreover, that excited state kept growing the more he fought his demons. Haruma led a normal life. Unlike those Yankees with excess vigor, he did not have something like a hidden destructive impulse or uncontrollable killing intent like some sort of protagonist. But then again, any single man would always have this belligerent instinct sleeping within them. To protect his life and survive the dungeon, Haruma had to kill the demons with his own hands. It was pure violence brought to light with a justified reason. If there's a woman sleeping right beside a man in this kind of condition, it's time to sleep. We're going deeper into the dungeon tomorrow. It'll be bad if I don't get a proper rest. In order to shake off his worldly desires, Haruma slept with his back facing towards Hyrie, who had exposed her defenseless sleeping figure. Excitement aside, he was already dead tired, so he went to the dream world as soon as he shut his eyes. You can do it, you know, Haruma-kun. The whisper from behind didn't even reach him as he fell into a deep slumber. Section. Let's take a break for today, Haruma-kun, said Hyrie, with a worried look on her face upon seeing Haruma rise up from his sleep with a listless look on his face. But if we don't hurry up. Even so, I'm more worried about your condition. She was overly worried about his condition. But she was right. Continuing a dungeon capture when he wasn't in a good condition was just like looking to die. Haruma guessed that he would have to prepare both equipment and other things so that they were absolutely ready once they continued on the dungeon capture. Hey, shall we rest for today? You're right. Let's take a rest for today. He needed a proper rest, both physically and mentally. When he moved together with Hyrie, he was too absorbed with men's sense of duty to protect women. Moreover, since she was a healer, a scratch shouldn't be a problem for him. Nevertheless, in spite of having splendid offensive magic like Lux Sagitta, Hyrie didn't even participate in battle. The best contribution she made in battle was only firing flash when they had to escape. When it came to combat, Haruma was heavily relied on. Thus, it was natural for him to become extremely weary. But he just couldn't blame Hyrie for her uncooperative attitude, since it can't be helped that she didn't have much in regards to combat power. Haruma was extremely relieved that their opponents thus far had been weak demons. The likes of red dogs or skeletons wouldn't be enough to corner him. Hey Haruma-kun, do you want to try a lap pillow? Enna. Come on, don't force yourself, see, it's ready. No, Haruma wasn't really happy about it at all. But he still ended up doing it anyway under Hyrie's persuasion. How do you feel? So, I guess. Unfortunately, the owner of the lap was that ugly Himino Hyrie. However, she was still a girl, and so it was hard to resist her soft and warm legs. Not to mention the fact that since Haruma had fallen asleep immediately last night, his little one was already standing proud once he awoke. It felt like it could easily pierce heaven right now. Thank you for always protecting me, Haruma-kun. Haruma expected that he would be troubled to hear such sugar-coated words from a girl that clearly was not in his radar, but somehow, he could easily accept Hyrie's gratitude. That day, Hyrie did not even try to separate herself from Haruma as she launched her skinship attack, beginning with that pillow lap. There weren't any outrageous actions, just things like holding his hands or embracing him. But, after all of her unnaturally clinging acts, Haruma didn't feel any discomfort around her anymore. He was slowly numbed by her actions. Haruma found himself sleeping together with her that night. They slept in the corner of the ferry plaza, just like yesterday. They slept under the big fairy walnut tree which obstructed most of the light. Are you still awake, Haruma-kun? Hyrie whispered in a small voice as if taking into consideration his tiredness, her gentle breath teasing his ears. She whispered in a way that was as if she was waiting for the perfect timing to launch her attack after he had turned his back toward her, just to shake his worldly desire. Actually, it wasn't just her breath. Sorry, just stay like this for a while. Even without having to turn around, I knew that the warm feeling on my back was coming from our body contact. She came slowly and gently as she embraced me from behind. It just a simple embrace, and yet, I couldn't even refuse it once she asked me with her feeble voice. No, well, do as you wish. Thank you, you're so kind, you know, Haruma-kun. Wait a minute, she used too much power to embrace me. I gulped my saliva as I realized that any more than this would be dangerous in various ways for me. I'm scared. I mean, we have to venture in the dungeon again tomorrow. Why yeah, me too. But it's not like we have another option. I'm scared of fighting and advancing through the dungeon, but I am more scared that you have to face those dangers. The hell you're talking about when you made me fight alone was what Haruma supposed to say as soon as he heard Hyrie tell him that bullshit, but the moment she said that, Haruma couldn't help but feel happy, despite realizing the fact that Hyrie just used him for her own sake as a convenient shield. Nevertheless, she not only worried about her own safety, she also felt indebted to Haruma, who fought to protect him, and realized that he should be rewarded properly for all he did to protect her till now. Naturally, it never occurred to him that all she did until now was merely acting. I'm worried about you. What should I do if you're hurt? What if your wounds are too bad to be healed by my skill? No matter how much she said that she worried about him, it didn't change the fact that she forced him to fight alone. It's okay, I'm fine, maybe. Well, you to heal my wound and we run when things getting dangerous after all. Yes, you're right. I'm sorry, Haruma-kun. It would be a different story if I were more powerful, but my hands won't stop trembling whenever I face the demons. Don't mind it, it really can't be helped in the end. You're a woe girl after all. It's normal to get scared when you have to fight the demons. The plan that she devised to make sure that Haruma didn't complain or notice her cunning plan to avoid fighting was to create an environment in which she was always glued to him in order to cloud Haruma's judgment. I struggled to rein in my lust from being embraced by a girl that wasn't even on my radar in the first place. My rising heartbeats made me realize that she was still a girl. Though he should have kept his calm a little and focused more on Hyrie's words, his mind was shaken by the warmth he felt on his back. Please end this quickly. The hell I'm talking about. I should just enjoy this moment. Normally, he would have succumbed to his drowsiness first, but thank you, Haruma-kun. I am useless in battle, but I want to be more useful to you from now on. Her attack was relentless. No, this was just the beginning. Wait a minute, Hyrie. Haruma-kun. Like a snake entangling their prey, Hyrie slipped her hands towards my abdomen. As her hands passed by my abdomen, tickling my flanks, they went even further down. No, wait a minute, I unintentionally let out a pathetic voice as soon as her hands touched that place. My body stiffened as the feeling of pleasure and chills ran along that place, Hyrie's movements making it boil even hotter. Hey, don't you want me? Hyrie's hands were caressing me as if toying with it. I'll do anything for you, Haruma-kun. My brittle reason, weakened by the life of abstinence that I had to live in this place, was slowly but surely whittled down by her. That's why tell me, Haruma-kun, tell me what you want me to do. At that point, I completely discarded my reason. Why the hell did I have to endure this life of abstinence? Things like love or lover should go to hell in this kind of place. Like hell nothing would happen if a man and a woman were to sleep together in this shitty dungeon. To hell with morals. A man needs a woman and vice versa. If asking for sex is wrong, then please send someone to save me from this situation. I mean, it's only me and Hyrie in this fucking fairy plaza. Hyrie. Yes? When I turned around, for some reason she looked much prettier than before. This isn't love, but something that I need. Hyrie, on. The girl welcomed the boy who had no way to divert his libido. Section. Men were such easy creature after all. That was her impression of her own first experience. though she thought that she was too careless for making such a move without thinking of the consequences. In the end, it wasn't an important matter to her. Although she used to detest those kinds of girls who fawned over men and regarded them as bitches or normies, she came to understand with this even that the creature called man was like a dog wagging its tail to this unimportant matter for the girl. She was regretting her overly optimistic outlook and not taking a proactive approach towards men, of keeping them away instead of using her weapon as a woman to make them wag their tails around her like obedient dogs. Foo, really, how foolish you are. She referred to both her past self and Nakajima Haruma, who desperately needed sex to the point of asking her, an ugly girl, for it. Nevertheless, that's just how relationships between men and women work. Hyrie understood very well the creature called human. With this, Haruma-kun is mine. You'll take the responsibility for what you did to me, right? She let out a wicked grin as she brushed Haruma's head, who slept naked beside her. Everything went according to her plan. Now Haruma wouldn't be able to let go of Hyrie even if, for example, they met another classmate beyond this point. Even if Nagai Yukiko, the girl he loved, appeared before them, he wouldn't dare to approach her. That's just how powerful the mental restriction called a relationship between men and women was. That held true, especially for the Japanese students. If Haruma didn't have a sex with Hyrie, no such mental restraints would have applied to him. For this very reason, Hyrie boldly seduced Haruma. She needed to get a hold of him before he would protect her till the end. Now then, Haruma-kun, let's do our best in tomorrow's dungeon capture as well. Having achieved one of her goals, Hyrie then fell asleep right next to Haruma. Want to love? Hyrie heard the voice in her dream. Do you want to be loved by men? Do you want to be waited upon by beautiful men? It was an unnaturally high-pitched and cute voice, like the voice of some sort of heroine in a late-night anime. Normal girls would feel that voice was rather disturbing to their ears and mind. As in, only use those men as my playthings till the end, right? Her field of vision was hazy and vague. She could see a silhouette of a girl standing on the other side of the pink-colored mist. Good enough. I'll grant upon you this power then. A pair of bat-like wings and whip-like tail then grew from the girl, whose silhouette was even smaller than Hyrie-ss. The demon-like figure of the female then began to sway as if it were only a mirage. Welcome, my new kin. From now on you're a Succubus. Family Succubus. Dream's power. Let me to suck your lustful energy. Sorry, can I take a sip? Overlapping feeling. Let's feel good together. That's why, let's have a lot of sex. Honeyed words. Shall we start by being friends first? Make them fall head over heels with your sugar-coated word. The heat flowing into her body should have been painful enough to make her scream, but, for some reason, she couldn't understand what her body felt like anymore. Was it hot? Or painful? Or did her body actually feel really good? She had no idea what had just happened to her, but one thing she knew for sure. Yes, this is how I should be. Chapter 105. Den of Arachne. OUCH. After being bitten, wrapped up with thread in a cocoon and kidnapped by the Arachne, I fainted from the pain and shock. Some time seemed to have passed as I awakened to the feeling of my body being dragged on the ground. Fortunately, I was wrapped in a cocoon-like thread which protected my body from the pain of being dragged along the ground of some sort of cave. I didn't mean that my sense of pain was numbed when I said that it didn't hurt. In fact, my 5 senses were working just fine. I could move my limbs too. Except for the dull pain on my back where I was bitten by the Arachne, I was safe. It seems that Arachne didn't bite me to kill me. It was for the sake of injecting poison to paralyze my limbs. Even so, I was completely safe thanks to my vessel of poison, the same passive skill that protected me from the basilisk's acid breath. It seems that my skill was good enough to also neutralize Arachne poison. And fortunately, this Arachne didn't know that I had a poison resistance skill, so I was sure that it had yet to realize that its poison didn't work on me. Like some spiders from our world, the Arachne seemed to use poison and its threads, not to kill its prey, but to incapacitate them and keep them fresh for later consumption. As if to confirm my suspicion, a while later, I felt that my cocoon was hung upside down like a moth's cocoon. Well, that Arachne was walking leisurely, so it might have not been able to detect faint movement inside its cocoon. I moved my hands around inside the cocoon. My first priority was to grasp the surrounding area by making an opening for my eyes. On top of being sticky, these threads were also thick, making it really hard to make even a small opening. It would be nigh impossible to escape if this cocoon was connected to Arachne. Yup, this really is spiderweb after all. The scenery that I saw from the opening that I created for my eyes was just as I expected. Different from the pit-like cave of the rock spider, this Arachne's den was something similar to the forest dome. Below me giant spiderwebs made up what seemed to be a floor, and directly opposite of that were the top of so many trees that it looked more like an emerald carpet. It seems that the Arachne was nesting at quite a high elevation. It made its nest high in the trees, a little bit below the canopy's ceiling. Was its nest made to catch prey? I guess not, since the Arachne seemed to be using venom to catch its prey. This den was nothing more than a base for it. The reason for the nest's high elevation was solely to fend off foreign enemies. I think it was only natural for Arachne to catch their prey like fishing with a net, just like how it caught me. The reason it chose me amongst the other party members was simply because I was the weakest amongst them. And the Arachne's judgment was correct in that regard. If any other member were targeted, there was a high possibility that they'd have counterattacked the Arachne before it could bite them. I must be jinxed for this to happen again. Even though my teamwork with the Yankee team finally started looking good. It was just like a normal party with the Uramari combo as vanguard and Randu-san as rear guard. On top of that, despite his moody attitude, the party even had its own walking hex code called Tendao-kun, who could even solo a boss like it was a walk in the park. It was highly possible that the current combat potential of Tendao's Yankee party was on par with Soma Yuto's hero party. It was really disheartening knowing that I was separated from such a powerful party. Well, regrouping with them might be close to impossible. I mean, even if I wanted to go back to them right now, I was powerless in this situation. I didn't even know which path they took. And it's not like they were going to wait for me in that underground lake either. Not after they defeated the underground lake boss and annihilated the army of Juras. I was just a pitiful victim who got myself kidnapped by a monster. There's no way they would come to save me. Well, I was satisfied as long as they mourned for my death. Now that I am back to square one, I guess it's time to solo the dungeon again. I wouldn't be that lonely since I could resummon Rem, but it was a waste to do that since it would mean that she'd lose the precious materials used to create her before. Nevertheless, I couldn't do anything but give up on those precious materials given by Tendao. What separated me from the Yankee team was a monster living in the wild after all. I've experienced this kind of situation once before. Moreover, I had no resentment against wild beasts whose actions were based on their nature, but if a person would have separated me from the Yankee team, I definitely would have cursed him to death. Let's start with the prison break plan for now. I widened the opening bit by bit as I made my cocoon turn around to get a better look of my surroundings and, yup, I couldn't see that Arachne at all. It could either be out to hunt for other prey, or camping above its nest in the blind spot of my field of vision. Either way, I couldn't stay in this cocoon forever. It ended with just one bite last time, but it might really start eating its meal if it caught me this time. Even my OP poison resistance skill was useless if the Arachne bit chunks out of my body. I was in dire need of a more powerful physical defense after all. Well, that would be asking too much of my dear patron god Ruinhilda though. I think the drug used to heal the bitten wound on my back was enough for my current situation. Fortunately, that Arachne wrapped me whole into a cocoon without stripping me of my gear and weapons. I still had my precious magic weapon, the red knife, various ointments, a broken core and bits and pieces of carefully selected materials. I was really lucky to have all of those with me right now. I can't reach my back. After the easy yet suffocating work of applying the ointment on the bite wound on my back, I started my preparation for the prison break. Fuck. Normal knives aren't enough to cut this thread. Despite its viscosity, this spider's thread was extremely flexible. Normal cutlery wouldn't be enough to cut it. I guess I have to risk my life and use the red knife. Please don't catch on fire. I cut the cocoon really carefully with the red knife's fiery blade while desperately praying. Well, it wouldn't spit flames as long as I didn't swing it with all my strength. As long as I used it carefully, it only heated the knife's blade, and that was enough to cut the threads. I made a vertical cut which guaranteed my escape from this cocoon. Moreover, I once again surveyed my surroundings as soon as I was freed from the cocoon. Yes, I didn't see that Arachne. Instead, I saw a few similar cocoons hanging down around me. Looking at the black limbs sticking out of those cocoons, it seems the Arachne was normally preying on Goma. Well, those fools would be just the right prey for Arachne. Oops, I have to escape from this place ASAP. But jumping down from this place is just... never have I felt this grateful for having black hair bind. That skill had long since become my lifeline. It helped me in various situations, and it wasn't an overstatement to say that the all-purpose curse, the black hair bind, was the shaman's main weapon. See that? I could easily descend from that elevation with this skill. So tired. After a horror-filled descent with the black hair bind, I finally tasted the joy of stepping back on solid ground. No matter how excellent my control over the black hair bind, it wasn't as if I could descend like the special forces in movies. It was an extremely dangerous feat since I was only using one thick black hair braid to climb down to the ground. I made it stuck to the ground to stabilize my body during the descent and bingo! I landed, safe and sound, just before running out of fuel. My training up till now didn't go to waste. I stabilized my breath first before escaping from that place immediately. I would be killed for sure if that Arachne captured me again. I guess I have to understand my current position first. I followed the direction given by the magic circle. My current objective was to get as far away as possible from this place. Summoning Rem again meant that I had to waste her previous rare materials. Her abilities would be just average if I didn't use any materials during her creation process. I had to reach the ferry plaza for the time being, even if its location was far from my current location, so that I could make some preparations. Kishi kishi. My heart almost stopped when I heard that sound come from the other side of the green thickets. Or rather, it was beating really loudly right now. That sound. Don't tell me it found out about my escape already. Kisha. Without even trying to hide its presence, it appeared from the other side of the thickets. It was not the Arachne, it was another spider. Should I call it spider-like monster now? Though it was one size smaller than the Arachne, it was still impossibly big for a bug. Even though it only stood as tall as my waist, its legs were around 2 meters long. In terms of appearances, it was similar to a huntsman spider, and had brown and green specks all over its body, which might be the result of its adaptation to this dome forest. The 8 eyes of this newcomer spider were looking at me. Spiderweb twine. I drew first blood in this battle. No time to worry about running or fighting. I threw a spiderweb twine, a net made with black hair bind. There was no way to escape or fight if I didn't seal my opponent's movements first. Even this spider took me as an easy prey. Yellow liquid was overflowing from its mouth as it fired its thick spider threat. But, fortunately, it missed its target because my spiderweb twine was blocking its field of vision. The attack that combined the spider's yellow liquid and its thick thread hit a thick branch instead of me, and sliced through it as if it were tofu, accompanied by sizzling sounds. The yellow liquid was a powerful acid, it seemed. I would be reduced to bone if I got hit by that. No, I might actually be able to survive thanks to my vessel of poison. But, like hell, I'm gonna test that kind of suicidal idea in the middle of combat. There's no way I could run without that guy shooting its acid-treated thread from behind. I had to defeat this guy right there. Take this. Unsheathing the red knife, I activated black hair bind to tie the spider and jumped on its back. It was its first debut in a long while ever since my battle against Higuchi. I plunged the red-hot knife blade into the face of the huntsman spider. It was a perfectly timed attack as I was using my tentacles to better control the knife. I noticed that the battle went somewhat smoothly for once. And, bam, I landed a critical hit. Kisha. The flame inside the red knife burned the huntsman spider, Ashidaka, from the inside. The flame seemed to have burned its brain as it started to convulse and then toppled with its long and thin legs still twitching for a while before it completely stopped moving. Thank God. It ended in just one attack. Thank God I rushed to attack the Ashidaka instead of running away. For some reason, it felt like my combat ability soared a little bit. No, this isn't the time to feel happy about it. I'd be checkmated if there were 2 of these Ashidaka instead of 1. Looking around I noticed, from large rocks to the roots of giant trees, this area seems to have a lot of undulation, which meant that the spiders could run faster than me. Or better said, they'd be faster than me even on level ground. On this kind of unleveled ground I had no chance. Maybe I could improvise some kind of traps, but I don't think hastily made traps could hinder those spiders. No, there's gotta be a better way. Yes, this guy, let's try it on this one. I suppressed the impulse to leave this place as soon as possible and went toward the corpse of the Ashidaka I just killed a while ago. Yeah, it's already dead. Its body was charred from head to toe, its corpse already completely stiff with its long legs rounded up. Yes, if the corpse is that of an enemy, then I should be able to use it. I celebrate your death with a curse upon your shell. In black blood. Meat of mud. Head only empty. That shell contains a soul no more, but a false heart of dregs impure. Crawl, come out, resurrect. Corpse doll of resentment. Corpse doll of resentment closing the crevice of regret, moving only its body, a human form of love and hate. Yes, this is the new type of curse that was created after I used Rem to possess Masaru's corpse. In a literal sense, it was the curse that manipulated corpses. Rather, it was already beyond the realm of curse. This was basic necromancy. Yup, I win this bet. Similar to when I created the clay doll, the blackish shadow of chaos appeared. But, instead of sinking the corpse under the mud of chaos, the black mud enveloped the corpse as if slowly encroaching on it until it completely covered the whole body. A while after the black mud enveloped the corpse, it started to fall as if washed by water and the corpse started to move again. Kishi. The mutated Ashidaka's body color changed from forest camouflage to dark city camouflage and quickly turned its body right side up, raising a cry towards me. I knew the meaning of that cry. It wasn't a threat but a pledge of allegiance. Just in case, your inside is Rem, right? Kishi. Its body shook up and down as if it said yes. I see now, it was just like with Claydol MK.2. The one in control was Rem. So Rem, is your body still on the move? Kishi. Rem, do you know my whereabouts? Kishi. You're heading in my direction? Kishi. I see then. Could it be that Randu-san and the others are coming with you? Kishishi. She replied with a sad voice. No, well, I understood their reason but she told me that the others weren't coming with her. I understand. Well, I guess the first thing to do is to meet with your real avatar. Where should I go? Kishi. Ahidaka Rem turned around as if to say leave it to me. Could it be that you want me to get on your back? Well, your back might be wide enough for someone as small as me. Since she was such a big spider monster, threading the path with around 45 kg of weight on her back shouldn't be a problem. Alright then, let's. GWUOAA. KISH. As soon as I got on the back of Ashidaka Rem, she departed vigorously. Her 8 thin and long legs were moving as they made rustling sounds, passing by the undulations in the forest at unbelievable speeds. This is a lit TL. WUOOAA. I had no choice but to cling on to Ashidaka Rem's back as if my life depended on it. Rem, can you stop for a minute? I felt sick. Chapter 106. Thread Users Showdown 1. Ha. After escaping from the forest that became the den of the Arachne, we finally entered a familiar stony passage. Ashidaka Rem had finally stopped after a long period of running at top speed. Rem, please don't run like that again. Kishi. Feeling that I was angry at her, she folded her legs and laid her body on the ground as if slumping down. I also felt the shine of her 8 red eyes dulled quite a bit. Come to think of it, this was the first time I rebuked Rem. Since Rem seemed to have her own soul, it was no wonder that she felt distraught after being scolded by her master who raised her. The fact that she felt that way about me made her even cuter in my eyes, even if her current form was that of a ghastly black huntsman spider. Basically, you just need to follow my instructions when I'm riding on your back. But I'll leave the decision to you if we're attacked by monsters. I trust you, Rem, that's why I can leave you to protect my back. But that was natural, she was a servant that I created after all. As long as my opponent wasn't a cheat with domination abilities who could enslave everything on sight, Rem would never betray me. Kisha, Esha. Regaining her motivation, Rem raised a lively war cry. Well, it might look like I'm being threatened by a monster spider, but I guess she just raised a joyful cry. Well then, let's get going. Esache. We continued our journey after I got on her back again, accompanied by the rustling sounds of Rem's long legs. Come to think of it, this Rem avatar was surprisingly versatile. Even though so many things happened, one after another, I managed to advance into the dungeon until this point. There was a time when I went solo, there was a time when I was hugging Mei-chan's thigh, and there was a time when I was surrounded by the beauties of 2-7. From those experiences, I have to say that walking through the dungeon was awfully tiring. Finding out that there was no need for me to walk on my own feet made me feel that this skill of mine was another kind of cheat. What an amazing slacker skill. I bet this is the kind of emotion that people who tamed horses for the first time in history felt. I felt the true wonder of vehicles for the first time in my life as we advanced at moderate speed. Esache. After we left the rocky passage, Rem's legs stopped as soon as we entered the next forest dome. What's the matter? Shosho. It seems we encountered another demon. I descended from Rem's back at once and unsheathed my red knife. I didn't hear any sound, but somehow the alarm in my head kept ringing. Biyugu. The demon that was sensed by Rem beforehand appeared in the next moment. It didn't have any intention to hide its presence when hunting its prey, so it directly charged towards our direction while raising a boar-like roar. The ground trembled with each of its steps. It's a great boar. At a glance, the assailant was nothing more than a boar with a large and stout stature and a light brown fur. Its black hoofs were similar to the material that was given to me by Tendao that I used to construct Rem's legs. Despite its huge size, this great boar wasn't a boss monster. Its stature was a characteristic of its race. However, I couldn't let my guard down since the boar's ordinary rush attack was enough to break my bones. And this great boar had not only 2, but 4 tusks. A weak shaman like me would turn into mincemeat the moment I was hit by its charge. We're going to counter with threads. Rem, match my movements. Kisha. It was basically a sitting duck if it kept rushing in a straight line. Moreover, now I also had Ashidaka Rem who could use acid threads like my red hair twine. The two of us would be able to stew. Goo. Oh crap. Both my spiderweb twine and Rem's yellow acid threads were barely working on the great boar. It charged through the waves of our thread attack without taking any particular damage due to the effect of its rush. Kisha. Uwa. We were blown back senselessly by the great boar's charge. Or so I thought, but Rem realized the danger immediately and threw me outside the collision course to save my life. That was a close call. Even if the great boar was charging like an idiot, I shouldn't forget the fact that my opponent wasn't a program but a living being who lived in this alternate reality. Being thrown to the side sent me off the course of that rush. I wasn't too sure about my ability to dodge such a charge unless I had power and mobility rivaling those of knights or warriors. Bugo, Fugu. Since both I and Rem managed to dodge that charge at the very last second, the great boar stopped its charge after a while and then turned around to charge at me again. Holy crap. I won't be able to dodge its next charging attack. I have to stop that boar no matter what. But what the hell could I use to stop that pig? I was almost convinced that it could go through the rotten bog without any issue. And worst of all, its solid black hooves would most likely be tough enough to withstand the acid bog. No, I was wrong. If I used vile mud doll. Fuck, this plan was no good too. I mean Rem's body was made out of mud, she wasn't that powerful. Fuck. Even though I was a little bit stronger than before, I realized that my power was nothing compared to the powerful. Biyugu. WW8 a fucking MNUT. I've yet to decide my plan. Well, it wasn't like this monster was going to stop its attack no matter how loud I screamed in my heart. Kisha. Rem raised a war cry as she jumped in front of me to protect me by becoming my meat shield. However, she most likely would become mincemeat due to the weight difference between her and the great boar. That would mean I had to sacrifice her in vain. God damn it. I guess I really have no choice but to use that fucking skill. I had no choice but to use every curse at my disposal, even if that might end up in failure. Spread, rotten bog. I threw a pebble which had my blood on its surface, and the pebble expanded a few meters in front of me. That pebble was only a makeshift mark for my curse, but it was better than nothing. Even when it saw the eerily boiling bog in front of it, the great boar didn't even try to slow down. Well, it was natural for the great boar to be so confident about its penetration power. Well then, from here on out was the real deal. I had to rely on the combat experiences I accumulated until now. Curse thy body, it shall fell into endless fever. Red fever. I've chanted its full aria since this guy had been neglected by me for a long time. My current priority was to shift that great boar's trajectory. Unfortunately, I had yet to find out the effect of the red fever. Anyway, this strike would decide everything. One misstep and I could kiss my life goodbye. Chaya. I threw my red knife that was tied with black hair bind like a pitcher in baseball manga. My aim was the great boar's left foot. Buoo. Hell yeah, it's a strike. Instead of its left foot, I hit its left shoulder with my red knife, whose flames burned furiously, roasting it. However, the great boar kept charging forward, ignoring its roasted shoulder as if to show its pride, leaving only around 10 meters between us. I needed another push to stop that boar. Goo. Reverse stance butterfly. I held plenty of the ointment A that I kept as an emergency stock. I used it all as the catalyst for this curse. The shining butterflies that were flying in packs were rushing towards the charging great boar. Pu Gai. As soon as they touched the wound made by my red knife, the excruciating pain stopped the charge of the great boar. I jumped as far as possible to my left as I heard the great boar's anguished cry. Unable to endure the pain inflicted by the reverse dance butterfly effect, the great boar fell on its left side as its momentum carried it forward. And since its charging trajectory shifted a bit, I managed to dodge the great boar's body in time. Yeah, we did it. I leaped in joy after confirming the fall of the great boar. I mean, I really had to dodge or that guy's body was still gonna crash on me. But man, the effect of reverse dance butterfly is ruthless, not only inflicting pain upon hit but also amplifying the damage dealt to the wound. It left the great boar collapsed and desperately tried to stand on its clattering feet. Like hell I was going to miss this big of a chance when that guy was standing still like a sitting duck. Let's do it, Rem. Black hair bind. Kish. The moment I held down the great boar that was trying to stand up again with my black hair bind, Rem sprung in its direction. Ashidaka Rem spat her acid thread, coiling it around the great boar's body, and proceeded to bite the great boar's head with her sharp teeth. After that, the great boar was furiously rampaging in its dying breath as if in pain due to the thread coiling around its body. Nevertheless, both me and Rem had no intention to let go of our prey. Ha, ha. Did it. Finally die. I've lost count of how long I've sealed the great boar's movements. After writhing in pain for a while, it had finally breathed its last breath. Kisha. Rem climbed on top of the corpse of the great boar and raised a war cry despite her mouth being filled with our enemy's blood. That was really a close call. Yeah, going solo is too dangerous for me after all. If my memory served me right, this great boar was just a small fry who could be defeated by Nonomiya-san and Yoshizaka-san when they got too bored. Nevertheless, like hell I could make an excuse like the affinity between me and my opponent is the worst in this dungeon. It would be a walk in the park for me to kill such a great boar if I was strong enough. I knew that asking for power which could rival an area boss was just too much, thus I would be satisfied with power that was strong enough to rival these normal monsters. The current me was quite powerful compared to the earlier stages of this dungeon, but yup, a solo player shaman was in fact like facing against a mid-boss of an RPG in nightmare mode at level 1. Oh god, anyone is fine. Please just let me find some comrades to form a party with as soon as possible. Yes, anyone but Yokomichi. That shitty, homicidal maniac is a no-go. That guy isn't even human anymore. He was closer to a Goma last time I saw him. Rem, let's hurry up to the next area. Guess I've no choice but to give up on the core of this great boar. I don't know what kind of monsters would come after us if we stayed in this place that was reeking of blood. Esha. Rem's cry wasn't a reply to me. Oh man, why the hell do those demons keep coming at me one after another? Rem, enemy position. My old dull sixth sense once again let me down. This place was looking like nothing more than a calm forest, and yet. Kisha. Rem fired her thread instead of replying. Naturally she wasn't aiming for me. Her acid thread shower was shooting upward, spread in all directions. Spiderweb twine. Because something came again right when I let down my guard, I reflexively fired web-type black hair bind in the direction Rem pointed at, and it coiled against the pure white thread. Wait. Panicked, I ran to hide below the shades of the tree as fast as possible. The spiderweb net was falling slowly as it struck the white thread. The lump of that white thread fell on the ground in front of me, along with the appearance of the ambusher. Kyoa. The one who raised a hysterical roar was a being with the lower half of a spider and the upper half of human. Arachne. So it was chasing after me. Though I couldn't recognize the differences between Arachne faces, I didn't think they were similar to Goma, which you could easily find loitering all over the place. It somehow found out about my escape. Kishishi. Kishi. Even though its ambush had failed, this guy still chose to come from the front since it was quite confident of its own strength. Alternatively, it simply didn't want to let go of any prey that they caught once before. Guess I have no choice but to defeat you. It easily caught up with us even though Ashidaka Rem ran at its top speed. The Arachne's mobility was terrifying. In addition, it was also proficient in tracking down an escaped prey. Well, since I already escaped from the Arachne but it still managed to find me, I guess my only option was to defeat it. Bring it on, you bastard. I'll make you regret your decision of chasing after me. Since I had nowhere to run, I loudly challenged the Arachne to attack me. Chapter 107, Thread Users Showdown 2. We were moving at almost the same time. The thing we were shooting out was thread. The thread was the Arachne, Rem, and my main weapon after all. Thus, our fight was a threads battle. Thus our fight was a battle that hung from a thread. Our current formation was me in the front, Rem in the back, while the Arachne was situated in the middle. We made full use of our advantage of outnumbering the Arachne, 2 against 1, as we simultaneously attacked. I fired spiderwebs twine, meanwhile Rem released her acid spray. Shit. As expected of an expert thread user. Even with us ganging up on the Arachne from both the back and front, it still easily defended itself against our attacks. Moreover, it was able to still counterattack on top of defending itself. The Arachne didn't just fire thread from its butt, it could even shoot out its thread from both its mouth and each of its hands. While Rem's thread was entangled with the bundle of thread that it had shot out from its bottom, my spiderweb twine was warded off with both of its hands. It then attacked me by shooting its sticky thread from its mouth. As soon as I fired my spiderweb twine, I ran in the opposite direction and took shelter behind a looming tree. When the Arachne fired thread from its mouth, the thread hit the tree instead, enveloping a majority of the trunk and part of my hand. At that moment, I used my red knife to untangle my sealed hands. Fortunately, the bundle of thread wasn't too big, otherwise, my body would have been completely enveloped by the released lump of thread too. However, the red knife was the only reason I could easily cut the thread, or rather, it melted it. A normal knife would have simply stuck due to the thread's viscosity. What a close call. I mean, depending on the equipment, the Arachne might have insta-killed me if I wasn't using the red knife. Kisha. While I was busy trying to escape from the Arachne's thread, Rem was distracting the enemy from me. She kept firing her thread while quickly weaving through the forest's foliage. Rather than aiming to attack the Arachne, it seemed more like Rem was solely focused on attracting its attention away from me. As expected of my Rem, she really understood her role. Even if the both of them have different bodies, their shared soul showed its advantage during times like these since their knowledge and experiences were also shared. Kishishi. However, the Arachne saw through Rem's plan and didn't move an inch from its place. Instead, it fired a long, albine thread with the elegance of a thread master. It fired a lump of thread from its butt which was aimed at Rem, who was currently moving around. When the Arachne stuck out its hands, The thread fired from its fingers entwined between the trees and then formed a huge net. It acted as a makeshift shield. On account of this, none of Rem's acid threads managed to reach the Arachne. Maybe because it was only for emergency, but the Arachne had ceased to shoot thread from its mouth. Upon seeing that the thread in its mouth was for emergency use, I could tell that rather than a mere wild demon, the Arachne's combat style was closer to humans. Though imperfect, its deformed upper half that resembled a human's figure might have influenced its combat style. Rem would be in grave danger if I didn't assist her soon. Entwine its escape with weaving hair. Black hair bind. Now that the Arachne's focus was on Rem, this was my chance to use black hair bind in a frontal attack. Bundles of black hair that I casted with a mystic chant rose from the ground in front of the Arachne. Though there was a problem with its durability, it was better to use the maximum output to entangle the Arachne's feet, preventing it from moving it too much. Kishi, Kyoa. The Arachne raised a startling cry when the hair that suddenly grew from the ground wrapped around its feet. My actions brought the brunt of the Arachne's focus back on me. It then turned around to face me while raising both of its hands. Rem, now, bite it. After saying this, I wielded the red knife in my right hand and a normal knife in my left hand. I charged towards Arachne. However, since the Arachne's mouth and hands were still free, I threw my knives, which I was originally using for defense, towards it. It couldn't cope with Rem, who was charging to attack from behind. Since I had sealed both its feet and abdomen with the black hair bind, the Arachne's thread on its bottom was sealed. Thankfully, Rem wasn't stupid. She was just going to crash if she kept blindly charging forward like that. Kisha. Rem dashed on the ground and then leaped while baring her fangs towards Arachne's defenseless back. By the time the Arachne realized that it couldn't use the thread that came from its bottom, both of its hands were occupied with catching my throwing knives. The knives, which were stuck in the net weaved in between the Arachne's fingertips, wouldn't easily come out. Also, I had already made sure that my black hair bind couldn't be undone that easily. This was enough. No matter how I looked at it, the Arachne didn't strike me as the type that excelled in close combat. It should have a hard time shaking Rem, who was about to bite its back. As long as Rem managed to cling on to the Arachne, I would be able to use black hair bind to seal its movements even further. Let's do this, or so I thought. My plan failed the very next moment. Kisha. Rem's body was suddenly torn in half, as easily as a piece of damp paper. The diagonal cut across her body made it appear as if she was slain by an expert martial artist. Rem's body was struck the moment the tip of her toes had touched the Arachne's back. The bluish-purple stream that suddenly spurted out from her cross-section arced through the air before making an awful pool of blood on the forest floor. The drop of purplish blood suddenly fell from where it was suspended in mid-air. It fell on a line so thin that it was almost invisible to the naked eye, which was connected to the Arachne's bottom. This single thin line had the durability and sharpness of a steel wire. Despite its appearance, it was strong enough to slice another demon in half. Goddammit. It lured us in so that it could make a pincer attack right from the very beginning. This was the reason that the Arachne didn't budge at all. Kishishi. The Arachne was now laughing at our failure. It then fired another wire similar to the one that had split Rem's body in two, from both of its hands. The wires entwined around my black hair bind, which grew from its shadow on the ground. A while later, the snapping sounds of my black hair bind resounded in the vicinity. Oh crap, I'm royally screwed now. The Arachne's mastery over its thread clearly surpassed my mastery of black hair bind. Whether it was quality, quantity, or ease of use, the only factor that allowed my black hair bind to surpass it was the fact that my ability could come out the opponent's shadow. The only way for me to have an actual chance at victory was to fight the monster head-on and finish the battle as soon as possible. Damn it, Rotten Bog. I won't give up. In desperation, I tried to activate Rotten Bog as a distraction to release my reverse dance butterfly. This was the tactic that I had devised, but just when I was about to throw the stone which was smeared with my blood to create the Rotten Bog, it was seized by a thread. The stone swayed in the air as it swung in arc towards the Arachne. Kishishi kishi kishi. It made a triumphant laugh after it managed to recollect its escaped prey. The thread started to wind around my body again, while it laughed in the same way as when it had captured me before. Damn it all. It went as far as tangling its thread around my arms and body alternately, making sure that I couldn't move even an inch. Even if both my legs could move, they were just wildly flapping right now. I was pulled along the ground towards the monster as I made an unsightly, desperate struggle for my life. Finally, I arrived under the Arachne. Kishi, Hi. The Arachne opened its mouth that was filled with rows of sharp jagged teeth slightly above my head. I could smell the hot, rank breath panted on my face. I was positive that it was going to kill me instead of paralyzing me like last time, probably because of my escapade antics. I might be able to take this monster along with me to the grave by using the pain return technique as long as I'm killed in one hit, but like hell I'm gonna die with this fucking spider. Nevertheless, this was the end for me. I didn't have any tricks left to pla. Kishi, J. Suddenly, a sharp blade protruded from the Arachne's chest. Someone had stabbed it from behind. Who was it? No. I could already tell who my savior was just by a brief glance the make of the blade. The blade that pierced through the Arachne's chest was similar to the night mantis scythe. Rem. Gugogo, Ga. Screeching a frightening war cry, Rem continuously stabbed the Arachne in a fell swoop. She brought the blade down over the Arachne's head, decapitating it. After receiving such a fatal wound, the monster's lifeless body stumbled back and forth briefly before staggering to the ground. It seemed its blood was also red. Thanks a lot, Rem, you really saved me there. Gaga. Appearing from behind the Arachne's corpse was Rem Mki, human type. Even though her Kamakiri blade was stored, it didn't lessen her appeal. I still thought that she was so cool. Nice job finding me. No, I bet you found my location from Ashidaka Rem, right? It seemed that Rem had increased her pace as soon as she noticed that Ashidaka Rem was defeated. This was how she managed to arrive just in the nick of time. Anyway, I guess we're safe for the time being. Not only have I defeated the Arachne who was chasing after me, I also reunited with Rem Mki, my greatest combat asset. With this change of events, I guess I've fulfilled the minimum requirement to solo this dungeon. Well, the next thing to do is... I would have left this place immediately, but I still had something to do before leaving. Just look. The Arachne's corpse is still here, right? I should recycle it. I'm an eco-friendly person after all. Oh. I actually pulled it off so easily. My fear ultimately ended up as needless anxiety as I easily recycled Arachne's corpse into one of my weapons, Corpse-Doll Resentment. Sections of its wasp-like black and yellow stripes had turned purple like the bloated and bruised skin of the undead. Otherwise, there was no notable change in the state of the Arachne's corpse. It was as if it was kept in a gruesome stasis. It remained as it was. The main difference between the corpse doll and the clay doll was the fact that the corpse doll used the corpse of a living being as the main material for its construction. In the final step of the process, only the outer color differed between the two. In short, the corpse's ability and appearance was similar in both cases. As if answering my feelings, Arachne Rem showed off the numerous spider thread skills that the Arachne had exhibited in the last battle. She could spew thread from her mouth, knit the thread that was fired from her fingers into a complex net in the blink of an eye, and of course, use the sharp steel wire that slayed Ashidaka Rem previously. Upon observing it more closely, I have to admit it's an amazing skill. Could I replicate that skill? It began with me braiding black hair bind. I followed that feat up by inventing red hair twine, and after that, I created the skill called spiderweb twine. Black hair bind was usually my first choice of attack. Until now, it had never let me down. In that case, I might be able to unleash tentacles of steel wires or adhesive thread, depending on my training. In my opinion, the most significant factor that influenced learning a new skill was the availability of a first-hand demonstration. As long as I had a strong idea of how the magic appeared, it was the foundation to turn the magic into reality. Luckily, I had the best sample to study Arachne Rem. Watching her use all of the spider thread skills would greatly aid my special training. Unfortunately, I would have to wait until I arrived in the next ferry plaza. After all, I couldn't train in this kind of place. I needed to depart immediately, but a pressing matter emerged in my mind. There was something I needed to confirm. Tell me, Rem, could it be those are? Two weapons were partially visible from their position on Rem's back. When I expressed my curiosity, Rem readily unsheathed the weapons and showed them to me. As I thought, it actually is Nonomiya-san's spear. And this, Yoshizaka-san's axe. There was no way I could forget these weapons. They had saved me from the brink of death countless times. Despite only fighting together for a short while, we had gone through a lot together. Memories of helping Randu-san level up and fighting side by side, trying our utmost to survive the underground lake siege flashed through my mind. Indeed, these weapons belonging to my comrades were almost as familiar as my own. Was this the farewell gift they left for me? Gaga. Rem nodded solemnly. Currently, she couldn't talk and explain the situation at length, but the gravity behind her gestures conveyed all I needed to know. In that situation, their decision to consider me dead and not pursue me was the best choice at the time. Although I did feel bad about it, the rational part of me knew I couldn't blame them. Their logic was clear and faultless. I was comforted by the fact that everyone tried to help Rem in any way possible when she chose to chase after me. I mean, both Nonomiya-san and Yoshizaka-san went so far as to give their favorite weapon to Rem. It was a big deal and I could clearly sense their attachment to me. Go. Rem caught my attention after speaking up. She took a round package out from the bag. Its covering was coarse cloth. There's more. Gaga. Is this package from Randu-san? What? No. That would mean, this gift is from Tendao-kun. I looked at the package quizzically. What in the world would he give me? Uwa. I slowly unwrapped the cloth, peeling back layers of wrappings to eventually reveal a human skull. I fumbled around like a failing juggler as I nearly dropped it due to my utter shock. That surprised me. Why did he give me this SKU? The description was suddenly illuminated, blazing in the air in a bright text. The timing was surprising, as if someone had read my mind. Summoner's skull, the skull of someone who was gifted with the summoner vocation. Gasp. And no way, this is. I realized at once that wasn't a skeleton's head when I checked it with pharmacy intuition. In fact, it was a completely different skull. According to the information from my pharmacy intuition, this skull might belong to one of my classmates. Since it had stated gifted with a summoner vocation, there wasn't a shadow of doubt in my mind. Tendao-kun had killed one of our classmates. That was the only way he could have gotten his hands on such an object. Tendao-kun wouldn't have sent the skull if it was the only reminder of a fallen comrade. He definitely would have kept it instead. The skull was likely one of his many loots. It was a perfect gift considering the eerie nature of my vocation shaman. But, how in the world do I use this thing? Somehow, I felt that using it as some of Rem's construction materials was a waste. There was a better, more effective use for the skull. According to my pharmacy intuition, the skull could be used for another curse, which I had yet to learn. My skill level was still too low. I grit my teeth in frustration as my nails dug angry crescent-shaped indents into the flesh of my palm. I would reach there eventually, but for now, the human skull was nothing more than a creepy item stocked in my inventory. Although, Tendao might have had a different idea when he gave the skull to Rem. Well, seeing that Tendao-kun wasn't here, it wasn't as if I could guess his intentions. Doing all I could for now, I kept the skull of my classmate who had become a summoner. And, what about Randu-san's? Gugaga. It seemed that Rem had saved the best for last. I would be a little disappointed, no. I'd be really sad if she didn't give me any farewell gift, I admitted to myself. Naturally I'd feel this way since I felt the closest with her amongst the members of the entire party. I didn't care what exactly the gift was, only the thought behind the act of giving it. I would be happy receiving the most trivial of trinkets, like a ballpoint pen or an eraser, as long as it came from Randu-san. All that mattered were the feelings behind an action. Gogaga. She made a noise similar to Doraemon as she took the object out from inside her bag, only to reveal a cloth. I received the cloth from Rem, expecting it to be a handkerchief. My eyes nearly popped out of their sockets when I unfurled it to reveal a bold leopard pattern that impressed a wild charm. Moreover, the cloth wasn't exactly the square handkerchief I had expected. It had more of a triangle shape. What the heck am I going on about? It's basically looks like P. Ooh-wah, see could it be AAAA panties? Moreover, what op panties? No matter which angle I observed them from, I was certain. I was 120% sure that it was a panty. Your support is too overwhelming, Randu-san. Seriously, thank you so much. I'm ecstatic due to this gift. Truly. I had not expected such a wonderful present. I'm overjoyed. Thank you very much, Randu-san. I'll definitely survive with this. Randu-san might have realized that I was always eagerly watching her, expecting a panty shot from under her miniskirt, or maybe she simply thought of me as a man who would feel extremely delighted upon receiving a panty. The thought that she might be going commando right now popped into my head until I stubbornly shook it off. Let's set that aside for later. Receiving these panties filled me with an overwhelming vigor. Compared to my sluggish attitude before, now I would surely solo this dungeon with ease. Thank you very much, Randu-san. Thanks for understanding this male instinct of mine. I was only a tad depressed since this pair of panties wasn't one that was freshly worn. Chapter 108, Pot. Receiving the heartwarming gifts from everyone, I began my solo mission again with courage and vigor. They were not only thoughtful gifts but also pragmatic, useful for survival in the dungeon. Rem the First held Yoshizaka-san's axe in her hand while Arachne Rem wielded Nonomiya-san's spear. As for me, I held on tightly to Randu-san's panties. Cough, I meant the heavenly treasure hidden in the depths of my bag. Riding Ashidaka Rem feels better than Arachne Rem. Kishi, Kyoaa. Although I was overjoyed at the thought of giving my weary feet a rest while riding, I couldn't exactly get comfortable. Since Arachne Rem's abdomen was rounder than Ashidaka Rem's, it caused my legs to be splayed in a very unfamiliar and uncomfortable manner. As we passed every bump, my energy seemed to fall a notch. It's not like I didn't have the option to crawl upon Arachne Rem's abdomen, but its spiky and hairy surface put me off the idea immediately. Well, you don't need to feel sorry about that, Rem. Anyway, let's go. Kisha. Thus, Arachne Rem began to stir and advance slowly. As for the Rem the First, she was currently leaping around from one tree to another as she cleared the path ahead with her own body, which was far sturdier than my own. The battle against Arachne might have been my last if not for Rem's superior mobility. She truly was my saving grace. Thank God that I used the rare materials gifted by Tendakuan to increase her performance even more. Anyway, the journey ahead was a piece of cake now that both Rems had superb mobility. Bugo, BOA. A great boar suddenly charged toward us from behind the thickets. Kisha, Gagao. Arachne Rem snapped to attention, releasing an extremely adhesive thread that wrapped around the great boar's form and stopped it in tracks, abruptly halting its charge. Motionless, it seems about as harmful as a trussed-up chicken. As soon as the boar's body hit the damp forest floor with a resounding thump, Rem the First mercilessly swung down Yoshizaka-san's great axe to kill it in one blow. The combination of both of the Rems was strong enough to defeat the great boar in one fell sweep. A sense of pride filled every inch of my being as I witnessed Ashidaka Rem and Arachne Rem take down the great boar so easily. In the past, it would have taken all of Ashidaka Rem and my combined strength to defeat such a ferocious beast. The coarse-haired, meaty flesh parted under Rem's groping motions. Rem's hand moved around in the cavity, an obscene squelching noise filling the air, amplified by the forest's utter silence. Rem triumphantly raised her blood-soaked hand in victory, fist wrapped tight. Her crimson-stained fingers unfurled to reveal the core which rested in her palm, bathed in blood. Oh, Rem. I'm ecstatic that not only has your combat prowess improved but so have your core extraction skills. You really have improved in every area by leaps and bounds. Even if I'm the only human, the day will come when I'll a full team of Rems. The combination of the two Rems, or rather, the two bodies of Rem was truly a match made in heaven. They disposed of these insignificant monsters that had remained a source of trouble all this time, as easily as swatting a fruit fly. From the very beginning, the labyrinth was home to hordes of Goma and Red Dog. The forest, enclosed within its giant dome, was also host to a plethora of other monsters such as hopping monka-like monsters who were ready to tear you to shreds at a moment's notice. One wrong move and those sharp claws would leave your corpse looking like a torn shirt. Sunshine-colored frogs which were anything other than friendly despite their colorful, sunny appearance. They were known to spit paralyzing poison at anything that got too close. Of course, you couldn't forget the small, basilisk-like small lizards who could produce powerful acid. But those guys were no match for Rem the First and Arachne. I helped them out from the sidelines using various curses like Blackhair Bind to provide supplementary support. We collected a whole lot of materials, right? Naturally, I stripped as many useful materials as I could from the corpses of those monsters aside from their core. I obtained a number of useful items. From the cadaver of a goma, I collected usable weapons, and miscellaneous things such as poison glands, tusks, or claws from the other monsters. As for the great boar, since my pharmacy intuition told me that it was edible and delicious to boot, I cleaned its corpse and brought it along. My mouth already began to water as I dreamed of the rich, woody scent of barbecue. I bundled the useful materials into a cocoon made by Arachne's finely spun thread and placed it on her back. Repeating the process on the corpse of the great boar, it soon became tightly preserved within the luminescent, white cocoon. Mimicking the manner in which Arachne caught its prey and dragged it along, Arachne let a single thread tether the cocoon to her but where the thread stemmed from. Although the cocoon appeared to be as fragile as a thin leaf, it was surprisingly durable. The cocoon reminded me of a beautiful, kind girl who suddenly revealed herself to be good at fighting. Nevertheless, walking while burdened with such heavy luggage was a hindrance. Even if I wasn't the one carting such a heavy load, motivated me to reach the nearest ferry plaza as soon as possible. If the plaza ended up being very far away, I would ditch the additional items without hesitation. Abandoning such items was a low cost compared to compromising our speed and stamina. Rem I acted as the initial line of defense and went to scout ahead for intel on the enemy's movements. She quickly doubled back to report the proximity of the enemy forces. I jumped down to the damp forest floor from Arachne's abdomen. I turned my gaze in the direction that Rem I was frantically pointing at. Uwa. This place is seriously overflowing with them. I peeked between the gaps in the thicket to glimpse the Goma village. Situated idyllically beside a river that meandered along a gentle slope, the Goma troops were relaxing at the riverside. Lying in the shade near the cool water, some of them were taking a rest. I leaned closer, trying to peer at the rest of the scene without compromising my position. The shadows caused by the looming trees partially obscured my line of vision. A group of them was bloodletting to remove any poison that might have been absorbed into the bloodstream, and the others were butchering their catches. From the distance, only the silhouette of the prey was visible. From the shape of the prey in the distance, they appeared to be Red Dog, a monka-like monster, and a deer-like monster. What the bloody hell is that? Generally the Goma were short-statured, their height about the same as mine. This particular Goma towered over the rest. He was particularly conspicuous, sticking out like a sore thumb among his brethren. That one must be the leader judging by its behavior. The tall Goma lounged around leisurely like a king while barking out orders to its subordinates once in a while. Aha! Could it be that this tall Goma is the one who turned into a zombie? Though this was the first time I had seen that variant, it seemed strangely familiar somehow. I was sure that I had in fact seen it around somewhere before I fought a creature of the same variant which was turned into a zombie. That zombie resembled a Goma quite closely, and inspired my hypothesis that a species of tall Goma might exist. Seeing the real deal right in front of my eyes, I couldn't refute the truth. My suspicion was confirmed to be correct. Upon observing more intently, this particular specimen seemed far bulkier than the one who became a zombie. It was probably the leader of the Goma hunting party. Anyway, it was clear as day that the macho Goma was far more powerful and thus dangerous than the average Goma. I'll have to keep an eye out for this guy. If possible, I wanted to avoid a confrontation with an enemy that I hadn't observed before. There was a greater chance of victory, or at the very least, survival, if you had studied an opponent's fighting patterns and tactics. Then you knew how to prevent their advantage, mitigate any damage, and hunt for their weakness. Since I had to face the macho Goma either way, It was better to make the best of this situation and keep my head low. I had the element of surprise on my side, since they were currently oblivious to my presence. I intended to keep it that way. They would never see me coming. However, the most important thing was to gather fighting experience against such kinds of monsters. After all, who knew if these monsters would appear regularly beyond this point? It was of utmost importance that I be prepared for any situation that I might find myself stuck in. It might be the difference between life and death. Let's do this. I gestured for Arachne to make the first move. Out of the three of us, she was most suited for covert action since due to her Arachne form, she was a natural hunter. She would stalk her prey slowly and then enclose it by shooting adhesive thread from a long range so they couldn't sense her before it was too late. There was no way in hell I would go charging into a large open field filled with my enemies and no way out. I would be easy pickings. It was basically an unusable suicide tactic, unless of course, someone is as OP as Tendakuan, not me for sure, I thought to myself as I shuddered. That would lead me to death like an innocent lamb headed to the slaughterhouse. While it didn't seem to be impossible for Rem the First after her updates, I wanted to play it safe and avoid any unnecessary risks. There were just too many unknowns at this point. I still hadn't managed to gauge the strength of the macho Goma properly. I'll leave that beast for later, when I've completed all my preparations essential to obtaining victory. Kishishi. Yup, the preparation was finally complete. I ultimately decided to perch on top of the special adhesiveless spiderwebs made by Arachne. The webs created an intricate network that spanned the treetops. I looked at them from above, hidden by the dense foliage of the forest. I mean, why did I need to appear in front of my enemies? It was much smarter to hide in the canopy of the forest and support both of the Rems from behind. This kind of tactic would have infuriated any of my classmates if I was in their party, none of whom would have hesitated to call me a coward. However, since both Ashidaka and Arachne were my loyal servants, they went along with my plan without a murmur of disagreement. In fact, they encouraged me to protect myself as their master. Spread rotten bog. The battle began, corpses already beginning to litter the forest floor. They appeared like ants from this height. I threw small pebbles smeared scarlet with my blood from the top of the tree. Although my actions seemed deceptively simple, these rocks were dangerous. Though it looked like a mere handful of gravel, the rotten bog spread over a large radius, scattering everywhere until they reached the riverbanks and the boundary of the forest. Unaware of my actions, those Gomas hadn't yet noticed the poisonous bog I had formed, since they were too busy fighting the enemy they could see. I'm sure they didn't anticipate another foe, especially one attacking from above. Arachne sent a spool of thread shooting from her butt, capturing one of the Gomas working by the riverbanks. With a sharp twist of her lower half, she used her momentum to throw the Goma directly into the rotten bog. The rest of the Goma immediately flew into a panicked frenzy, alarmed by the ambush. The Goma, currently struggling to keep adrift in the acid pool, released a high-pitched screech which reminded his comrades of its pathetic plight. A swarm of such comrades rushed to help the poor Goma, letting out a bellowing war cry once they spotted Arachne and Rem the First standing along the banks of the acid pool. Even the macho Goma grew enraged by the ambush and charged. It wildly swung its sword around in fury, demonstrating to its subordinates that Arachne was the chosen target of their attack. Red hair twine. Arachne taunted the Gomas who were directly charging towards her by pulling out a thread that she had kept submerged inside the acid pool while I was knitting red hair twine in the innermost depths of the swamp. She took the acid-drenched thread and began using it to whip the Gomas. NBA. OGA. The red hair twine burned the skin of its victims at the slightest of a touch. It caused them to scream in agony and instinctively jerk their afflicted limb back, only for the rope to grow tighter around their appendage. Angry, weeping burns covered an opponent. It wasn't deadly enough to kill them immediately, but it was enough to deprive them of their strength and abilities in combat. It wasn't a merciful death when it ended. It was a long, drawn-out sensation leading in a pitiable demise. Although a group of 5 or 6 Gomas were rendered incapacitated by this strategy, this wasn't enough to stop the onslaught of their attack. The acid pool was simply not enough to destroy them all. Rem the First and Arachne Rem quickly realized on their own that the current plan wasn't as effective anymore and thus retreated to the forest. Zobura, Gobu, Boa. Although I couldn't understand the crude language of the Gomas, I got a feeling that the macho Goma was yelling something along the lines of "those bastard are escaping into the forest, chase them." The macho Goma headed out the back of the formation while screaming more of the incomprehensible Goma language savagely. Wonderful. It seemed as if they entered the area we had prepared in the forest with spiderweb traps created by Arachne. I was such a gracious host, raised on values of hospitality. Since they were entering our territory now, it would be rude to not give our visitors a warm and bloody welcome, right? Mugo. Ugie. The desperate screeches indicated that one of the foolish Gomas had fallen into a trap that we had set. Following the first scream was the second, and then the third, then a fourth scream resounded. The screams followed after one another as if a tone-deaf choir of desperation was singing. The woods were alight with their cries. The Gomas who were attempting to flank both Rem the First and Arachne Rem. Due to my experience fighting alongside both of the Rems, it was obvious to me that they were not running as fast as they were actually capable of. The Gomas in pursuit of the Rems were fully focused on their targets and were caught by the spiderwebs in front of them. It was their mistake to have such tunnel vision. Now they were stuck. It wasn't a simple matter to escape the multi-layered, knitted spiderwebs created by Arachne Rem, I would know. Spread Rotten Bog. I activated the second Rotten Bog, which was deeper and wider than the first since I had made it using a hexagram that I had prepared beforehand instead of pebbles smeared with my blood. Arachne Rem circled around the Rotten Bog protectively. Both the sides and the area behind the bog were blocked with a thick layer of spiderwebs which crisscrossed over each other, adding to the barrier's strength. Finally, Rem the First, who was invulnerable to the acid since she was basically made of clay, was submerged in the middle of the acid pool. She served as the opposite of a lifeguard, a last measure to make sure not one creature survived. The battle had finished, I thought triumphantly. A smug grin settled itself onto my face. BAA. And then, Arachne's thread pulled its prey into the acid pool while I was busy with manipulating red hair twine to reduce those Gomas' combat prowess. Naturally, I wasn't naive enough to assume that this plan was enough to annihilate all of the Gomas. There were still so many left. An army of Gomas was still outside both Arachne and my line of fire. I would have to tread a bit more carefully this time. The Gomas gripped their weapons so tightly that their knuckles turned a ghostly white, charging ahead towards before they stopped before the acid pool. The green acid bubbled ferociously, as if it was hungry, yearning for more. Little spittles of acid flew high in the air like flares and popped threateningly. The Gomas were clearly hesitant to plunge themselves into the acid pool, however it was the only way to get to us, who had killed so many of its brethren. The Goma were faced with only two possible options: cross the acid pool to reach us, or die. Indecision wore on their faces, broadcasted by every single movement like the shuffling of their feet as they paced along the length of the verdant pool. The Gomas who were caught in their dilemma quickly became victims of Rem the First. Her axe glinted cruelly as it slashed through one Goma after another in rapid, ruthless succession. She raised a screeching war cry as she weaved back and forth through the makeshift battlefield. She was practically chaos incarnate, her fighting style disorganized and random as she dived in the acid pool and crawled back out in irregular intervals, making the fullest use of her convenient advantage of remaining unaffected while swimming in the acid pool. Giura. Gomas were dropping like flies between our combined assaults. There was a resounding, bellowing, enraged war cry as the macho Goma finally snapped. Seeing the miserable plight of its subordinates, the macho Goma ultimately stepped in, ready to end the fight. He came charging from the back of the formation as the other Gomas ahead of him got out of the track of his raging warpath, scurrying like little mice, trying not to get underfoot. All right. I braced myself. The boss is coming. Esha. Arachne Rem fired an extra thick bundle of adhesive thread towards the macho Goma. Uoj. The bundle of sticky thread shot through the air towards the macho Goma. He wildly waved his axe as it inched closer every second. The bundle of adhesive thread couldn't be cut properly by the honed blade of his axe. To think that he was able to cut through some of Arachne's thread, his blade was that sharp. No, I couldn't be sure. There was always the possibility that he used martial art just now. From the looks of it, I guess it used the slash attack which was often used by Kenzaki or Natsukawa-san back in the old days, when I used to party with the class rep. TCH. Even though it was just a goma, it had the potential to learn martial art. The goma seemed doubly dangerous, not only due to its towering frame but also because it had the ability to wield the martial arts. What a nuisance. Oh well, it's not like I didn't have any plan to counter his attack. You could study battle tactics, all you wanted, but it couldn't compare to getting blooded on the battlefield. Real-life experience was the best teacher. Those lessons really stuck with you, you know? One nugget of information that I learned in battle was to always prepare a back plan. KISH. Black hair bind. Arachne and I worked in unison, communicating our strategy wordlessly. Arachne began to spit her gooey thread from all three of her orifices at the same time. Spindly white thread shot out of her mouth, butt and both of her hands, streaking through the air in a flash of white as I began to activate my skill of black hair bind simultaneously. Though the macho goma once again tried to use slash, he was only able to cut through the length of thread that Arachne Rem was launching from her butt. The macho goma got caught in our trap as it failed to defend itself from the thread that was emitted from Arachne Rem's mouth, which caught it by surprise as it came from another direction. All throughout, while the macho goma was distracted, my use of the black hair bind technique created these writhing, black shadowy tentacles which entangled macho goma's feet. Muga Gaga, NGAA. While Arachne Rem's thread disabled the macho goma's ability to use his arms, mine wrapped around both its calves and thighs, binding its legs all together. Like a trussed chicken. GUGA. Rem the First didn't miss that opening. Her keen eyes didn't miss a single detail. Gaga. However, Rem the First's attack was far from over. She traced along macho goma's previous wound and aimed her axe directly between the open wound, which was gushing rivers of blood. Her aim rang true and she ended up slicing his body in two on the second strike of her axe. However, just like me, Rem the First was not the kind of person to take any chances. She swung hard, swerving her whole body and using all of her momentum before finally decapitating macho goma on her third and final attack. She lightly kicked the corpse of the once ferocious beast, scoffed and stalked in another direction. GAJ. BUJ. Upon witnessing their leader's death, it seemed that the reality of the situation was starting to settle in. The quick, effortless defeat of their boss seemed to cast a gloom cloud and destroy their motivation. They quickly dropped their weapons and escaped at breakneck speed, whizzing past my eyes as if they were running at the speed of light. Phut, seems like those guys aren't a big deal after all. Thank you, girls. Around 30 minutes after we defeated that macho goma and its army, we finally arrived at the ferry plaza. Finally, a resting place. The ferry plaza was like a safe haven, its value doubled for soloers such as me since we came to it utterly exhausted, drained by fighting alone. I sprawled across a length of lush, verdant lawn as soon as I threw the various pieces of luggage from Arachne Rem's back. Relieved, I felt boneless as I lay down, the fatigue slowly draining out of my body. I instantly felt a blanket of sleep begin to cover me before my eyes closed and I was lost to the world. I woke up with a start. It felt like only a few minutes had passed, but the sky was already shaded into a gradient of deep, majestic blues and light purples. I slowly emerged from the sea of dreams to be greeted by the crackling and popping sound of the camp bonfire. Blearily, I tried to open my eyes. My head felt funny, as if it was loaded with cotton. The golden glow cast by the dancing flames didn't hurt my eyes as they finally got accustomed to the light. Upon taking a closer look, I discovered it really was a bonfire. Gaga. Morning. I snapped my head in direction of noise before realizing it was only Rem. She moved until she stood in front of me. The beginnings of a playful grin were surfacing on her face before she gave an extremely exaggerated greeting by bowing her head. I couldn't help but bark out a laugh at her antics before catching up on the events that had taken place while I had been lost in the land of sleep. It seems that Rem had made a bonfire for me after I had passed out cold. Beside the bonfire rested a slab of rose-colored meat with faint streaks of white running through it placed on top of a huge leaf. My stomach rumbled rebelliously in hunger. Could it be that is the great boar's meat? Guga. Rem nodded in agreement, as if saying yes. Kishishi. There I saw Arachne Rem holding on to the water-filled pet bottle and fairy nuts. Thank you, you guys are lifesavers. I seriously needed this meal. A wave of emotion flowed through me as I looked upon the Rems. They had grown so much, in terms of skill and emotional intelligence. I had never imagined there would be a day that Rem would prepare a meal for me, especially without me having to request it. They were so thoughtful and took such good care of me. Although I had just woken up, I was eager to dig in. If my memory serves correct, the last time I had gotten to eat meat was when I ate those broiled snakes with Randu-san and the rest of the company at the ferry plaza in Marshland. My already starving stomach raised a revolt as I tried to wait for Rem to finish grilling the meat. Her technique of grilling the meat seemed to resemble Mei-chan's somewhat roughly, although she didn't have the same amount of experience and skill. Well, it was fine, she didn't have that much time to learn from Mei-chan anyway. It still retained a bit of its originally gamey smell, but it wasn't anything unbearable. This much was fine by me. Yup, as I thought, the taste and texture was pretty close to pork. It was a definite possibility that the gamey smell would disappear from the meat if the meat was prepared a bit better, in a correct manner. If Mei-chan was here, she might have been able to turn this great boar into a splendid ingredient, the likes that would upon being combined with her natural talent for cooking would end up being an amazing, flavorful meal. My mouth was dripping with saliva just upon the thought of it. I resolved to meet up with her as soon as I could so that I could make my dreams come true and share this boar meat. Thanks for the meal. Well then, after a peaceful, refreshing sleep and partaking in a hearty meal, I guess it was time to think about my next move. There was a high probability that I would be exploring the dungeon by myself, at least for the time being. For now, it seems as if the route I had chosen, which passed through the incoming inner part of the dome forest, was my best bet. That was the direction pointed by the dungeon compass anyway, so I should trust in that path. I want to go to the next checkpoint as soon as possible, but although Rem the First and Arachne Rem were extremely reliable comrades, I couldn't help but feel slightly anxious. I didn't have any other allies besides the two Rems right now. Both of the Rems had improved immensely, but somehow, I couldn't picture our current lineup winning against something like the boss of Underground Lake, the alligator-like lizard man. There's no point needlessly and obsessively worrying about it. Well, the best I can do is make the adequate preparations beforehand so I wouldn't be caught off guard if the situation really did arise. Whether it was Mei-chan or Randu-san and her company, I wanted to meet up with them as soon as possible. It felt like forever since I met them. I felt a nagging feeling rise up within my mind. Caution. That was right. I guess nothing good ever happens if you try to rush through it. Finally, I made up my mind. It sounds like a great plan. Let's take time to prepare as much as we can. Come to think of it, I haven't had the chance to test this out yet. Witch kettle, literally what it sounds like, a witch's kettle. It was most definitely not something as commonplace as a mere cooking tool. It was actually a tool of chaos, used to create poison, curses and other forms of magic. Yes, Ruinhilde-sama gave me Vessel S series, namely Vessel of Poison along with Vessel of Chaos. I had obtained this curse much earlier. She had given it to me when I had defeated that terrifying basilisk. I was in possession of this curse ever since, but so much had happened that I never found myself with a chance to test this Creation Curses series. My reunion with Higuchi, then a fight to the death against him, being picked up by Randu-san, this string of rapidly changing comrades kept me too busy. I've got just the right materials to create poison too. Even though it has been quite a while since I received my official designation as a shaman, I guess the time was finally ripe for me to make my debut as a poison master. I couldn't help but smirk in anticipation. Brace yourselves, it's going to be a wild ride. Even though it has been quite a while since I received my official designation as a shaman, I guess the time was finally ripe for me to make my debut as a poison master. I couldn't help but smirk in anticipation. Brace yourselves, it's going to be a wild ride. Chapter 109, Live Cooking Show of a Certain Hot Pot. Yush, let's do this. To begin with, let's start with creating the overall structure and foundation of Witch's Kettle with clay. I don't think that I would encounter any problems during this stage. After all, thanks to Vile's clay doll, I've become something of an expert when sculpting with clay. Clay was an easy enough material to work with, it was accommodating and an forgivable medium. The only thing you had to look out for was the structural integrity of the piece and controlling your strength. With my high skill level, making a pot should be child's play. I slowly wetted the clay in order to give it more flexibility so I could mold it into the shape I desired. The cool material moved underneath my deft hands, molded into the basic form of a pot. After I had finished that step, I continued the process, lightly engraving the bottom of the pot with the formulae I required. I was careful to not damage the shape I had molded since the material was still very pliant. Yup, this is it. I drew the magic formulae with a branch from a fairy walnut tree. The magic formulae was drawn exactly as the one that appeared in my mind. The letters that comprised the magic formulae were what you would call archaic. The letters didn't bear a resemblance to any other language I knew. The ancient language didn't look like Chinese characters, alphabets, or even hieroglyphs. Rather, I concluded that it was more like a collection of pictorial symbols than alphanumeric letters. The appearance of the magic circle was completely different to that of the curse mark that was branded onto the palm of my hands. It felt like drawing the yin-yang symbol over and over again. After I drew the magic formula completely, I chanted the spell in a deep, steady voice. Open, witch's kettle. Immediately after, a swirling, obsidian black mist began to creep around the ground, gradually enveloping the bottom of the pot. The tendrils of mist writhed through the air in a chaotic fashion when I had invoked Vile's clay doll. The slightly misshapen pot took on the form of a dark pewter cauldron in the blink of an eye. I circled the object one, giving it a thorough inspection. I marveled at the mysterious material that it was made of. When I touched it, it felt peculiar. It had a strange and unique texture that I couldn't exactly put my finger on. It didn't feel like either metal or porcelain, and its surface was neither hot nor cold. It certainly piqued my interest. Although I didn't make it with clay, the lid was made of the same material. I cautiously opened the lid. My curiosity was nearly unbearable at this point, warring with my instincts of self-preservation. Removing the lid revealed the bottom part of the pot, covered by swirling chaos. It felt like a flickering illusion. One moment you could see the bottom, and in the next, it was once again obscured. Was it actually an optical illusion? I wonder what exactly is it that this pot can do. It came out kind of mediocre. It was alright, but it didn't give out any particular reaction. The experience was definitely anticlimactic since it appeared as if it was the kind of curse that materialized and stayed put in one place. It didn't budge even a bit. Anyway, I guess I should begin with most familiar one. Witch's kettle. Now that I was familiar with it and recognized its form, it was time to decode its function. Let's start experimenting with this. I planned to make ointment with the witch's kettle, which would be an efficient method to see how exactly it worked. Fakelian's leaves. I found them scattered all around the floor of the dome forest as I made my way to the fairy plaza. I had gathered them into bushels and stored them in my inventory. I rummaged within my bag for a bundle of the leaves and threw them into the pot. Fairy walnuts leaves. Gie. Now, these leaves were extremely common. Luckily, they could be found anywhere in the fairy plaza, so I had requested Rem the First to begin procuring these leaves. As usual, she worked fast and efficiently. The ingredient was ready in a jiffy. The bloom of the white flower. Kisha. While I had asked Rem the First to collect the fairy walnut leaves, I had delegated the task of acquiring branches which had the white flower sprouting with them to Arachne Rem. It wasn't a very difficult task since these two could be found sporadically throughout the fairy plaza. I glanced over the gathered branches and immediately started plucking off the blooms of the flowers. The actual flower was the only thing I needed in this recipe to complete it. Mix those ingredients together and the cauldron bubbled and boiled after I had tossed all the prepared ingredients into the pot. I began to stir the mixture using one of the leftover branches from the fairy walnut tree. It was easier to use that rather than a pestle due to the depth of the cauldron. As I continued to gaze at the contents of the pot, it almost looked like the swirling chaos at the bottom of the pot was churning faster and faster with every second that passed. Also, it seemed like the volume of the mixture of ingredients had drastically reduced. How strange. UWAA. This is adieu. Could it be that it'll automatically complete the process? Amazing. This skill is just wonderful. It's so efficient and practical. I almost started daydreaming about all the situations it could be used in and what processes it could help speed up. Yes, this curse will definitely make my life so much easier. With this, I had finally reached Takanashi Kotori's alchemy skill, which could automatically finish the process. I've got it. I've got it now, Ruin Hilda-sama. Witch's kettle. Literally, it was just a witch's kettle. Definitely not a cooking tool, a tool of chaos to create poison, curse, or magic. At glance, it looked like a normal pitch-black kettle, but this was in fact an all-purpose cooking device in one. At first glance, it looked like a normal pitch-black kettle, however. This was in fact an all-purpose cooking device in one vessel. The process was mind-blowingly easy. You just needed to throw in all of the ingredients and voila. The ointment was completed by using this skill, taking only the short duration of 3 seconds. Now, let's look at the finished result. It looks quite syrupy, doesn't it? The difference was extremely visible when compared with the handmade version. The viscosity of this ointment was much higher. It almost resembled a jelly that you could easily smear onto your wounds. Additionally, with this tool, you could finally kiss goodbye to the relentlessly annoying task of performing the manual labor to make these products. The muscle ache from making it last time had made my body throb in pain for a whole week. It was so vivid that I could almost imagine it now. This tool also packed yet another punch. Even the difficult to deal with, hard and unyielding shell of the fairy walnut seemed to be taken care of just as easily as it handled all the other ingredients. For this cauldron, using such a difficult ingredient was a piece of cake. Let's throw some of these fairy walnuts along with their shells and let the pot do its job. Just like that, those irritating shells got crushed to smithereens in a matter of seconds. The best part was that its functions aren't limited to just acting as a mixer. Now, let's pour the icy cold water drawn from the fountain nearby into the waiting pot. We'll wait for a while and, done. The water had boiled in the blink of an eye. Whoops, I guess it's still too early to be surprised. After all, there were still many functions to explore. Now let's experiment once again. If we wait for 3 seconds, voila, the boiling water has frozen. I couldn't believe my eyes. This pot had frozen boiling water at a moment's notice. Yes, rapid heating and freezing was possible as long as you had purchased this magical pot. Moreover, you could also use this pot to make dried provisions or fill the pot with different kinds of wood chips to create a huge variety of smoke. That would turn it into an instant smoker. Wow, could you imagine the flavor of the meat using that technique? Grind, dry, smoke, cooler, heater, stew, broil, every single cooking method could be made in just a few moments with very little consumption of mana, all available in just this one magical pot. This witch's kettle was truly a revolutionary cooking tool, your best cooking partner. Moreover, if you place one order of this pot right now, you'll... Oops, my mistake. Although I definitely got sidetracked midway through the process, now I fully understand the magnitude of the skill of this pot. Its performance was absolutely spectacular. No, that's understatement. This pot is truly a marvelous item. I mean, this pot was so amazing to the extent that I was confident that this item alone was enough to help me cook for myself throughout my entire lifetime. There was no doubt in my mind that it would last that long. After all, this pot was a piece of cookware fueled with mana. This is basically the same kind of cheat like alchemy. Reproducing various cookery effects using mana was an extremely tedious and challenging task, even with the most current technologies to help out. However, lo and behold, I've received a power similar to the creating power and ability of Sage, which could create something with only a mere magic circle and a spell. Yes, exactly like how Takanashi Kotori could create Red Knife as long as she has the foundational weapons and monster materials. However, even I couldn't make the enchanted weapon using my witch's kettle. This pot was only a way to avoid the mixing by hand phase in the process of frog creation that I was doing. Even if I had all the necessary ingredients for making my frog, one small mistake could cost me everything. It was a very volatile process. Even a tiny misstep during the mixing phase could result in failure. Things were different now that I had such a smart tool in my hands. Such complicated mixing processes could be ignored and the result wouldn't suffer even a bit. The output would be as good as before. Yes, This skill must be regarded as a mandatory skill for my vocation as a shaman particularly. Well, whatever. Imian, this pot is made with an automatic claydol forming function, so I'm sure that I can create both poisons and drugs as long as I have knowledge of the recipes. Nevertheless, it took me a few minutes to cheer myself up and regain my mood, which had fallen from my sky-high expectations. Somehow, I was expecting super convenient alchemical abilities from my pot. I was certainly a bit disappointed, but there was no way I'd let my bad mood drag me down and loom over me forebodingly like a dark thundercloud. Ooh, such a nice aroma. Steam rose enticingly from the pot in dancing tendrils as soon as I took off the lid. Inside the pot bubbled a light brown creamy soup. The oily aroma of the soup was tickling my nose. It turned out great. I scooped out some of the content of the pot with a makeshift ladle made by combining the branch with Goma's wooden bowl-like thing. So good. This is even more delicious than grilling it. That was the impression of my first ever Great Boar's Botan nabe, a Kyoto nabe which used the wild boar as the main ingredient. Today, I've tried cooking with this almighty piece of cookware which was called the witch's kettle. I've tried looking around the dome forest for the other ingredients for this Botan nabe. The result was edible wild grass and giant shimeji mushroom-like mushrooms. Thus, I've completed the first ever dungeon Botan hot pot with grasses, mushrooms and great boar as the main ingredients. The result was just mediocre, since hot pot was the kind of dish that even someone who was as unskilled as me could make as long as they had the ingredients and the knowledge. Rather, if it was Mei-chan making this instead, I think she wouldn't even need the witch's kettle to be able to make Botan nabe leagues more delicious than the simple one I had attempted to make. This is truly a convenient tool, since I can just freeze the leftovers to enjoy later. Although I didn't go overboard with the amount I made, there was still a decent amount of leftovers remaining after I finished my meal. I was a small eater, so over half the hot pot was remaining. I froze the rest as I maintained its temperature at 0 degrees. Since I didn't have a thermometer, I adjusted the temperature exactly the moment before the water solidified into a block of ice. While it's true that both freezing and heating consume mana, but the amount is minuscule. Moreover, the vessel could maintain constant temperature without any need for me to keep focusing on it as long as I continuously poured a small stream of mana. That's why I just need to pour a tiny fraction of my mana reserves into the pot to maintain its current temperature. Yosh! I guess it's the time to create poison. 3 days had passed since my arrival in this fairy plaza. I spent those 3 days testing various things with my witch's kettle. Now I continue to make the preparations to continue my journey into the deeper part of the dungeon. That's why I was exploring the huge dome of the forest that was surrounding the plaza, foraging for herbs or poisonous plants. Though no amount of time was enough if I worked at it all by myself, I believed that I made considerable progress with both hunting and foraging thanks to the aid provided by Rem the First and Arachne Rem. Especially, Arachne Rem's thread was a great asset. It was an extremely versatile thread since it could capture a demon alive. Kisushi. Welcome back. Speaking of Arachne Rem, she just got back from hunting. Everything went well on her side. She was dragging along 3 cocoon of today captured prey. I saw Goma-like black feet protruded from inside one of those cocoon. Yup, today harvest is also satisfying. When I brushed this nice girl, Arachne Rem let out an indistinguished groan between happiness and anger. By the way, the place I'm brushing was her boobs-like part on her chest, but since it was covered with hard shell, it's more like brushing metal than caressing boobs. I assure you that this isn't me sexually harassing Arachne Rem, this is just an act to satisfy my intellectual curiosity. Welcome to the hidden laboratory of Shaman, Goma-kun. I said so with mad scientist-like tone to the Goma who desperately trying to break free from inside the adhesive cocoon. I've completed the prototype of the poison in the first day I arrived in this plaza. The result was salve poison that could easily mixed with others though. I've prepared 3 kind of prototype poison for today test. Arachne's poison secreted from Arachne's fangs. Though it was useless against me, it could paralyze the other hunting target of Arachne. Yellow Frog's poison may be similar with the paralysis poison used by Yokomichi Hajime. It was similar with the poison secreted from that Yellow Frog's outstretched barbed tongue. Spirog's poison made from the combination of Arachne's and Yellow Frog's poison. Let's test the effect of these 3 poison on that Goma. It might be better to lower the dose till non-lethat, or else I can mixing it and double the dose bit by bit to increase the effect of the poison. Though there's so many things that I wanted to test, such as the effect of the poison in cool temperature or hot temperature, or when combined with others ingredients, I've to test these 3 prototype first. Nevertheless, it feels like human experimentation. I asked Arachne Rem to make a giant spiderweb's wall in between the trees outside of the plaza and placed my guinea pig on it. Before I began my experiment on Gomakuan, I crucify the poor guy in like shape. Despite its attempt to resist while shouting Muga Muga or whatever it is, it couldn't break free from Arachne's binding. I feel a little bit sorry for the poor Goma, but... well, I guess the same could be said to you guys who attacked as soon as you find me. These guys had eaten one of my classmate too, so I guess power is justice. My bad, but we human won't be able to live in peace with you filthy Goma ever. Even now, I won't hesitate to turn this Goma into my guinea pig. Thus, I calmly started my human experimentation-like activity with testing the effect of paralysis poison. The process is easy. I just need to put a little bit of that poison on the tip of my knife and made a small incision on Gomakuan's skin with that particular tip. Now I need to observe the effectiveness of this paralysis poison. Then I'll improve the one which show its effect immediately. Please, work out. Goma's arms made a crunching sound as I prayed in silent. Nugu, Gamumu, Gumoaa. 3 days had passed since the first test of the poison. Yup. I guess I've completed it for the time being. I finished the refining of paralysis poison which show instant effect and suitable for live combat. Well, despite talking big like that, the poison already strong to begin with, all I did was making a slight adjustment. Spirog's paralysis poison from Spirog's poison as its base mixed with Flambeau's oil, powdered mandragora, basilisk's powdered bone, and a little bit of my blood. A drop of it was lethat enough to knock out a Goma. Though it takes some time to manufacture it and gathering the ingredients, the result was a potent paralysis poison. One small wound from a knife that coated with this poison was enough to instantly incapacitate the small fry-like Goma and red dog. Rather than convulsed like when afflicted with normal paralysis poison, the victim of my paralysis poison instantly fainted with their eyes wide open, stunned till they couldn't as much as moving their muscle. I mean, that Spirog's poison was strong enough to paralyze a charging great boar. Thus, I can expect it to work on the basilisk's class boss. Nevertheless, my blood, mandragora, and sometimes claydol were surprisingly versatile. Well, maybe because the basic of all curses was the blood of its user. And no need to say about the famous mandragora. Picking it up was the right choice. I guess it's about the time to continue my journey. Before I realized it, I've been staying in this plaza for 1 week. I ended up getting too absorbed with my experiments or doing things like foraging the ingredients in the forest to refine poison, or making small articles. I think I didn't waste this 1 week since I managed to create such splendid poison. My black hair bind is also strengthened thanks to Arachne Rem's cooperation. I stretched out my hand toward the twitching Gomor who got paralyzed and crucified at the spiderwebs for the sake of becoming my guinea pig. Slice it. Silver hair severing. A flash of light sliced through the air for a moment, a beautiful single thread coiling around the Goma's neck and decapitated it. The steel wire-like thread that fired from my hand was silver hair severing. It was a new branch skill of black hair bind which I created by mimicking Arachne's finishing move, the steel wire. Its power is as you can see. Just that single wire was enough to decapitate the Goma's head. Moreover, by injecting more mana in it, it'll become strong enough to decapitate the head of that macho Goma. Its quality was far apart from the feeble tentacles I created till now, though it took a long time to cast and huge amount of mana. But that's only matter of my mastery over this new skill. As a result, I've mastered the spider thread bind, the adhesive type thread. The mana consumption for this skill is more than black hair bind, but less than red hair twine. It's really versatile skill since it's instant cast type. It could be used in live combat by combining it with spiderweb twine. The secret that enabled me to create the derivate skill of black hair bind laid in Witch's Kettle. Frankly speaking, it have something to do with me tinkering the inside of the kettle. Or should I say that it's like the kettle itself speeding up the mutation of the black hair. As I was expected, the change of black hair's form and nature would be easier with magic. In science term, you might say that magic has changed the molecular arrangements of black hair. I have no way to prove my theory, but I know that I could adjust the change easily and quickly by using the witch's kettle. In a sense, what I did was remodeling old curse to make a new and more powerful curse. It seems witch's kettle was far more versatile than I expected. Well, I guess I finished doing all I can do in this place. Curse, equipment, poison, then drug. I've nothing left to do in this place. It's about the time to leave this place. But let's have a good long bath in the bathtub and sleep before leaving this plaza. Recovering one's spirit is important too. In fact, I've noticed this fact in the second night after I arrived in this plaza that I could take a good old bath in bathtub with hot water with this witch's kettle. The bathing itself only took minuscule amount of mana, but using claydol to make a jacuzzi-like pot was another matter. The water is naturally drawn from the fountain. Fortunately, since the water was gushing out from higher place, from the foot of fairy statue, I can make use of siphon principle to draw water by placing the jacuzzi pot on lower position than the statue. From where did I get the hose, you ask? The current me could easily use black hair bind as makeshift hose. I left exhausted after experimenting for 2 hours. I'm reborn. After immersing my body in the hot water-filled witch's kettle, I felt like I'm enjoying the paradise in this hellish dungeon. Yup, any Japanese will turn useless against a good ol' hot bath. It'll be a true paradise if I can enjoy the bathtub along with Mei-chan and Randu-san. Fortunately, the two of them aren't here to hear me saying my worldly desire. Being alone like this let me to be myself. As a side note, my masteries over spider threadbind's nature allowed me to create a makeshift hammock. In some way, a good soft bed is more important than bath. I always yearning to at least get some hammock for my bedding. And, as soon as I created it in accordance to my imagination, past the matter about me rolling on top of it was the secret between me and Rem. Anyway, thanks to Witch's Kettle, I could enjoy living like a human again inside of this dungeon, but please spare me from spending my entire life in this kind of place. Well, let's do my best starting from tomorrow, onward to another life-threatening dungeon diving. Chapter 110, Bananimo. I cast a backward glance at the ferry plaza. I finally departed from the place that had become my base of operations for the past week, traveling without any rest until I had finally left the dome forest area. It has actually been a while since I've seen that fake sun. The verdant canopy stretched above my head for as far as I could see, little rays of sunlight peeking through, casting beautiful patterns on the dark forest floor. As soon as I left the shade of the green foliage behind, the rich azure sky greeted me welcomingly. Despite the unusual beauty of the forest, it was a sight I beckoned with open arms. The sun that hung high in the sky shone like a blinding golden disk, focusing all its heat onto me. The midsummer sun made this area quite humid. I grimaced as I wiped the sweat which had pooled across my neck and forehead, the cloth handkerchief coming back completely soaked, damp, and slightly smelly. Although I had never felt that the dungeon was an uncomfortable place, save for the absence of the warm and golden sunlight which I cherished so much. The lack of light made the dungeon seem much more depressing than it actually was. The dungeon only seemed damp and oppressive because of the dark. I was suddenly attacked by a sense of liberation after catching a glimpse of the sun and feeling its warmth upon my skin. The wave of relief that washed over me as I gazed upon the thoroughly saturated and extremely blue sky for the first time in what felt like eons was immense, as if it was a giant wave from a fierce tsunami. When I glanced back down to the small metallic object grasped in my palm, my brows furrowed and a frown took a hold over my face unconsciously. Checking my compass a couple more times, the arrow still wasn't pointing at the direction from where I came from, but rather onward, as if it was telling me to go on. To go forth and continue. I shook my head quizzically. How strange. I'm not taking a wrong turn, am I? No, it can't be. In the first place, I'm following the directions almost exactly. As I tried to puzzle this mystery out, I was reminded of the insect cave that I had visited before. After all, this place was quite similar. I mused as I surveyed my surroundings. I peered at everything in my vicinity closely, comparing everything to that godforsaken insect cave. I guess I'd have to dive into the dungeon again after crossing this place. Well, since I had not come across any sort of danger flags or anything else that could potentially prove harmful, there would be no harm in continuing to carry on. In fact, I actually couldn't think of a better path to follow. This was actually my only option. The vegetation is quite unusual too. While the interior of the dome inside the dome forest area seemed like a forest full of trees that had broad leaves, this place was different. It was filled with trees that exhibited jagged-edged types of leaves that were similar to those found within the rainforests. I felt just like an adventurer entering and exploring the luscious and foliage-filled Amazon rainforest as I bore witness to the many trees that were bent in unusual patterns. And yet, I met these same guys once again. Here in all places in the world. I mean seriously, we're in a jungle, aren't we? The demon was coming out as excitedly as if it intended to celebrate my visit, as if I was a long-lost friend returning after decades apart. That demon was Sharp-Clawed Steppe Monkey. From my experience, these guys were weak in nature. Actually, they might be around as weak as creatures to fall within the same category as Gomas. Despite their capability to climb to annoyingly high heights and move three-dimensionally thanks to the support of the trees, as they swung between any branches they could reach, in the end, despite all of their evasive maneuvers, they were still just unarmed monkey nuisances. Against Rem the First and Arachne Rem, these minor demons didn't stand a chance. They were merely small fry. Though I had yet to meet a new species of monster, I had met various normal animals and insects along the way. I mean, I saw this huge mosquito-like moth buzzing around, or what about the time that I saw a huge snake-like centipede crossing the road in front of us with its numerous legs? It seemed as if this tropical dome was an insect-infested area similar to that insect cave. Although these critters were aesthetically repulsing and slightly creepy, they were just mere insects which were neither hostile nor poisonous. They didn't pose any real threat, so there was nothing to really hate about these adorable, harmless, and peaceful insects. However, I kept my vigilance, as a good adventurer should, since there might be dangerous demons at any bend of a journey, even hidden amongst this horde of vermin. I mean, from experience, there was no clear line separating animals from monsters in this dungeon. Just like the instance we came across a snake, about the size of an anaconda, which passed before us. We had instantly stopped in our tracks, Arachne Rem glancing back at me and the snake repeatedly as if questioning what she should do, asking what to do now. Catch it. Or eat it. However, the snake just nonchalantly passed by, completely ignoring us. Yup. Not even I was brave enough to go after it and hunt it down. My desire to eat that giant snake kabayaki wasn't that intense. Well, setting aside the harmless insects and animals, what mattered most to right now, at this moment, was finding a new type of poisonous or medicinal plant that would undoubtedly be in this tropical forest. The result was something along the lines of "here it is," spoken in a delicate and yet still violent tone. Well, it might have had some sort of effect if I tried to mixing it with something or other. Or, don't kid with me, intuition pharmacy, don't you think that you have become too relaxed nowadays? What the hell with this continuous display of irresponsible information? Either one of them doesn't seems to have some sort of effect. Or, perhaps, both the flowerbed in the fairy plaza and the fake lion which had clear effects were actually on the rare side. I mean, be it another world of magic or any other world even, it was illogical if everything had a clear and defined effect. I might be asking too much after all. I had just entered this new area of vegetation. It would be foolhardy to get my hopes up too much. I can only harvest this guy for now, right? By chance, I had found a mandragora that had slipped itself amongst the weeds. Since intuition pharmacy told me that it was mandragora, and it screamed when I yanked it out of the plush and damp soil, I was 100% sure that it was a mandragora, but was it because I caught this one in a different area? Its pose was different from what I generally observed on the norm. Typically, a normal mandragora would show a standing upright pose when uprooted, but this guy's stance made it seem like it was running for its life. Well, whatever, they could show whatever bearing they liked. It didn't matter to me, all was well as long as they became the ingredients for my curse. It can't be a banana? Though I couldn't see it as anything but a bunch of ripe yellow-colored fruit that were drooping from the branches of the banana tree, It was undoubtedly a real one. I rubbed my eyes in disbelief before checking once again. Yes, indeed. It was a banana. Unlike the banana tree that I saw in the botanical garden I visited with the rest of my class during my time at elementary school, this one was different. This particular tree was the size of a giant, and I had no doubt whatsoever that the yellow part of the fruit was edible. My intuition pharmacy skill told me that it wasn't a poisonous plant, instead it was rich in nutrients. It was practically useless for a shaman, but it was something equivalent to instant noodle discovery. It doesn't mean that I'm sick of that I already have enough of walnut, or that deliciously easy great boar with mushroom and herb pot. Thus, you can say that I'm only lacking the luxury of sweet fruit. While it was practically useless in relation to my occupation as a shaman, it was still something interesting, almost equivalent to the discovery of mouth-watering, delicious instant noodles. Okay, let's harvest these pieces of delicious fruit. My black hair bind shows its full potential at times like this. I released a strand of black hair to coil around a fruit. Everything began with a sample after all. When I caught on the skill-harvested banana, I murmured, isn't this guy size bigger than your average Joe banana? Yup, it was a thick banana. However, this milky white color of its contents, its gently curved form and skin with a texture similar to leather, it had all the defining characteristics of a banana. Turning it over in my palms, I carefully inspected each corner of the supposed fruit. It certainly seemed like the epitome of a banana. My curiosity kept building up until it was uncontainable, like water overflowing from a dam. Anyway, let me take a bite so that I could confirm my suspicions. Surprisingly, the banana was rather tasteless. I struggled to find the proper word to describe it, racking through my brain for the adequate vocabulary. While its soft and creamy texture was most definitely reminiscent of a banana, there was something different, something odd about it. Its taste, flavor, and aroma were unexpectedly barely there. It was almost a paper-thin layer of flavor, just barely coating your tongue, hardly present. It wasn't sweet at all, to be quite honest. This particular fruit, although similar to a banana, was simply lacking the natural sweetness found in most tropical fruits. In fact, rather than a banana, it reminded me more of taro tuber root. Rather than banana, this guy is more like taro, IMO. What a revelation. Let's call this thing something cool and fitting. What about Bananimo? I plucked a bunch of these Bananimo fruits from the trees and then safely stored them in my inventory. I had a feeling it would come in handy. It seemed like a good source of carbohydrates. Perhaps, if I steamed it using the witch's kettle, I could rely on it in a pinch, especially if I had no other food. To be honest, I was rather disappointed with its lack of sweetness. However, there was nothing wrong with harvesting it. If there was one thing I learned during my tenure as a shaman, it was that it was always best to be prepared for any situation. By the way, the harvest was completed rather easily and was a wonderfully efficient process, with me plucking the Bananimo and Arachne spreading her spiderweb below to catch it. We had lots of the fruit collected in a matter of minutes. Before I could once again get going on my way, I heard some shrill screams from afar. It felt like they were saying "we'll see you again later" directly in my ears. I was rather familiar with this kind of scream. I had most definitely heard it before. A smirk slowly grew on my face, one corner of my mouth lifting up mockingly. "What's the matter, you shitty monkeys? Are you guys angry 'cause I stole your Bananimo?" Those angry monkeys were gathering around, surrounding me from all possible directions from above, in the trees as they continued their screams and barged towards me. Their angry and frustrated screeches and the baring of their teeth as they rushed in my direction told me that I had pissed them off. Well, it was possible that this Bananimo's tree might be on their turf. Nevertheless, it was their turf against other monkeys. Why would humans be subject to what monkeys think? Did they really believe that we, the great human race, the superior species, would give even one iota of concern for territory disputes between monkeys? Monkey rule was non-existent in our eyes. We have the whole world in our grasp. Everything is ours for the taking. Here try and take this back then. This Bananimo is mine. Yup, I'll eat one Bananimo to properly rile them up. These shitty monkeys were a constant threat in this area, and were really very annoying, despite them being such small fry and mere pests. Small fry. In fact, The reason they were all bark and no bite was mainly because they had already seen their comrades defeated in front of their own eyes. Yes, these shitty monkeys were no match at all for Rem the First and Arachne Rem. Fu being fully prepared was truly wonderful, wasn't it? I had been completely reassured that I could trust Rem the First and Arachne to protect my back. Over the course of recent events, they had proved themselves more than capable enough to guard and protect me sufficiently. That fact alone allowed me the strength I needed so that I could ignore those pesky creatures, knowing the level of their strength had practically lifted me into seventh heaven. Uga. The air shook with the force of the sound. It was a loud roar, different from those pesky monkeys. That ferocious creature appeared upon expelling that terrifying roar and rushed forward with heavy stomps which pummeled the ground, sounding like a hammer striking a surface embedded with a nail. What the heck is that? The boss of all of these monkeys. Despite the general expectation and image of monkeys, the boss monkey was not cute at all, not from any angle. It was huge, looming over me, casting a great, dark shadow behind it. The various flora and fauna resting on the floor of the forest met their fate as they were crushed under the beast's giant foot. In fact, since it was a being of such gargantuan size, I actually doubted that it was a monkey to begin with. It boasted such a stature that could rival even Goliath, which I had also fought before. It shouldn't be too hard. After all, this guy was more like a gorilla than a monkey. Surely, it would be more aggressive but also less intelligent than its counterpart. Ugogo. Muga. It was reminiscent of the film King Kong, where the gorilla drums its chest while screaming at the top of its lungs, wreaking destruction all around it. Kiakya. Kaya. Ugiaya. Upon hearing the cacophony of noise emerging from the treetops, I looked up, only to be greeted with the sight of some of those shitty monkeys doing something like cheering, hooting in synchronization, screaming that this very gorilla was the boss. Seeing that gorilla lead those monkeys, this guy preened and fawned arrogantly as if he was the sublime ruler, the king of the mountain around these parts. Aren't you ashamed by having such stupid subordinates like those ones? Come on, you fool. Where has your pride as the chieftain of the forest gone? Yugo, Ngaa. The hulky boss gorilla, who was clearly and painfully oblivious of the stream of insults directed towards it that were running through my head, ordered its shitty monkey commanded in a series of deep, guttural grunts which somehow made sense to me. How did I understand what they said? That's simple. I mean, it was clear as day upon seeing in which manner those monkeys reacted to their boss's voice. One after another, the monkeys descended from the trees and then surrounded me. Those who were waiting upon their gorilla boss were especially quick and eager. Amongst all their troops, they arrived first. I hated to say this, but the rest were lining up perfectly. Soon enough it felt like they had completed their battle formation. Sorry to break this news to you guys, but you weren't the only ones who showed up prepared. I was strapped from head to toe with weapons. I would loathe to journey unprepared. Like hell I'd just stand by idly and do nothing while facing a huge horde of enemies. Rem, you take on that gorilla. Arachne, I'll leave those monkeys to you. Spread rotten bog. Engu. That deafening roar became the opening call of the vicious battle. Overflowing with fighting spirit, those pesky monkeys were rushing toward me from all directions. But the rotten bog that surrounded me from all directions became the biggest obstacle for those apes to attack me. Though those monkeys hurriedly took a detour as soon as they saw that obviously dangerous monkey, they're too late. The moment they stopped, they were sitting ducks. Black hair bind. Esha. Both Arachne Rem and I used our threads to attack those monkeys from the shortest distance possible. Our aim was accurate, or should I say that we're hardly having any difficulties in catching those monkeys since we could move at will. It was basically game over for them, even though we only caught their feet to drag them into the rotten bog. Though their battle cry changed to pained scream upon dragged into the bog, their regret came too late. Ugoa. While both of us were keeping the small fries at bay, I left our most formidable enemy, the boss gorilla, to Rem the First. That gorilla seemed to have a tenacious frame. Its thick hairs and skin seemed quite bristly too. Unhesitatingly, it stepped into the rotten bog and calmly crossed over the acid pond as if the acidic fumes wafting from it weren't strong enough to bother it. So, anyone could cross the rotten bog as long as their endurance was high enough to negate the damage, Thus encircling myself in the middle of the acid pond might be a bad idea. That's why we had no choice but to use brute force to prevail in this situation. Rem the First was facing against the charging gorilla from the front. With Yoshizaki's axe in her right hand and Victory Sword in her left, she swung her weapons toward the advancing ape. Yugu. As one would expect, the gorilla, who realized the danger if it got hit by Rem's sword and axe, cleverly dodged the weapons with an unbelievable speed that betrayed its large frame. Yup, keeping this guy who could charge toward me at bay was enough for now. Rem's job was to prevent that gorilla from approaching me, not defeating it. That said, Rem only needed to keep that gorilla busy for a while. Arachne, Rem, and I cleaned up the rest of the monkeys. Their numbers are nothing compared to those Jiras in Underground Lake. I mean, the overall number of the monkeys on the shore might be only around 100. That number wasn't even enough for them to use their comrades' corpses as a bridge to crossing over the rotten bog. Ukiki. The stupid monkeys suddenly realized they couldn't attack from the ground. They then climbed the trees, walked towards the end of its branch thinking they could use it to approach me. Soon after, pouncing off the branches while brandishing their sharp claws overhead, the apes launched a collective attack that could tear my poor body to pieces. You guy. But the one to die is you guys. I swiftly spread silver hair severing around me. After all, those apes weren't the only one who could take advantage of the dense forest. Although this tactic could prove useless in a plain-type dungeon room with no scope for cover, as long as there's fulcrum-called trees around me, I could use these steel threads to form a barrier to protect myself from aerial assault. Within the confines of the forest, Arachne's finishing move could be used as an extremely deadly booby trap. Those monkeys needed to be at least as big and as powerful as that gorilla to attack from the front. Those monkeys that leapt vigorously like Ashidako Rem some time ago were torn apart tragically because of their own kinetic energy. One by one, wailing in pain, the monkeys collapsed. I watched with satisfaction as blood dripped from the silver steel hanging in the air. You guy. Muda. Yeah, idiotic monkey. No matter how much you try jumping at me from all four directions, I'm not an idiot who would leave such a gap. Maybe they'd finally realized that I didn't leave any gap for them to attack after they saw the tragic end of their comrades. They should have realized that they couldn't take the direct attack route against me. Great, that trap claimed half of their number. Now then, Arachne Rem alone should be enough to take care of the rest of those monkeys that were clearly helpless before my steel threads barrier and acid bog. When I looked at the scene unfolding in front of me, I caught sight of Rem the First and Gorilla, who were in the midst of fierce fighting. As of now, they seemed to be evenly matched. However, if I stepped in between, the dynamics could change. It's this guy's turn. The knife I took out wasn't the red knife, it was your average iron short sword which I had plundered from those gomas. The blade was chipped, but it was soaked in that. Well, savor the power of this paralysis poison with your own body. Now is your time to shine, Spyrog's poison. I headed toward the battlefield of Rem the First against the gorilla with paralysis poison smeared on the knife gripped by Blackhair Tentacle. In short, I could interrupt their battle without any need to worry about friendly fire. Most of all, thanks to that gorilla's big frame, I could stab my poisoned knife into that guy feeling relieved since this Blackhair Tentacles moved according to my will and slashed the poisoned knife. My aim was its burly and hairy back. Yugu. I have to say, as expected of the boss monkey, it sensed the knife that was aiming for its back and then swung its burly arm to flick it off. Unfortunately, the knife flew and lodged itself into the trunk of a tree. Oh shit, it won't come off. Ogu. That fucking knife wouldn't come off, and the gorilla, who sensed something amiss, let out a loud war cry, seemingly even more flustered than me. Its movement slowed. Wow, even though my knife had just grazed its arm. It wasn't visible at glance. But I'd seen numerous battles up to this point. Thus, my dynamic vision could follow the fast-paced movements during the battle without a glitch. For the above reason, I could see that the gorilla's movement was slowing down. And the most obvious place was its right arm, the arm used to flick my poisoned knife. That sledgehammer-like arm must be extremely heavy right now. I mean, it's already hanging loosely. And its half-right movement started to dull too. A phenomenon of static-like yellow color appeared on the body of the stiffened monster. Just like the scene in the game that I played before didn't happen, its body just stiffened a little. But something as small as that could decide the outcome of a battle against an opponent of the same caliber. Guj. Rem didn't miss that opening. She slashed at the gorilla during its numbing moment. The paralyzed gorilla that couldn't use its right arm anymore fell under an unfavorable situation right away. On top of that, the effect started to affect its right half of the body, greatly reducing its agility and evasion. I guess this was the end for that gorilla. The winner had been decided. Kisha. Though the winner had been decided, Arachne Rem, who had just annihilated the horde of monkeys, entered the fray from the gorilla's blind spot. What happened after this was a one-sided slaughter. The moment its movements was sealed with Arachne Rem's thread, Rem the First slashed from the front with her sword and axe. Arachne Rem stabbed from behind with Nonamiya-san's lance. The gorilla finally ceased its movements, and was soon reduced into a lump of dark red meat. Someone tell me, how did it turn into that lump of meat? Oh whatever, good job, Rem. Anyway, we who proved the effect of my paralysis poison and won against a Yakuza-like monkey raised our weapons to celebrate our victory. Today was a harvest. Boss Monkey's meat slaughtered corpse that has been stabbed repeatedly. The hard meat was stuck to the point that you'll lose your hunger upon just smelling. It was an extremely useful material in repairing Rem's wound by combining it with Vile's clay doll. Bananimo, a fruit whose color and shape resemble a banana, but has tuber, IMO-like flavor. I think it serves better as a staple food than fairy walnut. Chapter 111, 2 pieces of scale. That guy, who defeated those Yakuza-like monkeys and their boss like he was some sort of a madman, suddenly appeared before us. Ooh-ah, this guy is bad news. It was absolutely obvious at a glance that we're no match for this guy. It would have passed off as a rhinoceros, but the problem lay in its size. Most of its features bore resemblance to the big animal, but with a height and width a dozen times the eye once saw in the zoo. What's more, it's a dozen times bigger than that delicious great boar. I might be able to offer some sort of resistance if I were using a variety of my curses. But I couldn't imagine myself winning against this guy. It was simply gargantuan, and we're unfortunately weak in the face of such a powerful opponent like this. Bururu. This giant rhino seemed to be the same type as that great boar. It gave off this appearance of the guy who would charge toward us on sight. Or should I say that this guy had been prepared to charge at us? I mean, look, he's already scraping the ground with one of the forelimbs. Goo-ga-ga. We can't, Rem. Let's focus on dodging that charge. I felt like thanking Rem for her show of loyalty by standing in front of me to shield me from that rhino, but alas, there was nothing to gain here even if Rem shielded me from the incoming assault. In the end, she would end up as a useless sacrifice. The most we could do right now was change the trajectory of the rushing great boar. And, bear in mind, this rhino's was double the size of that great boar. Having said that, dodging to both sides was almost impossible. Running away and showing our back against a charging enemy was even more idiotic than the first idea. Since we couldn't escape to the side or retreat, our choice was to escape from above. Fortunately, there was a splendid, towering tree above us lending us its thick, overgrown, verdant branches as a shelter. Thus, we escaped above with my black hair and Arachne Rem's thread, carrying Rem the First along with us. I reckoned this giant tree should be strong enough to withstand one charge of that rhino. After that, welp, let's think about that after we're out of the first danger. Come at us. Buru, Bugoa. Thus, the giant rhino rushed at us with an intensity that rivaled a dump truck. Yup, it was terrifying indeed. Moreover, it's fast. This giant rhino was basically rushing toward us at top speed. Oh crap, I might not make it in time. That huge horn might pierce my body in midair. You wear, Geo. Black hair by ND. I, who got a goosebump imagining the worst possible future, threw Blackhair's rope with all my might. Guo. My body was swaying like leaves in the midst of a storm, at the same time that roar felt like it ripped my eardrums apart. Ah, is this the end of me? Or maybe, I've already died. You wear. What the? Ouch. My entire body was attacked by a powerful shock after I experienced a brief floating moment. The dull pain was running through my entire body, but I was still alive for now. Should I say that I didn't even suffer from major injuries? I, who was feeling grateful for my luck, then propped up my body with an unsteady gait. In hindsight, I surmised that I couldn't only receive such minor damage if I were to be really struck by that giant rhino's charge from the front. But my doubt was resolved immediately. What the hell is that? That thing was huge. It was even bigger than that dump truck-like rhino. It was of a different class. As a demon, no, it was of a completely different level compared to the demon. I was deeply moved to the point of forgetting my own fear in seeing that thing's grandioseness and the overwhelming burly and powerful air around it. The reason being, that was the very embodiment of strongest being in my imagination. Dragon. Ominous crimson scales, a long and flexible tail, a pair of long horns that growing from either side of its head, and lastly flamespark that spewed from its mouth every now and then. Fire Drake Salamander. There was no other name befitting its appearance both in games and anime. It had the figure of fire-breathing dragon with a pair of wings. WWW. Its figure bore too much resemblance to salamander, but this another world just showed me a genuine wild existence through and through right in front of me. It seemed like that salamander nose-dived and captured that rhino when it was in the middle of rushing toward me. And I, a frail and insignificant human being, was blasted away by the aftermath of the collision of the two titans. Though I couldn't see the moment when it caught its prey was currently dangling lifelessly in the vice grip of the salamander's rear legs. In spite of its giant frame, that salamander sprung from mid-air at ultrasonic velocity to the point that Rhino failed to notice its existence. I was almost convinced that one kick from the salamander's leg was enough to rupture the Rhino's internal organs. On top of that, the Rhino also suffered from the stabbing wound as Salamander's claws dug into its body. That Rhino, twisting its body, let out a pained cry. The Salamander bit the Rhino's neck with its fire-breathing mouth. Flame sparks spewed out from the Rhino's orifices for a moment and then, its movement ceased. That Salamander's flame could have baked the Rhino's head from inside. What a terrifying finishing move. The salamander, who howled as if celebrating its victory, flapped its giant pair of red wings and flew into the skies again, bringing along its prey with it, or it was what I thought happened in between the moment I heard the roar till it fell on the ground. Suddenly, that salamander looked in my direction. 8. It noticed me. Did it only notice me now, after all this time? I felt like a frog being stared at by a snake. Nay, the difference between me and that dragon was more than that. I mean, this guy could easily hunt down the Rhino who was one step away from killing me. It's definitely the apex predator of this area. Nay, that's not it. Maybe because of the salamander's raison d'etre along the lines of a lion won't hold back even if it's just hunting a rabbit. I saw it opened its mouth to fire a scorching red fireball. No matter how I looked at it, it was definitely a preliminary movement before it fired its fire breath. Fuck. Isn't that an overkill against small fry like me? I resolved myself to die in this place as the dragon fired its fire breath toward a small fry like me who would die with just a graze of its claws. Maybe, nay, I will definitely turn into charcoal if I get burned by this fire breath. Give it up. Please reconsider your action. I mean, you're going to get yourself killed too by my pain return if you fired your fire breath at me. No matter how strong a salamander's resistance against fire, you're bound to die by fire if you use that breath on me. I laughed in the face of death for meeting this unfair enemy. In this place, a small fry like me wasn't even regarded as a worthy opponent. Nor could I negotiate on equal terms with a wild dragon. Hayu. Boo. Thus, the raging crimson flame fired. Where? My body, moving on its own accord, approached the raging crimson fireball. That crimson fireball was traveling at an incredible velocity, but perhaps because I was about to die, I strangely could see it clearly in slow motion. I'd never fought other fire-breathing demons aside from orthos, but I knew that guy's attack was just a child play. The one I was facing against right now was a genuine dragon breath. I found that this attack was the same as the one used by Tendakuan to exterminate those army of Jiras. Nay, this one's firepower was even greater than Tendao's. The salamander's giant fireball, which was even bigger than mine, was packed with ICBM-like explosive power. There might not even be specks left of me if I got hit by that ICBM-like fireball. Moreover, I, who shouldn't have anything to use against that overpowered breath attack, was its hoot. Inadvertently, I screamed aloud as the fireball exploded close to me. My ears rang due to the proximity of the explosion. My body, which was exposed to the heat waves, rolled on the ground and finally stopped after hitting a tree. That hurt. I am alive. I slowly stood up, despite all the pain, and shook my head. I was puzzled. Why did I survive that attack? Did that salamander intentionally miss its target? Nay, like hell, that dragon would lose control of its own fire. When I looked carefully now, I saw that the fireball had flown several meters above my head and then exploded in the thicket behind me. In short, that salamander wasn't aiming at me from the very beginning. Instead, it was aiming at the other monster behind me. When I turned around to see what kind of monster it was, I found out that it was a giant monster dozens of times my height. You must be kidding me. Is it T-Rex? The image I had seen countless times inside a picture book on dinosaurs during my childhood appeared before me. The giant frame that rivaled the salamander was supported by 2 strong and big hind legs. Its hands like 4 limbs, horizontal body, huge head, and long tail was definitely that of a carnivorous dinosaur like Goa. However, unlike the human-sized Goa, the power of this ancient giant carnivorous dinosaur was simply off the chart. I mean, I never expected to see a giant-sized one like this guy. Its color was black from the tip of its nose till the tip of its tail. Upon seeing its shiny metallic black scales that covered its body, I was convinced of its ability to withstand the salamander's breath. And it really endured that breath attack. GOA. As if returning the welcome gift, the T-Rex's huge jaw opened wide. What the hell is that sparks-like thing in its mouth? Don't tell me thunder breath. With crackling sounds, a bright purple electric discharge appeared on the surface of the T-Rex's black scales. This electric discharge radiated even brighter from the area around its back all the way to its tail. It's as if it was gathering the electrical power in its entire body. The next instant, dazzling lightning fired from the T-Rex's mouth. Thus, the giant monster's breath attack exploded in my vicinity for the second time today. My back went flying and hit a tree when the shockwave reached me. That's hurt. I, who tried to stand up, was once again pulled back and crawled on the ground instead. The T-Rex that had just fired its breath attack was rushing toward the salamander with a loud roar. They said that the T-Rex's maximum running speed was 50 km per hour, but that thing's velocity was clearly more than 100 km per hour. The moment I thought that I was going to be trampled to death, it was suddenly jumped high above me. It landed right at the place where the salamander had slaughtered the poor rhino, causing a small-scale earthquake. The roars of the dragon and the dinosaur overlapped. Upon a closer look, the salamander retreated to dodge the T-Rex's lightning breath, leaving behind the rhino's corpse. The T-Rex used that chance to snatch the rhino's corpse. Salamander's wrathful roar erupted seeing the T-Rex snatch its prey. Stop, stoop. My insignificant cry couldn't reach the 2 giant monsters who were fighting a deadly battle to claim the rhino's corpse. I couldn't do anything but crouch in my hiding place and wait for the storm to pass. I simply didn't care about what happened later. All I could feel was the tremor and the thunderous war cry of the 2 giant monsters. A while later, I noticed that the thunderous sound caused by the kaiju-level battle was getting farther and farther. Ha ha. I'm still alive. I had stopped counting by now and once again rejoiced in the fact that I'd survived. Almost all the trees in my surrounding had been mowed down due to the kaiju battle. The fact that I saw that battle up close and survived felt like a miracle. Upon a closer look, I saw a huge trail toward one direction, as if telling me the direction that those 2 kaiju went in. When I strained my ears, I could hear a dragon roar-like sound being carried away by wind. Rem, Arachne, thank God both of you are safe. Gaga, Kisha. When I raised my face, I saw both Rem and Arachne above me as if protecting me from the debris. Their show of loyalty really touched my heart. Thanks, Rems. You girls bravely stood your ground to protect me despite facing against that nonsensical level battle. Thus, all of us miraculously survived that storm. Nevertheless, having witnessed a non-standard monsters battle, I once again revised my evaluation about the otherworld monster. As expected, the likes of gomas, dogs, and monkeys were no more than small fries. There were far more terrifying monsters. Oh God, please do not make those kaiju the boss of this area. I started to get extremely worried. However, a good thing did happen to me. These are the salamanders and T-Rex's scales. Because both of them were of the same rank, it was natural that their tough scales peeled off during the battle. I wondered how many crimson and jet black scales I could find in the vicinity. Though you couldn't say that the splintered scales were beautiful, they were still precious materials for me. Firedrake scale splinter of Firedrake scale. Despite being a young individual at the beginning of its adult age, these scales were tough and fireproof. Giant Earth Dragon scale splinter of Giant Earth Dragon's black scale. Despite being a young individual at the beginning of its adult age, these scales were tough and lightning resistant. This was what my intuition pharmacy told me when I compared the two scales. Those monsters were young ones. Thus, I trembled in fear imagining the future growth of those two young kaiju. Chapter 112 Forest's Old Tower. I, who unluckily got involved in a fight between the salamander and black T-Rex, was currently walking briskly in the forest after once again being reminded of the dangers of Otherworld's dungeons. For some reason, the number of Gomas has been increasing lately. I said so, looking at the third Goma's troop that was annihilated by me. The one who came to attack first was them, thus I felt relieved for a while now. Yes, I felt relieved since they're the enemy that I was familiar with. Anyhow, though I've been walking in the densely grown Simial forest, I lost the sight of those idiotic monkeys upon entering this forest, only to be replaced by numerous Gomas instead. In addition, the Goma who positioned itself in the middle of the formation, the one with a height to similar a human, made me recall that macho Goma's hunting team that I'd obliterated before. I'd fought them 3 times in total, but to be honest, that was an inevitable encounter after smoothly avoiding the many other hunting teams that I discovered beforehand. From that fact, I understood that this forest was their territory. No, they might build their living place nearby. The chances of that happening weren't nil. Goma, the human-shaped monster, was a cave dweller, similar to goblins. They weren't supposed to build communities like a village, also I assumed. Though their ecology was still surrounded by many mysteries, Goma, who has a lower IQ than a human but more than a monkey, would definitely think about building a den-like place of dwelling somewhere in this forest. The mysterious skeleton that was left behind in that ancient magic facility in this dungeon was definitely Goma's skeleton. That's why I'm more than convinced that they're not monsters that popped out of nowhere like in the game. They must have some sort of community or village to raise their children. That's why I had no doubt that the rising encounter rate with Goma's troop was definitely because I was about to arrive at their village. Honestly, I don't want to go any further than this though. I think this much was still within my safety margin. In the worst case, I won't be easily defeated by a small Goma's hunting party. And yet, several battalions with a Goma-like macho in each, on top of that, a fortress-like base surrounded by fences to prevent any intruder, was not the kind of structure that could be breached just by me and Rems. I didn't have the slightest idea about their maximum number of troops, but looking back at the army of Jiras in the underground lake, it wasn't strange for them to breed until they reached those numbers. Even so, my compass is pointing straight ahead. I was in deep trouble since the magic compass's arrow, which served as my one and only guide, was pointing ahead and not telling me to go back or take a detour. It was as if it was saying, "Go forth, youth, believe in the future." Damn it. I refuse to believe in you, damned compass. I mean, I see nothing but a bleak future in the direction you're pointing. But still, I really have no choice but to go forward. I mean, the compass has no function of pointing the road. In short, I'll become a stray child in this forest if I were to ignore the direction it pointed. In that case, I could kiss a goodbye to the chance of escaping from this labyrinth. Eventually, I had no choice but push forward. Gaga. When we were walking in the dense forest in spite of being troubled by that tower, Rem, who acted as our scout, discovered enemies ahead. Another Goma? Gaga. Goga. Normally, she would nod at me, but it seemed like the situation ahead was different from the normal. It was impossible for me to decipher Rem's words. Even so, I guessed she may have said, "I've found some Goma, but both their number and the situation ahead is different from the usual, master. By the way, I just needed to confirm Rem's report and make decision immediately. I, who advanced slowly, holding my own breath and killing my footsteps, was looking at the Goma party situation from the shade of the trees. Ooh, there's an ancient ruin in this kind of place here. The one who stood out the most was the huge tower. The shape of the tower resembled the one I saw before in the underground lake. But compared to that, the one in front of me had a bigger diameter, while the one in the underground lake felt more like a lighthouse. This huge man-made structure should be quite conspicuous, but the reason why I failed to notice it was thanks to this overgrown forest. The area around the forest was a leveled ground void of any trees, thus I could easily spot the Gomas gathered around the tower. The heck, someone has been fighting them before me. It seemed the first visitors were not coming to this tower in the jungle for sightseeing. Just what kind of people fought those Gomas for the battle to become this intense? Or so I wanted to ask myself, but those people were none other than my classmates. God damn it. There are too many of these guys. This is impossible. Even if their numbers were less than 100, the idiots who fought against a number dozens of times of them in the leveled ground were 3 young men. It seemed like they're in pinch. Their miserable piercing screams was carried along by the wind until they reached my ears. It's just the upper middle lower trio, totem pole trio, huh? They're still together even in this kind of place, huh? They really are good friends. It was the trio of Ueda, Nokai, and Shimokawa, otherwise known as the totem pole trio. It seemed like they were being surrounded by the Gomas. If I'm not wrong, yeah, they're the very reason for Soma Yuto's harem party temporary separation. Because Shimokawa used his water magic to kidnap Takanashi Kotori just before the teleportation, Soma Yuto, who leaped to save her, was left behind as a result. His actions and courage to save the damsel in distress even at the risk of being left behind was something too amazing for someone as petty as me to do. I was more surprised knowing those 3 were still safe and sound even after such a hostile act against that Soma Yuto. The majority of the reason might be attributed to Soma Yuto's hatred for killing a fellow human, and the rest to the fact that despite the difference between their individual power, the 3 of them were strong enough to not run away from a fight against Soma Yuto. The proof was right in front of me. The totem pole trio could drive those Gomas who has far superior number this far with their abilities. Anyway, I've been told that Shimokawa's vocation was Hydromancer. Upon a closer look at their do-or-die formation, I assumed that Ueda's vocation was swordsman and Nokai's warrior. Yeah, bastard. Show me more of your guts, will ya? I heard a man yell loudly when the totem pole trio was about to be defeated by the Gomas. Let me see. Yamada-kun, right? His shaved head, bumpkin-like face, and catcher-like build was the template of baseball players. In fact, he really was the catcher of our school baseball team. But it doesn't mean that Yamada-kun had a good relationship with Tokushima-kun, who I found dead in the beginning. They didn't seem to be battery combi of pitcher-catcher either. Well, it wasn't that rare for classmates who went to the same club to not having any sort of contact. I mean, I was the same as them, only talking to Nagai-san, who was also in literary club in businesslike manner. There's a slight relationship gap between the male and female member of our literature club. That matter aside, Yamada-kun went to distract the Gomas by himself while riling up the totem pole trio. It felt like that he has the same warrior vocation as Mei-chan when I saw his axe-wielding stance, but it seemed there's a power gap when I compared him with Nokai, who had the same warrior vocation as him. Or should I say that their fighting style and footwork were completely different? His style was completely different from Yoshizaka-san, who also had warrior vocation. What is this? Someone please tell me why his fighting style was so different from the others. Ah, that's right, attack me with all you got. Warrior was a vocation that excelled in power, thus they could use heavyweight weapons such as an axe with ease. One of Yamada-san's swings struck the Goma right in its crown, and continued downward, splitting its body in 2. But such a show of brute power will definitely cause an injury as long as a warrior wields an edged tool. So that's the reason for those Gomas to dodge his attack. I mean it's a one-hit kill type attack after all. But Yamada-kun, who threw away his Gakuren and was only wearing a slightly dirted tank top-like shirt, could stop the attack of the Goma with his bare skins as if he wore some sort of invisible armor. Goma's rusty knives and spears couldn't pierce his defense at all. He didn't budge even after receiving an attack from a blunt weapon. And forget about arrows, those are already repelled by his iron-like skins. It gives a similar feeling to Soma Sakura's oracle field. Nay, this is more like a reinforced muscle. Or whatever it is, it enabled Yamada-san to have a powerful defense that could repel the Goma's attack. And since he was impervious to Goma's attack, there was no need to dodge it. He had no fear of the Goma's attack since they couldn't even tickle him. He rampaged in the midst of the Goma's crowd, caused even more damage compared to the totem pole trio. Aura, Yuria, kill, kill, kill. Yamada-kun's strong point might have been his defense, but his offensive power was just about average for a warrior. Though the Goma couldn't hurt him, the seemingly never-ending waves of the Gomas pushed him back bit by bit. Even the spirits of the totem pole trio dampened seeing the never-ending waves of the Gomas. Add to that was the fact that they couldn't rely on Yamada. It's not like his defense could last forever. It could be limited up to certain amount of damage or time, and when that moment arrived, Yamada was as good as dead. Oh, this is seriously impossible. Diede. Retreat. It's time to retreat. You fool. As if we can escape from this place. The battle between the Gomas and my 4 classmates went back and forth between offense and defense. They might be overwhelmed by Gomas' sheer number, but the 4 of them were the owners of combat vocation. The likes of Gomas couldn't kill them that easily. But if things kept going on like this, one of the totem pole trio could become a victim of the situation. After all, they're barely hanging in there. What should I do? I, who wasn't jumping immediately to save them, am really the worst. If there really was someone who had shouted those words at me, then it would be safe for me to say that the guy was like a passerby taking a video of the accident instead of helping the victim. It was natural to be extremely vigilant when one met one's classmates in this dungeon. The reason being we had no idea who our enemy or ally was amongst the students of Class 2-7. I'm not like Tendao-kun or Soma Yuto who could force their way out with brute power. If the situation turned into a Higuchi-like case, another battle to the death between me and classmates, humans, might be unavoidable. Honestly, I didn't want to get involved with those guys, but these totem pole trio, the DQN, who always hung around Higuchi, were the people I wanted to avoid at all costs. They had criminal record, namely the kidnapping attempt of Takanashi Kotori. Nor can I say that Yamada-kun, a member of the baseball team, held a good reputation in class. They were in the same baseball club, but even I, who wasn't particularly close to him, was aware that he was obviously envious of the normal-looking yet tall Takashima-kun. However, I'm absolutely sure that I definitely can't get along with him. But I guess this is the perfect timing to save them. Because my meeting with them in this huge labyrinth wasn't a mere coincidence, as they're also guided by their compass to this place. In short, we're going to take the same route after this under the assumption that they're not trying to use another route. The strategy of helping them by appearing from the rear like a superhero seemed like a nice and good idea, but in the worst-case scenario, they could be hostile toward me. Moreover, though I'd no intention to kill or steal their prey, I didn't know whether I could assist them while maintaining a neutral distance. So, I'd better do my best to appeal to them with my kindness in this situation and make them feel grateful to me rather than hostile. I don't think they're useful, but their combat-type vocation was truly a huge help in this situation. I concluded that it was better for me to work along with them rather than soloing this round. Moreover, seeing that they'd already formed a 4-man team, I guess there's no reason for me to worry about the 3-person per party rule. Also, 5 people meant that they'd have to abandon 2 people in case we managed to finish this labyrinth, but getting rid of 2 people was even harder than getting rid of 1 person. Naturally, those 2 people would be working together to resist with everything they got. Yosh, let's go, Rems. After finishing my plan, I sprung into action. Speed was essential. They're slowly getting used to fighting Gomas. Though this plan of mine might only take a bit of their much more superior number, my action would create a disturbance in those Gomas' formation since my attack came from behind when they're focusing on those 4. In short, I would be safe as long as there are no variables like super powerful boss Goma or another batch of reinforcement on the battlefield. Spread rotten bog. First, I made rotten bog behind the crowds of those Gomas. The bog I made was even bigger than the usual one thanks to the even ground. All of those idiotic gomas were single-mindedly focused on the quartet who resisted until the bitter end and failed to notice the poisonous bog right behind them. Well, it's not like the bog made any sound or smell when created. The invocation of curses was eerily silent and quiet. Let's start from the closest one. Black hair bind. Esha. Mine and Rem's thread dragged the goma's feet in the rearmost position, dragged them into the acid bog. Buji. Gyoa. The goma cried like a banshee as its whole body dissolved inside the acid bog, but its comrades were too busy with the totem pole trio and Yamada-kun to notice the poor goma's wails. The other gomas finally noticed the abnormality after the victims of rotten bog increased to 5. Ha ha ha, too late. Spiderweb twine. I had been knitting together an adhesive thread to form webs with spiderwebs twined to capture a large number of enemies. Arachne Rem fired her real spiderweb, captured the gomas who were running toward us. Guga. And then, Rem the first bravely crossed over the acid bog. She acted swiftly and precisely, killing or fatally wounded the gomas who fell into the acid bog or got entangled in the spiderweb. Arachne Rem and I used our threads in tandem while Rem the first attacked from the front. It seemed like those gomas attributed Rem the first with the highest priority since they attacked her first. But we could easily dispose of those small fry gomas despite their superior numbers since they had no way to attack Rem the first, who was sliding around in the middle of the acid bog like it were a piece of cake while, at the same time, being supported by Arachne Rem and me. If they made the best use of their superior numbers, they might be able to force their way through the acid bog and spider's thread, but I was not their only opponent. Ooh, what's happened? It seems like their numbers are less than before. Oi, look. Someone attacking them from behind. This is our chance. You lot, let's use this chance and crush them. Apparently, my ambush from the rear served as a nice pincer attack. As a result, the confusion caused by my ambush affecting those gomas' momentum considerably weakened their force. I mean, look, their mid-rank was obviously torn between attacking their ambusher or helping their vanguard. Or it might simply be because their commander, the macho goma, had been KIA. Their force that was attacking with their sheer number was disorderly and visibly weakened, waiting for their turn to get slaughtered. Ngai. Va. When it came to the point that they're almost annihilated, the small number of survivors scattered around while raising a loud cry. Oh, we won. Ha, I thought we're done for at that time. So tired. My mana is wasted too. We woon. Those shitty gomas were really small FOI after all. Yamada's loud victory cry aside, this was the real battlefield for me. Now, let's see whether I could use this chance to negotiate with them. Chapter 113, Familiars. So it was you here, Momokawa. Perhaps it was because of our victory that Yamada-kun was genially slapping my back while laughing heartily. It hurt though. Oi Momokawa, those monster are. They're something like my familiar. Could it be that your vocation is something like monster user? Look, it really is Arachne. Aren't you a quite powerful one to be able to tame this fella? Well, I guess I'd cleared the first hurdle of making a favorable impression on this mighty quartet by saving them from gomas. At least they're not accusing me of kill steal. Anyway, I'm really glad that everyone is safe and sound. Yeah, you really saved our asses out there. To be honest, we're about to be overwhelmed by the... Come to think of it, are you, by yourself? The totem pole trio was keeping some distance from me due to Rem the First and Arachne Rem. Heck, they were even merrying amongst themselves right now. As for Yamada-kun, it seemed like he'd turned into a representative to talk to me. Well, I slipped and then got separated from my comrades. Currently, I'm soloing this dungeon. I see, then come with us. There are so many gomas around this area, and not only that, they were led by Govu too. That's why advancing from this area is really hard. Govu what? Oh, whatever, I'll confirm that matter later. Things would have been simpler had I been honest with them. Now he question was how to convince them that my vocation a weak-ass type called Shaman, but I guess I had no need to convince them since they saw how I'd saved them firsthand. That reminded me that I was steadily becoming stronger too. Well, most of my combat potential was in the form of rems though. Thus, if I'd to be honest, I myself was only getting a little bit stronger compared to before. Yamada-kun, Are you aiming to capture the dungeon with everyone? But of course, it's not like we have to kill our classmates. Moreover, now is. Oh whatever, what are you going to do now, Momokawa? Ah, sorry. Please let me join your group. Honestly, doing this alone is hard. That's why I feel it'll be faster if I'm working together with everyone. Yosh, it's decided. That was a surprise. I mean, he accepted me just like that. Oh, well done Momokawa, now you're our comrade. We can expect great things from a monster user, right? Now we can finally capture this Goma's fortress. The totem pole trio also readily accepted me. If only the others could easily accept me like this foursome. I was pondering over this matter while shaking my hands with the totem pole trio +1. Kaya. Suddenly, a girl's scream resounded out of nowhere. It has soon got me to thinking, what now, while looking towards the source of the sound. I ended up being the one who screamed instead. I'd spotted a petite girl who made almost any man want to protect her. The fear-stricken being was a blonde-haired green-eyed Bella whose beauty bore a great resemblance to an antique doll. Yes, the one who screamed as soon as she saw me was Raina Adelhydias. Nu. Monster, monstr. Save me, Ian-chan. Gao. This was the second time I heard that roar, but the first time I saw its appearance. It emerged from the huge magic circle that was floating in the air, facing towards me as if aiming for my life. Though the magic circle I saw so far shone for but a brief moment, be it the letters or lines that made the formation, everything was drawn with streaks of raging flame. In actuality, the magic circle was burning instead of shining. This is the magic circle that was only available to Raina, a spiritualist, to call the sacred beast of fire. Right then, a fire lion called Ian-chan leapt out from the other side of the burning magic circle, just like a lion jumping over the flame ring. "You-oh." The ones who shouted was me and the totem pole trio +1. And yet, it seemed that I was the only one who was about to lose my life. Wait a minute. Though Raina's appearance was out of my calculation, the reason she screamed and called that shitty Ian-chan might be contributed to Rem's monster-like appearance. This stupid girl should have realized at glance from our conversation that they're not enemies. I, who had no leeway to cursing at her right now, shouted so to stop her. I instantly regretted my decision. Guo. With a deafening roar, the sacred beat of fire Ian-chan pounced towards Arachne Rem. Shao. Arachne Rem barely dodged that sudden attack. However, she focused solely on dodging. She didn't use her prided thread skill. It wasn't that her enemy was moving at super speed, nor because she barely reacted to that attack. Arachne Rem's skill had reached the realm where she could counterattack while dodging, but the opponent wasn't a wild monster but a sacred beast summoned by that stupid classmate. Thus, Arachne, or should I say Rems, couldn't decide what to do about this situation when my classmate suddenly went ballistic. In short, they're worried about my status rather than their own safety. Fuck, I completely forget to tell them about what to do in such a situation since their intelligence evolved at a rapid pace. Nay, that's also a wrong assumption. I should have noticed it as soon as I saw that hysteric bitch. Acting or not aside, this bitch was the second bitch who shoved me out of transfer magic circle to save her own pussy without any regard to me, her classmates' safety. That's why I shouldn't have wasted my time trying to stop her before. Only because to Raina, I was a nobody. Just a classmate who she hadn't any interest in whatsoever. Maybe I was like a pebble on the roadside in her eyes. In short, I made a mistake. The first thing I should have done as soon as I saw her was bind that bitch with black hair. Rem. Cover for Arachne. I shouted instructions as soon as I realized my mistake. Alas, I was too late. Guga. Despite having the size of a lion, Ian-chan nimbly dodged the attack with cat-like agility and then pranced toward Arachne Rem. Esha. That charge pried Arachne's right arm since she couldn't react fast enough. Such was the power. Though Arachne was supposed to be an insect-type monster with hard carapace, Ian-chan's attack could easily pry her arm. We absolutely had no chance of winning by clashing from the front in a situation in which one light attack from Ian-chan could easily kill any of us. Stop, Raina. Yamada-kun, everyone, please stop that girl right now. My familiar isn't enemy. Everyone snapped out from their initial astonishment as soon as they heard my scream and shouted Raina-chan, but Kaya, they are scary. Help me, Ram Kun. They should be her comrade, and yet, a thunder screen suddenly appeared as if to prevent them from approaching. And then, the second sacred beast made its appearance. Kyuaa. The one who came out from the dazzling lightning's magic circle was a huge purple falcon. Its purple feathers were clad in purple lightning. No matter how one looked at it, this shitty falcon called Ramkuen was definitely a sacred beast of lightning. Damn it, Rems, both of you, run. Our chance of winning against Ian-chan was already 0, to begin with. And now there's Ram, whose power should be able to rival Ian-chan. Our chance of losing basically increased from 100% to 200%. The only chance for both Rems to survive this hopeless situation was escape. Perhaps she had been guessing my intention, because Arachne fired bramble spider thread from her butt and mouth while evacuating from this place. Rem the First did the same. She did a tactical retreat while throwing away her sword and knife. Kill them, Ian-chan. Ram Kun. But then, the flame lion and lightning eagle seemed even more fired up, emanating an even more intense, terrifying killing intent as soon as they heard that fucking bitch's voice. Oh crap, they're going for the kill now. Just like when Soma Yuto used his light sword attack or when Tendao Ryuichi blasted the geysers in the underground lake's tower, I could feel the sharp rise in their mana. Rem. An extremely powerful magic that I could only describe as thunder breath and whirling flame fired from both Ian-chan and Ramkuen's mouths. Rems, who was running toward the closest thicket, was swallowed whole by the combination of giant flame and thunder, vanishing without a trace. Rem. My. Rem is. They were the best Rem ever. Made from the loot given by Tendao-kun. I knew very well that it was impossible for me to gather a similar item ever again. And Arachne was a monster that was killed by Rem's surprise attack just in the nick of time. It was practically impossible for me to defeat it by myself. Both of them were the best war potential for my Shaman vocation up till now. I mean, it was also thanks to them that I had managed to reach this place safe and sound despite soloing this dungeon. And I lost both of them. Just because of that shitty hysterical bitch's misunderstanding. Phew. Good job, Ian-chan, Ramkuen. Gururu. Kyoa. Raina happily patted her two servant beasts while praising them with her sickly sweet tone. Ian-chan and Rem, the two powerful beasts who could fire such powerful breath, were apparently enjoying Raina's patting session. God damn it. Raina. The winner wouldn't understand the feeling of the loser. I knew that better than anyone, but this experience renewed my understanding of it all. Unlike the malice from Higuchi, nor because she felt no shred of guilt for what she did to me, I was really angry at Raina for her irrational treatment toward me. And then, the despair I felt the moment I lost my greatest war potential. Currently, I was teeming with anger and frustration to the point of shedding bitter tears. Momokawa-kun. Hey, what's the matter? What are you doing here? I desperately held back the raging wrath in my heart when Raina said those words with her sickening voice. I got this feeling since before, but could it be that his bitch really hadn't realized that I was right there all along up until a few seconds ago? And because she didn't notice me until just a while ago, was it her sickening innocence trait that deemed Rems as monsters and blasted them away? Don't joke with me, Raina, you bitch. I finally snapped and charged straight toward Raina Ais in a fit of rage. Kaya. Gau. But naturally, I was pinned down by her summon beast right before I was even able to grab her collar. This was the second time this bastard pinned me like this. Damn it, it's hurt. It's hurt, and yet there's no hemorrhage. Ian-chan didn't seem to be affected by my pained return either. Could it be that the returning pain was invalidated cause my opponent was a spirit beast? Ah, fuck, let go of me. No. What's with you? It's scary. Ian-tan. Even with my body pinned down, that Raina bitch screamed even harder seeing that I couldn't funnel my anger. And the sacred beast who reacted to their cute master's voice applied even more pressure onto me. Gar. Oh fuck. I finally calmed down after the pain reached a certain threshold. I was such an idiot. I regretted the fact that I tried to attack frail girl like Raina in a fit of anger, forgetting the fact that I was just a weakling. I mean, a shaman like me had another way to channeling my rage without the need to use my fist. I mean, I can use the bottom nabe to curry her favor or slip in the poisonous red shroom to kill her. Otherwise, I had no other way to kill Raina, who was protected by such a powerful bodyguard. But I lost myself to my fury. It seems I was still far from becoming a proper adult, since I had yet to be able to control my temper. Nevertheless, being pinned down like this was simply too much of a punishment. Ah, fuck. This shitty lion's claws started to dig into my back too. Please stop this, Aya-san. Any more than this, Momokawa-kun will die for sure. The voice that suddenly interrupted the situation wasn't from the totem pole trio or Yamada-kun's voice, but another person. Seriously, another person. No, he's so scory. Raina was screaming in tears. You bitch, why are you crying when you're the one who attacked me? Calm down, Aya-san. You can accidentally kill someone easily with your power. Look, Soma-kun will be sad if he were to know that you're killing your classmate. Ah, you-kun. I see now. Yes. That's why please release Momokawa-kun. Yeah. Return, Ien-chan. With those words, the pain from sharp claws and the heavy weight pressing against my back disappeared. Yamada-kun, everyone, please escort Aya-san to the previous plaza. Please calm her down since she seems to be rather shocked. Why yes, leave it to me. Let's go, Raina-chan. And then, like a knight worrying about his princess, nay, it's even more than that Monday. Anyway, Yamada-kun and Totem Pole Trio escorted Raina in leaving the tower area while saying sickeningly sweet words to her. How's your condition, Momokawa-kun? Wait a second, I'm gonna patch you up. Lesser heal. Ah, the warmth on my back was really comfortable. Yeah, this is definitely the sensation when someone applied healing magic on you. After that bitch Raina and the pain in my back were gone, I could finally take a good look at the fifth man who just saved my life. Thanks a lot. You really saved my life just now, Yamajun. No, it's partially my fault too. If only I had stopped her faster, such a thing wouldn't. Sorry, Momokawa-kun. The man who was apologizing to me from the bottom of his heart was Yamakawa Junichiro-kun. People would normally just call him Yamajun. He was a man with a mysterious charm. One might say that he was Class 27's nice guy. Chapter 114, Crusher Raina. Thanks, I feel a lot better. Is that so? Just tell me if it's still hurting or something. I can heal your wound thanks to my healer vocation after all. Thanks to Yamajun, my mind regained its clarity. This Yamajun, Yamakawa Junichiro, was neither your average Joe nor was he your super cool guy. This medium build, bespectacled with rimless glasses, fluffy, frizzy hair, was the kind of guy that never stood out amongst the rest of the class, the sort who blended with the surrounding amongst the unique lineup in Class 27. But his gentle smile and kind words made him into a bodhisattva-like student. And this amazing man could basically communicate fairly at ease with someone from the top caste like Soma Yuto right up to the bottom caste Yokomichi Hajime. This matter was as clear as the day with how I called him Yamajun like it was a normal thing to do. I mean, look, he wasn't nervous when facing Soma's Ryaju's group, not cowering when he spoke to Higuchi or Tendao-kun. Moreover, he was being sincere and speaking with a bright smile to otaku's group like me or Sho, who had a relatively low standing in the class. I mean, even that Yokomichi was willing to hear him. And his amazing communication prowess was also reaching toward the female students. Though unlike the boys' case, he could speak normally with someone like a class rep or Soma Sakura, who stood at the peak of the class caste in the female students group. And yet, Yamajun had built a personal virtue to the point that he wasn't glared at by the other boy in the class like Kusaka-kun, Soma-kun's buddy. To be honest, it was a mystery to everyone why Yamajun wasn't the one to become the class rep instead of Higashi-kun. Well, in fact, when we chose the male class rep, everyone recommended both Higashi-kun and Yamajun. However, the latter then willingly stepped back for the former with a smile on his face. End of the story. Anyhow, that's the reason why I could let my guard down around Yamajun. The matter of him becoming a healer who healed wound was absolutely no coincidence. You might say that our god's patron could discern the true inner attainment of everyone. Changing place, we're currently inside one of the available rooms in the tower. Though it was a vacant room with several skulls, there's a fallen pillar that had just the right size to become a chair. I was sitting in there while receiving treatment from Yamajun. The quartet of men and Raina went to the ferry plaza located at the top of this tower. This was all the classmates who gathered in this area. There were no other comrades. That's why it's just me and Yamajun here. He kept the other classmates away, but his main reason might be to let me cool my head. Thank you. You're covering for me, right? The wound on my back wasn't that big. It was at the level that ointment A was all I needed to patch it up. That's why I was really grateful for Yamajun to separate me from the rest of our classmates. Yamajun's face first looked surprised and then changed into a reassuring smile. Ahaha, busted her. Normally, I just distract with vague talk. No, I understand with just that brief exchange. Raina Ias, that bitch is the most powerful one and the most uncooperative one amongst us, right? You beat me there, Momokawa-kun. To think that you've guessed that far. He then explained the present situation of the party with a sigh. At first, I was always moving along with Yamato-kun. Needless to explain that even Yamato-kun, the catcher of the baseball club who wasn't that popular in our class, was quite close to Yamajun. That's why their journey was a rather smooth one. A while later, we met with Ueda-kun and company. That's why Aya-san joined up just recently. See, because she moved along with Higuchi till then, maybe she's buttering up to Yamajun and company after she pushed me out of that transfer magic circle. How should I say, it's Aya-san, it's because she's an extremely charming girl. You treated her like a spoiled princess. Yeah, that's right. Especially Yamato-kun, he has a thing for Aya-san since a long time ago. Yamato-kun must be a hardcore lolicon. He was a lolicon despite having that kind of appearance. Well, it might be close to impossible for him to marry his ideal woman. It's the worst. I couldn't help but feel disheartened by this situation. In short, this six-man party never even considered about their own well-being. I might not be able to see it, but I was sure that the atmosphere in this party was similar to a fan club in which almost everyone was trying to have themselves placed higher than others for that bitch whose brain was filled with flower field. Winning the attention of that bitch might be more important to them than clearing the labyrinth. It's the worst. I did everything I could to change the situation, but... Sorry, Momokawa-kun. Honestly, I think it's only matter of time before this team breaks apart. To think that even you, Yamajun, are helpless against this situation. Though I absolutely wouldn't believe the lie that smell like stereotyped relationship lubricant of job-hunting university students, and those two words applied perfectly on Yamajun. He who could treat everyone equally was the perfect person to mediate any situation. It was to the point that when we became sophomores, the incident in which Masaru called out to Yokomichi, who at that point had been ostracized by the rest of the class only to have the latter snapped back at him with "This is why I hate filthy casual." Naturally, even Saichu was angry at suddenly being treated like that, and the situation quickly turned into a quarrel. The incident which made the other classmates look for Yokomichi anime otaku was quickly resolved thanks to Yamajun's immediate mediation before the teachers who heard the commotion arrived at our class. Naturally, though both Masaru and Yokomichi never talked to each other again after that, if Yamajun hadn't mediated, their bickering might have turned into a brawl, according to the classmates who had witnessed the situation. And now that very same impeccable mediator went as far as whining about the situation in the team. Could it be that it's better for me to continue being a solo? Can I hear a more detailed situation? Treat me as your ally for the time being. Yup. Following a momentary pause after I said those words with bitter smile on my face, Yamajun started telling me his story. First, regarding Aya-san. Yup, she's our greatest source of trouble for the time being. Our conversation couldn't start unless I understood more about that bitch situation. This is nothing more than my own speculation, but... In short, Raina has no ill will. As I thought, do you have a basis for that conclusion? Yeah. Take the previous incident, for example. Raina-san only screamed that you're scary when you suddenly leaped at her. Even so, I absolutely had no intention to forgive that bitch. I understand your feeling, Momokawa-kun. I won't say something like "please forgive Aya-san," but allow me to give you a warning before you act recklessly. Despite her problematic behavior, She's the strongest one amongst us. True enough, she wasn't a big deal if she was a mere frail, cute, and innocent high school girl like before she received her vocation. On top of that, if Raina's vocation was as weak as my shaman, or composed of a useless and haphazard set of skills like Randu-san's, she might have ended up as the monster's food or Higuchi's slave. What do you know about Raina's abilities, Yamajun? That's a rather troubling question since the person herself doesn't seem to understand the vocation system of this world when I tried to ask her before. Even the bitch herself had no clear grasp about her own power. In short, even if the current her was very strong, there might be a chance that she might awaken some sort of ridiculous power once she was driven into the corner. As far as I know, Aya-san's vocation is spiritualist with 3 kinds of ability. Momokawa-san just saw 2 of the 3. They're known as Sacred Beast. It seems the Flaming Red Lion was Flame Lion in Guard, and the Thunder Falcon was Thunder Falcon Remudian. It seemed that the bitch always called them by their pet name instead of their proper name. The third one appeared in the form of a woman who uses water attribute magic, Water Spirit Seiram. This Seiram is as powerful as the other 2. It seemed that Raina mostly used in Guard, and added Remudian when she felt anxious. It also seemed that Remudian only got its turn when she was being surrounded by many enemies, since in Guard alone was enough to take care of the enemies if they're in small number. Since the forest around this tower was Goma's living place, it seemed there had been a few occasions in which she'd summoned Remudian while being surrounded by many enemies. It seemed that there's barely any condition that would trigger Raina to call Seiram. There was only one time Yamajun saw her called Seiram when they're crossing over a big river in the jungle and suddenly got ambushed by a giant crocodile-like monster. Seiram might only be able to show its full power near the water source. I mean, it killed that giant crocodile-like monster in one strike. Sure enough, there's no way its power was inferior to the other 2 sacred beasts if it could round up an aquatic monster with water attribute magic. Do those sacred beasts need some sort of incantation to be summoned? Nope, they can appear on their own without being summoned when Aya-san is in danger. There are a few times when the sacred beast called in Guard appeared on its own to protect that bitch when Gomas shot their arrows, or should I say that it was a stray arrow that was flying toward that bitch from her blind spot. From his story, I concluded that there's almost no time lag for the summoning. That makes her almost invincible, doesn't it? Yeah, her power is really amazing. It's to the point that I think she can clear this dungeon just by walking. No matter what kind of monster she met, ambush or traps, I can't imagine all of it would work against her 3 sacred beasts. And she was by no means slow as long as she rode on in Guard's back. In short, the bitch called Raina A.I.S. got spoiled not only by our nerdy boys. She who got spoiled by the sacred beasts was the epitome of a human blessed by luck. Even after we got summoned to another world and were forced to clear this dungeon, it didn't change the fact that there's practically an endless amount of things that wouldn't just abandon her. Might be because Raina herself possessed some sort of charm skill. But, maybe due to her spoiled nature she can't fight, and you can't rely on someone like her in the battle. I see now, the person herself didn't want to approach the battlefield despite having such a powerful bodyguard. Our fight will get easier even with just the help of one of her sacred beasts. I had expected this situation beforehand, but it didn't mean that I wasn't having a headache after hearing about it from Yamajun. That bitch had the worst personality. That bitch made Soma Sakura look like a splendid person since she could fight for herself with her bow and arrow. With the exception of Takanashi Kotori, I mean she realized that she herself was useless in battle. And yet, despite having such tremendous power to finish the battle without even the need for the person herself to enter the battle, not even once did she contribute to the battle of survival. That Raina bitch was simply a baggage, while I who had finally managed to gather enough combat potential to get rid of the small fries after numerous hardship and lucky encounter in the form of Rem the First and Arachne Rem, was wasted in front of her power just because they're scary. And anyway, there's no problem for the time being. Yamada-kun and company were trying to look good in front of her, so there's no need for us to borrow her power for the time being. Moreover, Aya-san should have started to help us now. I was more pissed off than I thought. Yamajun even tried to smoothen things up between me and the rest of the party with flustered voice, but honestly, I didn't feel like getting along with that selfish bitch and the unpopular nerds who tried to woo her. To advance beyond this, the power of the totem pole trio plus Yamada-kun alone wasn't enough. In fact, they're almost certain to get annihilated if not for my sudden intrusion in the previous battle. And even if they'd sacrificed themselves in the battle, I don't think that would have been enough to move that bitch's heart. Because that bitch didn't even come to help Higuchi when he was in peril. Thinking back, what would have become of me if she'd suddenly stopped me, who had barely won against Higuchi, from dealing the finishing blow to Higuchi? Because that bitch only made her move after I killed Higuchi and about to step into the transfer circle. In short, after Higuchi died, and I was aware of her presence, was the moment she made her move. And now, I think I was starting to understand Raina's feelings at that time. My battle to the death against Higuchi was only at the level of quarrel for her. And the figure of me desperately trying to kill Higuchi invoked a sense of terror in that spoiled shitty bitch. And then, seeing me, who came out as the winner, Raina, who was so convinced that she was going to be silenced too for the sake of erasing any future anxiety, decided to use that chance to escape. That could be why that bitch had finally managed to muster the bit of her courage to summon that sacred beast called in guard to escape from me. Though that event led me to meet Tenda-kun and his gal's party and gain a friendship with Randu-san, Yuri, and Marie, that was that, this was this. I understand. I'll make an exception this time due to her war potential. So, any other problems aside from that? Although unwilling, I had no choice but to give in for the greater cause, or wait a minute. Though it's true that I was forced to take 100 steps back with this case if I excluded that bitch from war potential due to her spoiled personality. This party was quite a balanced 5-man party with 3 vanguard, 1 rearguard, and a healer. Though their individual power couldn't be compared to a party with Mei-chan or Soma's party, their party should be able to deal with the Goma's army as long as their vocation went through level up. And then, a charming girl appeared in the midst of those guys. Rather, I think it was strange that nothing happened so far. I forgot about that fact since I was completely blinded by my grudge towards Raina. Seriously? That circle crusher didn't cause any problem? Well, I think she's been like that since a long time ago. Ahaha, for some reason, Yamajun's wry smile seemed to have lifted the heavy mood that was hovering around us. Sure enough, the problem regarding love relationships had always existed in humankind since our ancestors. And that problem was known as circle crusher in the modern era. Circle crusher was referring to a phenomenon when a girl entered a group composing of male only, disturbing the harmony of the group, which would result in a battle royal amongst those friends to win the affection of the girl. One event after another would finally lead to a catastrophe, resulting in the male of that said group to go as far as unwilling to see each other eyes again. In short, this current circle wasn't club activities, but it's still the gathering of male youth. Though you might say that age had nothing to do with love, we're at the age where we're extremely sensitive when it came to the romance of others. Now let's say that a girl suddenly intruded inside that circle of boys in the middle of their puberty. It was only natural for them to be more aware of the girl's existence. Even if that said girl was a fugly and unpopular girl, the boys would still be aware of her existence. To say nothing if the said girl was a transcendence beauty like that bitch Raina A.I.S. Now that Yamada-kun and Totem Pole Trio are going all out to get Raina attention, do you know how long it'll be till the situation reaches the critical point? As of now, Yamada-kun is in the lead, and I think the other 3 are envying his current position. Are they following the pecking order from the strongest? Yeah, that's the only point worth of evaluation in this dungeon. Yeah, I agreed with him. In short, the one with most merit had the honor of leading Adelheide's Night Order. I mean, it's clear from the previous battle that Yamada-kun with his powerful defense was clearly far more powerful than the Totem Pole Trio. He might be able to defeat the trio at once by relying on his powerful defense. Unfortunately, no matter how much effort they put to win her attention, there's only Soma-kun in her eyes. Right. In the end, it was those 4 who used their battle contribution to decide the value as a male amongst themselves. It's not like that bitch watched those 4 battle, nor could she decide who was the strongest amongst the 4. Aya-san basically didn't even care about us. Yamada-kun, who doesn't realize that, is doing everything to catch her attention, which worsened the party's atmosphere. Sorry to ask this, but Yamajun, Do you like Raina? I have a man I'm interested in. Whoops, not in gay sense. I've been waiting for those words. If his reply was something along Aya-san is aiming for me, or you're just over worrying about this matter, Momokawa-kun, or I'll kill you, plus dark smile, I swore to myself to escape from this place as soon as possible. If I too fall for Aya-san in this kind of situation, then this party is done for. The problem was the other four. No matter how bad their relationship turned out in the future, it wouldn't change the fact that Raina was the safest one even without the four's protection thanks to her sacred beast's protection. I see, so that means you, Yamajun, are the one who is desperately holding the reins to prevent the circle crush from happening. Well, that bitch went and killed both my beloved Rems, no question asked. That bitch wasn't just destroying friendship, she was also ready to destroy you physically at any time. To be honest, I'm really glad to know that you're the one who came, Momokawa-kun. For what reason? I mean, you're one of the few who absolutely won't fall in love with Aya-san. Why are you so sure about that? I mean, you like Big, right? Please stop iterating my embarrassing secret with such a refreshing smile on your face. Rather, where did you get that kind of information? Tell me the name of the bastard who sold me. I was really shocked at hearing Yamajun know of my fetish. Just to make sure, no one knows about this, right? Ha ha ha, don't worry. If I really spilled all the secrets that I know, Class 27 would basically be history even before our summoning to this world. What hell, that's just too scary, man. Could it be that Yamajun was the real Class 27's crusher? Okie, Yamajun. Please take care of me then. Yeah, let's do our best to capture this dungeon with everyone, Momokawa-kun. Chapter 115, Cajolery. Please take care of him after this too. Both Yamajun and I had become even more depressed after discussing the party's current situation. We returned to the ferry plaza located on top of the tower. By the way, Raina, who was previously weeping non-stop after her unreasonable violence toward me, had calmed down right now and was sleeping soundly in the ferry plaza. The flame lion in guard was lying down by her side, glaring at us as if to protect the sleeping beauty. But the one thing that made me curious was the place Raina was sleeping at. The heck is that? A makeshift bed? It seemed to be a crudely made wooden bed look-alike, just barely resembling a bed even with beautiful cloth laid atop it. Just a glimpse of their way of spoiling Raina already sapped what little left of my san. I do want to know the current situation, but you guys have seen Goma's fortress like this one, right? Yeah, we did saw it. The one I talked to was Yamada-kun with Yamajun by my side. The totem pole trio was currently disposing the Goma's corpse at the tower's entrance. Considering how Yamada-kun remained in Ferry Plaza while pushing the troublesome, dirty, and smelly job to the others, I was convinced that a caste had formed inside of this party. Though there's a transfer magic circle close to the second tower, the tower itself has become Goma's fortress, their stronghold. Our only choice is to kick their asses. What about their war potential? In the beginning, we just followed the compass and arrived at that tower. Those Gomas had formed a community around that tower, and just one glance was enough to convince us that breaking through from the front was impossible. Well, we might be able to break through from the front if Gomas were our only opponent, but things got more difficult even for me when we saw those flocks of Govu wearing solid armors. That Govu. Are you referring to those commander-like macho Gomas whose size is bigger than the normal Goma? Yeah. They're called Goma Govu, some sort of warrior class amongst the Goma. As I thought. You seem to know those Goma very well, Yamajun? Yeah, I received so many emails in my personal magic circle terminal. I managed to understand various things thanks to those emails. I see. So that meant the information received from that magic circle terminal differed from person to person. Was this the effect of vacatio? Nay, that's impossible. Soma Sakura, who gained Saint as her vocation, didn't seem to have that much information at her disposal. A Govu's strength is far above a normal Goma. Normally, there's only one of them commanding an entire Goma platoon, but the one in that tower is basically a platoon composed with nothing but Govas. I see. In short, their elite troops were protecting the tower. Yup, as I thought, attacking from the front was akin to suicide. In addition, Some of the emails mentioned that there's subspecies amongst gubs that can use magic. So far, we've only been observing those ghost platoon, but I'm afraid that an even more powerful type of Goma species, a Gogma, a boss-like being, is lying in wait for us inside of that tower. Gogma, an even more powerful form of GPMA's species her. You can basically find Gomas almost everywhere in this dungeon, but only now do I know the reason behind their prosperities. It's because some amongst them had evolved into higher species. But this information was basically something akin to a death sentence to the current us. Hey, we're practically screwed, right? We're basically in a stalemate situation since attacking from the front is impossible. In other words, we're trapped in this place forever. Yamada-kun seemed irritated as he realized we're basically trapped between a rock and a hard place. I was informed before that it had been a week since they'd started living in this place. We are basically trapped right now, as we've to fight them just to know the situation in their tower or fight them when those Gomas send their troops to our tower. We've no other way to break the stalemate. Oh crap, it seems the situation was even more severe than my expectation. Well, it's no wonder. I mean, they're already cornered due to the previous Goma raid. Is it possible to break through from the front if we've Ayasan's cooperation? Don't be stupid, Momokawa. Like hell, I'm going to go through that kind of danger. Yamada-kun shouted those words with an extremely threatening look on his face. Wow, this idea is rejected her. But Ayasan's sacred beast is like super strong, right? It's not like she has to stand on the battlefield herself. We just need to borrow her sacred beast while she hides in safe pla. That's not the problem, damn it. Listen to me, Momokawa. You're a man, right? Since you're a man, it's your duty to protect girl, damn it. My bad then, that macho theory of yours cannot be applied to me. I've always been protected by Mei-chan before we got separated after all. This was the world in which even a woman could become far more powerful than man. Sorry to plop your bubble, but you better scrap that feminist theory of yours before it gets too late. It seemed like Yamada-kun was the type similar to Kensuke Asuna who had to taste Mei-chan's brute power before he could change his mind. I wanted to meet Mei-chan as soon as possible, and her massive tits that shake a lot during the battle. Or, can you hear me, Momokawa? Yeah, okay, I understand. Scrap that spiritualist. Raina's actual vocation was NET. Anyway, I guess the plan to persuade Raina to help us had to be shelved for the time being since I just got the recognition of Yamada-kun, the strongest one in this group. I might as well give up this plan since Yamada-kun became that emotional for Raina. I mean, he was currently the lead in the race to gain Raina's attention by protecting her in the middle of the battle, a place that he wouldn't give to anyone else. I guess this was the stubbornness of unpopular guys. That means we're going to capture the Goma's tower with just the male members, right? Hell yeah. Yeah, we've no other choice. Yamajun could only smile wryly upon seeing Yamada-kun's eagerness. Well, I guess I was wearing the same smile as him. In that case, the next thing I need is the information about demons in this area and also Yamada-kun and company's abilities. Roger. Well, my vocation is... Yamada-kun is an idiot her. He got pushed back by my momentum and was telling me about his abilities. If all of this was an act, then I can say that he was one hell of an actor. When Yamada-kun started talking about this party member's abilities without particularly hiding anything, Yamajun supplemented the missed details in no less than perfect timing. After combining their information, I made a summary of their power. Yamada Genka Vocation Heavy Warrior. Parry repelling enemy's attack with protector or weapon. Parry return sending back the parried enemy's attack with an even heavier, faster, and more powerful strike. Iron skin as hard as iron. Steel body muscle as tough as steel. Smash strengthening strike type attack. Break creating shockwave from a powerful blow. Yamakawa Junichiro Vocation Healer. Lesser healing magic of light element. Can heal small injury. Lux Sagittaloa rank attack magic of light attribute. Lux shield light attributes low rank defense magic. Summon low rank Lux elemental. Flash releasing strong flash of light within a moment to blind the enemy. Healing magic of light element. Can heal small injury. Ancient language decoding beginner enable the reading of ancient language. Up to 3rd class. Ueda Yohei Vocation Swordsman. Slash strengthening slashing type attack. Thrust strengthening attack of thrust type. Abandonment can react to enemy's attack. High walk increase movement speed. Rush consecutive slashing attack. Nokai shout a vocation warrior. Smash strengthening strike type attack. Parry repelling enemy's attack with protector or weapon. Iron skin made the skin's surface as hard as iron. Throwing increasing throwing's power. Rage consecutive strikes attack. Shimokawa Junasuk vocation hydromancer. Aqua Sagitta low rank attack magic of water attribute. Aqua shield low rank defense magic of water attribute. Aqua mist low rank concealment magic that obstructing the field of vision by creating mist. Aqua blast low rank AoE magic of water attribute. Aqua bind low rank binding type magic that restraint the opponent movement by creating water's whip. Thanks to the two kind explanations, I managed to create such a detailed draft of everyone's abilities and vocation. In addition, when I combined the draft with the result of my observation during their battle against the Goma troops, I drew a conclusion that there's nothing special about their vocation. As long as the totem pole trio didn't hide some sort of a trump card, that was, but since Shimokawa told the other about his Aqua Whip, I think they're not hiding their abilities at all. I mean, they could lie to me by hiding Aqua Bind since Shimokawa didn't use it in the previous battle. In that case, I could easily discover their lie since I knew from the class rep story about Shimokawa using Aqua Bind to kidnap Takanashi Kotori. On the other hand, their side had no idea that I knew about this magic. That's why they'd do everything to hide Aqua Bind if they really wanted to trick me. How I wish that hypocrite saint learnt to tell the truth like these delinquent but honest guys. I mean, look at them. They're still honest to each other even though they're supposed to being Raina fanclub members, rivals to each other's. Nevertheless, I felt it was strange for them to advance this far with so little abilities like that. I mean, I won against everyone here if it's limited to abilities I gained so far, but when I was reassessing their abilities, I found out that their abilities were simple yet powerful and extreme. In short, versatile and powerful combat-oriented abilities. Take Ueda Kuin for example, his slash, abandonment, and high walk alone were the basic abilities for hit-and-run tactic. He could defeat Goma as long as he had a sword. In short, 100 trash skill couldn't beat an extremely powerful and versatile skill. The important point wasn't how much skill was in your possession but its effect. In addition, seeing the quartet battle against the Goma's troops and comparing them to Uramori Kombi's battle, the latter seemed to be weaker than the former despite their similar combat-oriented vocation. I mean, Uramori didn't give the impression of having cheat skills despite supposed to have the same skills composition as the four. So, there's still a great difference in mastery despite having the same skill composition. Which meant that the battle sense and individual talent might play a great role in creating such difference between two people with the same abilities and vocation. Thank you very much, that's a really useful information. So, what about you, Momokawa? I'm also rather curious about your vocation, Momokawa-kun. So I had to tell them about my shaman vocation too. Well, I intended to keep it for myself if they didn't ask though. Anyhow, the things that I emphasized to them to a T for the case of friendly fire was pain return, and rem, or vials clay doll to be exact. In short, the powerful looking monster we saw before is actually a powerful version of a clay doll. Yes, with gifted materials. Now, plebeians, offer your small fries monster materials to this great shaman. So those guys with you are clay dolls. But, why did they have a monster-like appearance? Using the monster corpse as its base material will transform the clay doll into a corpse doll. Then we might not be able to use it. Pardon. Oi Yamada, the hell you're talking about, lolican bastard. I mean, Raina got scared by their monster-like appearance, right? Whoops, I almost forgot about that. It seems I misjudged you a tiny little bit, Yamada-kun. I misjudged you, pervert bastard. To think that you're even more a hardcore lolican. I'm sorry for saying this, Momokawa-kun, but I agree with Yamada-kun in this matter. Your monster-like familiar will end up being killed again by Sacred Beast if Raina saw them again. If you make them again, make sure you keep them away from Raina, or smaller size one that couldn't be seen by her. You got a point here. Such amazing insight, Yamajun. His assist came at the right moment, completely destroying my hostilities toward Yamada-kun, and even offering a viable solution. I was certainly a shaman, hex user. I could curse everyone I'd a grudge with, but it didn't mean that my boiling point was so low that I'd wantonly cast a curse on everyone that annoyed me. Except for those who tried to disturb my cute Rem's revival, aka Yamada-kun and that Raina bitch. Rem was my lifeline, the trusted partner who was going through several deadly battles with me. That's why it was natural for me to wish for her revival ASAP, but what Yamajun had said made sense. Maybe, no, it's almost certain at this point that Raina bitch would only destroy Rem again as soon as the former met the latter. In the worst case, that idiotic bitch might even go as far as trying to kill me with sacred bitch for using monster-like familiar. I mean, Rem almost never left my side up until now. I understand, I'll make sure that they're hidden from Raina's eyes. That's also rejected. Raina-chan will leave the tower once in a while for a short walk. Seriously? Are you fucking seriously telling me to not use precious combat potential, Rem, just for that silly reason? Da hell y'all talking about? What are y'all going to do when those monster-like familiar of yours make Raina-chan cry again? Fuck, this guy is an incurable lolicon. Why was he left alone until reaching this critical condition? My feelings after hearing Yamada Lolicon-kun's unreasonable excuse went beyond anger. It felt like I was talking to an alien. I mean, even those Gomas were more reliable than this Lolicon-kun. Cough, okay, my desperate escapism aside, seeing Yamada-kun acting this way, I got the feeling that he'd prioritize Raina's mood more than the battle with our life on the line. That's why Yamada-kun dismissed the option of reviving Rem due to the previous incident. This Lolicon's arguments were simply too unreasonable. And this Lolicon bastard was satisfied with his attempt to protect her from the scary experience. TCH, even though we're clearly lacking in combat potential, we had gotten another trouble from unpopular Lolicon. Haha, can't be helped then. I guess I've to make a little adjustment to my plans. Your duty, is it? Then, maybe there's no problem if you stop them at that time. I mean, something like a manly hug to pacify the crying girl. What? The color on Lolicon-kun's face changed rapidly. He might even be imagining the scene of him hugging Raina. What an easy fellow. If he hadn't given such a reaction, I might have treated my statement as a tease, but it was hook, line, and sinker for this one. Well, problem solved, I guess. In my opinion, Aya-san is anxious. That's why she's getting scared of a simple matter. Of course, the duty to protect her will fall upon the strongest amongst us. In other words, you, Yamada-kun. Is that so? Yeah. I mean, Aya-san is just way too timid. I think she'll understand once you explain the matter about Rem to her. That's why if by some chance Aya-san sees Rem and is on the verge of tears, I'll leave the duty of hugging and pacifying her to you, Yamada-kun. Do don't speak such nonsense, Momokawa, Lee-like. Like hell I can do something like hugging Raina-chan. Don't be so shy. You know that there's no one else but you, Yamada-kun, to be entrusted with this job, right? It's your duty as the party leader and the strongest amongst us to pacify Aya-san, the sole female member of our party. But, if I did that, it'll be sexual harassment, right? Don't worry about it. Both Yamajun and I will back you up to explain the situation to Aya-san. I mean, things will turn pretty bad when she's crying in fear, right? Considering the situation, this is our best option. That definitely does not fall under the category of sexual harassment. I see. You're absolutely right. I guess it really can't be helped. Momokawa, leave the job to pacify Raina-chan to me. Easy, you're way too easy, Yamada. This Buffy guy should be smart enough since he managed to enter an extremely prestigious prep high school, Shiromine Academy, and yet he had been easily baited by me, someone who wasn't blessed with a glib tongue. Well, the test wasn't the absolute parameter to know whether someone was smart or not. There's a saying that love is blind. Having this kind of mistaken perception to his own convenience like this might be normal for an unpopular virgin dude like him. I mean, I myself would jump head first if there's a chance for lucky pervert event with Randu-san or Mei-chan, regardless of the consequence. Our first checkpoint is to rebuild Rem. She's definitely a great boost to our combat potential. The truth was, We can enter the battle as it is, but here we're facing against our next problem, the proper capture method of Goma's tower. How close is that fortress from our base? I've no idea how many kilos distance it is from this base, but it's about half-day walking distance from here. We'll see their fortress before the night if we depart in the morning from this place. So that meant straight ahead from this place since our compass pointed straight ahead toward that tower, but it's still quite far from here. No, that kind of distance might be trivial since it'd only take half-day by traveling inside the uneven path in the jungle. Did Ayase-san go with you when you measured the distance? Yeah, we're planning to advance as it is after defeating the boss in this place after all. Since Ayase-san would be riding on Ingard's back at that time, we would a hard time to follow her pace. I see. In short, the distance between our tower and them was around 20 kilometers. The distance that a normal human can cover in half-day is about 30 kilometers, while infantry can cover around 50 kilometers. They might be normal high school students before, but now they're superhumans enhanced by the power of their vocation. Their newfound power allowed them to walk through the uneven jungle path with ease and cover 20 kilometers in less than half-day. So that's mean we can arrive at their tower in a single day. I mean, that kind of speed despite living in the jungle. Then, could it be that the battle in front of this tower from before was their first invasion to this place? Yeah, seems to be the first time. After Contina's failure, we have upped the plan to capture Goma's tower for a while and decided to use this tower as our base. Our current priority is defeating as many monsters and raising our power as much as possible. That must be the reason why the Goma's side also made their move. OF4CK. Let alone capturing Goma's tower, it's our tower that was in danger of being captured by them instead. In the first place, this wasn't a game. We're not gonna meet a small fry monster based on random encounter. They'd come at us whether we like it or not. No matter how stupid those Gomas were, with their village-like communities around their tower, there's no way they wouldn't notice that parts of their army kept missing every day. That's why it's only a matter of time before they launched an all-out attack on us. Well, they're not a big deal anyway, as if the likes of Gomas can defeat us. The one who attacked you back then might have just been a scouting group, not their main army. Their elite troops that comprise of only Govas doesn't even make their appearance. They might be Goma's tower final line of defense, thus couldn't move as they pleased though. This tower is dangerous. We should evacuate to the closest ferry plaza as soon as possible. Yeah, I think that leaving this place right away is our best option, but we were transferred right in this tower, so we've no idea about the location of the other ferry plaza. Whoopsie, as useless as ever her, this muscle brain. But, at least they knew that they could only walk around without a destination in this jungle if they chose to leave this base. Nay, it'll be all right. I had been walking until I arrived at this tower from previous ferry plaza after all. Yes, I noticed that we could save ourselves from the army in Goma's tower as long as we could evacuate until we arrived in the previous ferry plaza where I enjoyed the hot bath, wild boar nabe, and poison experiment on the Goma. But, do you remember the way to go back to that ferry plaza, Momokawa? I mean, our compass will only point toward the next destination. It'll never point the previous destination. Though I understood that Yamajun didn't fully agree with the retreat idea, it took me 10 seconds to fully understand what he said. Magnetic needle always points north. That's why we can normally use that as the starting point when looking for direction. But then, our magic compass only pointed toward the closest transfer point. That was far from enough to understand the general direction in this labyrinth. Moreover, at times, it suddenly changed direction midway. Just walking toward the opposite direction of the compass wasn't enough to go back to the previous ferry plaza. See crap. It seems we had no choice but to stay in this tower and make a solid plan to capture the Goma's tower. Chapter 116. Jungle's Materials Gathering. What shall we do? For some reason, I ended up as the only one who worried to no end. Hey, this sword looks nice, doesn't it? Woo, it's almost got no rust on its surface at all. Fuji, there's really no magic cane at all. T the hell ya doi woo, the heck, this is a good old sword. Gare, Yamada, just right when I need one, the one I've before almost wasted after the previous battle after all. Wait a fudging minutes, I'm the one who found this sword first. Rather, my weapon is already useless. Currently, behind me, the Totem Pole Trio and Lolikan-kun, Yamada, were making a ruckus regarding the ownership of the sword they found from amongst the defeated Goma's troops. Ha! I've enough of this walnut. Well, we've no choice but to eat it anyway. I mean, that's our only source of energy to keep moving. Ah. Do your best, Aya-san. Think of it as medicine that's good for your body. On the other side, we got Yamajun, who was busy with babysitting that bitch Raina Ayas who was sulking. It's not even an hour since I had officially become the party member, but my heart was already tired and wanted to retire. Fine guys, have it your way. I don't even care if this group got annihilated by Goma. No, don't run away from reality, face it and solve it. No matter how horrible this group was, it's still too early for me to escape from the reality of the situation. Yes, it's still too early to give up on them. I mean, it's basically impossible for me to capture the Goma's tower by myself, no matter how meticulous my preparation. Our only choice was to break through from the front. What should I do now? Strengthening this tower's defense first or reviving Rems first? We've to prepare ourselves for counterattack before we can raid their tower. Honestly speaking, our best choice to strengthen this tower defense was by raising our level and transforming this tower into a fortress. These two plans were our most viable solution. For our tower defense, we have a swordsman, a warrior, a heavy warrior, a healer, hydromancer, and a fucking NET. FUDG, all of them are useless in anything aside from combat. I wouldn't go as far as making this tower into something like a fortress, but we can at least build a barricade if we've someone with production type vocation, like the blacksmith in MMORPG. Well, with nothing but combatant type here, even if by chance someone from class 27 had that kind of production type vocation, she wasn't amongst our group right now, so with no choice but to do our best with what we had got. Ha, I miss Randu-san. I unintentionally grumbled to myself. Our defense would be perfect as long as we had Randu-san, a geomancer. I mean, her worth in defense had been proven in Underground Lake's battle, a battle in which her mud wall played the biggest role in our survival. I mean, with her, we just needed a single day to complete our defense preparation with the combo of Terra Shield plus Terra Chris Sagitta plus Eternity. In addition, when the Gomas launched their siege, she could act as our main artillery with her powerful, long-range Terra Sagitta to snipe the Goma, or Terra Blast to clear the encirclement. When it comes to a defensive battle, no one could rival Randu-san's skill. But she's not in this group. How I missed her powerful geomancer's skill, her tanned, giant pair of tits whose size was second only to Mei-chan's. We may have no magic to create a wall, but at least we know how to build a barricade. We're just normal high school students without our vocation's power. We could cut down the trees around this tower and make a simple fortress to strengthen our defense, and I think we didn't need a really good one since there's a chance that the Gomas would never come to raid our base. If we'd no way to procure a relatively good defensive gear, then we could only increase our level by defeating more enemies. I mean, we could increase the number of our soldiers as long as I could use Rem and Rem II. Moreover, even if she was easily defeated, I could save myself as long as I'd Rem. I guess reviving Rems was my greatest priority to guarantee the chance of my survival. Alright, then next is depending on Rem's ability. The choices would be heavily dependent on how much the new Rem I could retain her previous power, or the new monster for her base, like Arachne. I became more and more excited just by imagining the new possibilities of Rem. Well, the first thing I have to do is negotiation. I don't want to do this. To be honest, the shitty combination of personnel in this group would only set the negotiations circling around in the same place. Well, it's far easier when I was offered a deal with Tendao-kun. While here, with that Lolikan-kun who would suddenly interrupt the conversation. Hey, Yamajun, I have something to talk with you. Preparation was important before we entered the discussion stage. Let's go with the basics by making an ally who has the same opinion as me before entering the discussion. An ally like Yamajun, whose opinion was heard by everyone, was an irreplaceable existence for me. This was definitely not a cunning plan. With many swinging voters amongst our group, I could easily reach my goals as long as I'd their votes by making Yamajun my spokesperson. On the contrary, People who'd always disagreed with the majority's opinion, despite lacking any reason to do so, was simply a pain in the ass. So in short, Momokawa-kun, you want to enlist me as your cooperator. Well, in fact it won't take a long time for us to hunt a demon. And I personally welcome the addition to our war potential. That's right, let's do this, Yamajun. Yamada-kun readily offered himself when the matter about embracing Raina to pacify her came forth. Lolikan-kun's nostrils basically flared at that time. So you're going to make that familiar of yours, right? Well, it's not a problem, right? We'll be stronger if we have the assistant of monster like Arachne. The heck, it was surprisingly easy to convince the totem pole trio. Now I just need to collect the materials for new rems. But it's far easier than I thought. Well, I guess it's better this way. Now I just had to do my best. Welcome back, Rem. Gaga. The first Rem I revived with Vile's clay doll was the most basic one, which gave me a sense of nostalgia. Rem, black skeleton version. There were no skeleton-type monsters in this area, but with a lot of Goma corpses. Though it's not like they're completely useless, the Goma's materials were basically left alone unused. Their consideration was almost natural since Goma's materials were basically as useless as skeleton's materials. However, without the skeleton monster around, Goma's materials were the most useful replacement to create the early version of Rem. The material I chose to use right now was the corpse of Goma's elite called Govu. Different from their short counterparts, Govu, who was blessed with the height of an adult human and more muscle mass, was a better material than the ordinary Goma. Next was adding the lively posing Mandragora which I'd picked in this jungle and a drop of my blood. Using my semen would cause various kinds of trouble in this situation, so I substituted it with my blood. Anyhow, her skeleton frame aside, she was currently as tall as the previous Rem, the first who has been killed by that bitch. The reason why her basic form wasn't that short might have something to do with her base materials, or Rem was in fact leveled up. Ooh. WOAH. It's summoning magic. The totem pole trio gave their honest impression upon seeing Rem rise from the black chaotic swamp. The one who helped me hunt the demons for the materials and raising their level was none other than the totem pole trio. Yamajun and Lolikan-kuns were taking care of that shitty princess. Basically, one never left Raina alone with the other. The reason being, it's better that way. That bitch had no intention to do anything at all. Perhaps that bitch would move only when we're heading to the next area, or else when our base was occupied by Goma. Well, it's better that way. That bitch would only bring more headaches if she loitered around anyway. Even though she could easily win against small fries, she most likely would fall into the enemy's trap if her opponent was a cunning-type monster like Arachne. Nay, even her sacred beast might backstab her someday. As such, we had departed to the big hunt. Oi, I see some Goma over there. What are you going to do? The one with the highest perception amongst us, Ueda the swordsman, quickly found enemies in our path. This seemed like it's the most natural thing to do, but this is the first time I'd moved together with the totem pole trio who used to hang out around Higuchi back in Japan. And maybe the first time I'd talked to them. That's why I didn't even know who was the upper, the middle, and the lower of this trio. And so, to avoid creating any future problems because I mistook their names, I asked Yamajun to tell me which one was which in their face beforehand. As a result, I knew that swordsman Ueda was the one with long hair. In terms of looks, he was the most good-looking among the three, but since he was always hanging around Higuchi, who was practically more handsome than Ueda, he ended up as Futsuman, normal-looking one, Ikemen, handsome one, borderline. Goma has no core. The materials stripped from their corpses, from head to toes, is completely useless. Right. It's your turn, Shimokawa. Here we go. Shimokawa, the Hydromancer, was clearly delighted since it's finally the time for his magic to shine. Shimokawa was the only four-eyed character amongst the three. He had a pointed sea urchin-like hairstyle, but I suspect the reason why his hair still pointed up like that in this dungeon was that he was carrying hair wax with him. Since he had the weakest physical abilities amongst the three, I was really not surprised seeing him take the sorcery-type vocation. And by the way, he wasn't a Hokkaido native despite speaking like one. Aqua mist. In case they encountered a powerful foe, Shimoka, The hydromancer used his aqua mist to block their opponent field of vision and used that chance to escape. In addition, the effect was similar to Nagai-san, the Syromancer's ice mist. According to Yokomichi, it also gave a concealment effect by erasing the presence around its user. To be honest, I wanted this kind of skill. Since the mist blocked the vision of anyone other than its user, we'd to rely on Shimokawa to get out of this mist and avoid the Goma's troop. I mean, it looked like nothing but magic. The mist just suddenly appeared out of nowhere, throwing the Goma's troops into confusion. I was sure now that those stupid Gomas thought that there's no one else but their troops inside of that mist. I think I'd end up in the same situation without Shimokawa. That's why I stuck a note in the corner of my head to be careful when encountering sorcerers with a mist close to them. We carefully threaded into the mist since one wrong move might lead to our enemy noticing our presence, but I guess that was needless worries against the likes of Gomas. You know, I wonder what the other monsters we can hunt aside from Goma. There's the monkey. Yeah, those guys who jump a lot. Let's ignore those monkeys, they're useless. And as I expected, the area around the tower was Goma's turf. We couldn't see any other monster in there. Sorry, but maybe we've to camp tonight since our destination is rather far. Seriously, Momokawa. Camping as in sleeping in the middle of this jungle? Impossible. I'm also not too keen to do this, but it really is meaningless to go out this far yet have no harvest at all. What should I do now? The totem pole trio seem to be about to become an annoyance right now. How about we go to the river? It's less dangerous over there. The one who suggested that constructive opinion was Nokai, the warrior. Nokai was the tallest and had the best physique amongst the trio. The only factor that Higuchi lost to him was height and muscle mass. I mean, he had those six-pack abs. As for his other noticeable feature, it's his headband. It might be nothing more than simple fashion back in Japan, but it was a God-sent item in the battle since it prevented his hair from covering his field of view. Well, the person himself might have yet to realize that though. Anyhow, now, after I was told about each of the trio's particular features, I guess I wouldn't have any difficulties in differentiating them as long as I memorized each of their unique features. Could it be that you're referring to the river where Ayasan's sacred beast of water insta-killed that crocodile-like monster? Yeah, right. I thought we're screwed for sure that time. We're basically done for if not for Raina-chan's summon. Ha ha ha, look at them. To be able to wear such a carefree smile. My life in this damned dungeon wouldn't have been this miserable if only I could be as optimistic as them. Is that crocodile powerful? At least more powerful than Goma. Its skin is protected with tough scales. It is agile in spite of its looks. We can defeat it if there's only one of them, but there's no way we can win against dozens of them at once. I saw they're classified as small fry monster of Gore's level. I guess I could use them. And speaking of crocodile, it reminded me of Tendakuan's solo fight against the boss of Underground Lake area, which was the only and biggest crocodile I'd ever see. Yup, let's hunt those crocodiles. We just need to kill one of them anyway. Thus, we were heading toward the river where we could meet those crocodiles. We encountered two Goma's troops along the way which we avoided by using mist, and soon, we arrived safely in our destination. It was a fairly big river in the middle of thickets with rather muddy water and huge curves like the River Amazon. The water was too murky to the point that we couldn't see what kind of creature was waiting for us inside. There's no piranha in it, right? Who knows, it's supposed to be safe, right? Ueda's baseless guarantee was something that I definitely couldn't trust. Since there might be another dangerous monster similar to piranha in this river, let's avoid entering this river in case there's a bleeding wound in our body. It was said that living beings in this kind of muddy water had evolved their senses to track the smell of blood in place of their limited vision. Though entering this dirty-looking river with an open wound was exposed it to infection. Crocodile, where are you? Doesn't seem like their gathering place, right? Though we tried to locate the said crocodile along the riverside, we couldn't see any signs of something big moving under the muddy brown river water. Then I guess we've to keep looking for a proper place to find those crocodiles. It might sound like a half-hearted suggestion, but we really had no choice. Thus, we went upstream with a light mood. It seemed that we'd find a bridge made by those Goma if we kept heading downstream from our current position. but we're currently trying our best to avoid any encounter with those guys. Even though it had been a while since we're walking upstream while foraging for edible plants along the way, we'd yet to see any shadow of crocodile. All we saw so far was either the scene where a bird dove from the air and caught a fish or a fish leaping on the surface of water. It'd make for an amazing sight if we're currently in the middle of school trip in the Amazon rainforest, but unfortunately, we're not. Listen up, you fucking crocodile. You'd better appear now. But please don't appear all at once. When I was in the middle of having fun with praying for those crocodiles to appear, Sirapi, something is coming. Right after the swordsman, Ueda, warned us. Kyoa. A monster raised up a war cry. It's not coming from the river but the forest. Damn it. Though it was supposed to be a surprise attack since it decided to attack us when our attention was focused on the river, its biggest mistake was looking down on the people blessed with vocation. Despite being surprised for a moment, Ueda had already drawn his sword in the next moment and then ambushed the monster that thought it had managed to surprise us. It's the raptor. Look out in case it came in group. The one that appeared was a dinosaur-type monster. It was a small, bipedal, gore-like dinosaur, or rather, its appearance was basically the carbon copy of the one from Dinosaur's picture book. If the gore appearance was prominent due to its huge head and protruding horn, this guy had a sleeker and neater appearance. The color of its scale was dark green, which might have something to do with the fact that it lived in this jungle. There's also dark red strips mixed in some of those scales. Overall, their scales resembled camouflage suit. And though this one was equipped with sharp tusk and claws, its defense seemed to be weaker compared to Gore, whose whole body was covered with bulky thick scales. Yamajun described the raptor as a small-sized land dragon who might suddenly appeared from behind the thickets. ORA. D8. Maybe because they're used to this kind of opponent, the vanguard Ueda and Nokai launched a counterattack almost at the same time. Though their blades easily tore through the green scales, the wound was too light. Black hair bind, spiderweb twine. Just like the Gore, the raptor was also hunting in group. When one of them appeared, the second, third, and so on appeared in succession. Seeing that their number was superior, we're basically done for if they managed to surround us. That's why I invoked my curse. Aiming to hit any of them was good enough. GIYAO. Despite its shriek, the raptor's legs were forced to a stop. Great, both my black hair bind and spiderweb twine managed to halt the raptor's leg. Without enough power to tear all of the restraint at once, the bundles of black hair and sticky spiderwebs were proven to be an extremely annoying skill. Aqua Shield. It seems Momokawa was also reaching the same conclusion as me. He used defensive magic to disturb the movement of our opponent whose number was superior than us. GJ, now it's my turn. / Don't forget about me, babe. / Our party's warrior and swordsman landed a critical hit with their skill, instantly killing 2 raptors whose movement got sealed. The rest of the raptors couldn't charge to attack our 2 vanguards since their path was blocked by Shimokawa's barrier. But, as soon as they tried to circling around the barrier, Gaga. Their movement was blocked by Rem, who wielded her sharp spear. Spread Rotten Bog. Meanwhile, I made Rotten Bog and using Black Hairbind's tentacle to catch the raptor's legs, dragged it toward the acid bog. KYOA. KUEK. And there, another war cry with a different rhythm resounded from inside of the forest. Soon after, the rest of raptors turned around and ran back into the jungle. It might be in order to withdraw from the leader of the packs, seeing that they're at a disadvantage. They executed the order immediately and darted to their pack. TCH, they got away her. And here I was just getting started. Now, I lost the chance to test this awesome axe. Our vanguard duo loosened their vigilance since the battle had ended for now. The axe that was currently being used by Nokai-san was originally a gift from Yoshizaka-san to Rem the first, who got done in by that shitty bitch summoned beast's breath attack. But Rem threw away both of her axe and spear given by Yurimori so as to not damage it. Since Rem had returned to her base, the skeleton's form did not have enough power to utilize the axe for warrior. I decided to lend the axe to Nokai. Rem herself was currently using Nonomiya-san's spear. That was rather unexpected, but it's also unexpected gift for us. Though those raptors had retreated right away, here, with 2 raptors insta-killed by our vanguard's skill. What about the crocodile? Let's make use these raptors first. They might not be powerful, but the raptors just showed me that they had incredible mobility despite moving in this jungle. Since it was originally similar to carnivorous dinosaurs equipped with sharp claws and fangs, there's no doubt about its offensive ability. For all you know, it could be even more useful than crocodile in this jungle. In short, I decided to use raptor as Arachne's replacement. Great, now I could use this guy for the return journey. I mean, humans won't be able to forget a comfort once they experienced it themselves. Chapter 117, Camping. Sorry, let's take a break for a while. Out of mana here, Momokawa. Well, not a bad idea anyway. The one who understood my feelings seeing me out of breath was my fellow from Sorcerer Vocation Shimoa. Yes, I was currently out of mana. The reason why I ended up in this kind of a situation was because I used one of the raptor's corpse to recreate my corpse doll of resentment, Rem, and another for her reinforcing materials. Honestly, doing that at the same time emptied my mana tank. This makes you more like a monster user, or necromancer. It's cool that you can resurrect it as it is. But then, I think it's more like a zombie with its blackish color. Those were Ueda and Nokai's, our vanguards, impression upon seeing the raptor's corpse being transformed into corpse doll of resentment. Her appearance still that of a raptor, but her color was changed to black and gray from its original dark green with stripes. I thought her current color was more badass than before. Karuru. It was such an adorable purr. The way she rubbed the tip of her nose on me reminded me of a pet. Well, the inside was still Rem after all. The skeleton also changed considerably. Shimokawa voiced his admiration to the skeleton Rem who just reinforced with raptor materials. Green-scaled armor formed around her limbs, torso, and waist. Her defense was still a far cry from the previous Rem, but it was far better than the skeleton-only form. Just like Mantis Knights equipped with Mantis Blade on their arms, Raptor Rem was also equipped with Raptor's deadliest weapon, Giant Sharp Claw, on her limbs. A glance was enough to convince me that she was fully resurrected in her raptor form with all its advantages, but what surprised me even more than that was her tail. Though her tail was smaller than the normal raptors, it grew from Rem's butt, her pelvis, and continued on with her long but flexible and slender tail. Could it be that she underwent something similar to level up? Well, it's not like I could confirm it since whose current grade was lower than the one killed by that bitch Raina couldn't speak Gar anymore. The future, where I could engage in a conversation with her, might come someday. I was looking forward for such a future, but at the same time, I was getting scared of knowing her evaluation about me, her master. Well, I could put that matter aside for now. Our war potential has increased for the time being. But still, the one who got killed by Raina-chan's sacred beast before was stronger than this one, right? Indeed. She's made of high-quality materials after all. Nevertheless, I was back in the first step again right now. When I was collecting Juramari's spear and axe that was thrown by Rem before she got destroyed by breath attack, I found something sparkling on the ground. That thing was that salamander's bright red scale. I had to say that it was as expected of dragon scale that could resist extremely hot temperature. That scale had survived the breath attack that annihilated Rem. Thus, I took it back with me, and used it to strengthen the current Rem. In addition, I also collected the other splinter of Salamander and Thunder T-Rex's scales from the place that became their battlefield. As a result, a dark red, small, circular shield was formed on Rem's left hand. It might be durable, but its size was simply too small. Nevertheless, the current Rem should be able to make full use of its toughness in real combat after some practice. Or, the sun is about to set. Seriously, it's already that late her. Come to think of it, we had walked quite far from our base. I assure you that it's not because we took a prolonged rest along the way. We'll be arriving at night if we choose to go back to our base now. I guess we've no choice but to camp outside. When I said those words, the expression on the totem pole trio's face told me that they're not too keen on the idea of camping outside. But it's not like their disagreement could stop the sun from setting into the western sky. TCH, can't be helped then. Let's do it with guts. Ooh. So that means we're sleeping outside her. We did not even bring a tent with us. I think we should sleep in the jungle, huddling together to keep our warmth from getting sapped away by the wind. No way. The hell is this? Punishment game. Well, despite living a primitive life, we're actually still quite spoiled thanks to the existence of the safe zone called Ferry Plaza. Well, this was also the first time for me camping outside of the Ferry Plaza like this. I wished that all of us could safely pass this night without any kind of accident whatsoever. Section. Everyone, the bath is ready. Chwaicha. Bath. 3 naked youths happily jumped into the witch's kettle filled with hot water. Hot enough that one could see the steam rising from it. Ha! So damn good. Ooh, here it is. I can feel it. This is it. Bathtub is the Japanese soul indeed. That moment, the totem pole trio showed a blissful expression as if they're melting in the hot water bath. It seemed like my first customers were quite satisfied with Momokawa bathhouse. Regarding our camping zone, we decided on using the area around the river. It's hard to find a more suitable campsite when the sun was slowly sinking in the western horizon after all. Well, we might be an amateur who didn't know left from right of the camping, but I noticed that we could literally spend a wonderful night camping outside with my current abilities. The first proof was the bath being enjoyed by the trio right now. I, who had found out during my crazy experiment of the fact that I could use witch's kettle as makeshift bathtub by adjusting the heat, made a huge pot in which few people could enter at once. We could take the water directly from the river. Well, though it's true that filling the huge kettle with the water from the river took quite a lot of manpower, I could just leave that job to Rem and the trio. Where's the bucket, you ask? No problem, everyone was using their own trousers. We found out that it could hold quite a lot of water after tying the end of their trouser into a knot. As for the water that was already inside the pot, it's naturally muddy colored such that we couldn't see the bottom of the pot. Naturally, there's no way anyone wanted to immerse themselves into this muddy water, even if it's hot, but this is where the witch's kettle showed its magic. Yes, it had a water filter function too. By using its filtering function to the fullest, it'll keep filtering, and filtering till there's no mud left in the water. I knew the filter structures since I went to the sewage filtration plant for field study back in my elementary grade. I'd no idea whether this vague knowledge of mine was useful, but seeing the crystal clear water, I guess it worked out somehow. Ah, shouldn't we be able to fill the water at once by using my water magic? A while after the filling process, our water magician, Shimokawa, suddenly muttered those words. I offered a silent prayer to Shimokawa, who got beaten by Ueda and Nokai combined in the background. Sorry, Shimokawa, I completely forgot about your magic. Anyway, as long as we could fill the giant kettle with water, the aftermath was as easy as flipping one switch. There you go, the hot bath was done. I continued on to make our dinner while the trio enjoyed the crystallization of their useless hard work, namely the hot bath. I threw in my wet trousers into the witch's kettle and put it into dehydrate mode. While at it, I adjusted its heat and pressure to achieve an ironing-like effect. So, please forgive me if it turned into disaster. Now I just needed to cook the only dish I could cook, hot pot. Just like when I made wild boar's hot pot with witch's kettle, I diced the meat and threw it into the pot. Naturally, it's not like we met a wild boar along the way. This was leftover meat from the great boar that I killed before. As expected of a monster called the great boar, it had a lot of meat. It was too much for me to finish it by myself. Even though it was a week since I killed it, I who had a small appetite couldn't eat all of the great boar meat. Naturally, leaving the meat as it is would spoil the meat, but I had the almighty cookware at my disposal, the witch's kettle. This almighty cookware could produce tons of dried meat with just a flip of switch. I couldn't completely eliminate the gamey smell of the great bear since the only seasoning I used was salt. It seemed desalinating was far from enough. Anyhow, I had brought with me a large chunk of great boar meat as a precious source of protein. Now let's have a blast with a lot of this meat. In addition, I added the pig-faced frog that was loitering around the riverside to the menu. My pharmacy intuition said it was edible after all. Let's get cooking the pig frog. Rem had been strengthened with Raptor's material too, so I reckoned I might be able to leave that pig frog to her. But, to be honest, I was rather worried about this. Could she really fight the two of them? I think that pig frog was just the right opponent for her. Silver hair severing. I'd no intention of using a normal knife to do this. I used a steel thread like silver hair severing to slice and dice the ingredients, while at the same time improving my curse proficiency. Yup, I guess it's not as easy as it looks. The result of me trying to use silver hair severing to cut the frog from limb to limb was a mess. I guess I had to aim to get used to this first like Mei-chan. My aim was a mess when I tried to fire the silver hair severing, but the cross-section was neat thanks to its sharpness. Meal is ready. The thing I'd to watch out for was the parasite that could be living in the meat and be sure to cook it to medium rare. As such, I cooked it like a hot pot until well cooked. I also included a banana tuber and several seemingly edible wild plants that we'd foraged along the way into this hot pot. The seasonings I used were only the rock salt that we looted from the Goma and herb that we found today for secret flavor. The red nuts powder, just like its appearance, had some spiciness. Though it's not as spicy as chili pepper, it had no peculiar smell. Thus, my original Momokawa-style hot pot, medium spicy, was complete. Ooh, it looks delicious. Seriously, it feels like forever since the last time I ate meat. Momokawa, you're so damn amazing. Even this modest banquet of meat seemed like the most sumptuous meal for them who had only survived on walnut this far. A normal modern Japanese would have some reservations when it came to eating frogs or slightly gamey boar meat, but the trio devoured the hot pot with gusto without even questioning the origin of that meat. Even though I was sure that they tried to grill one or two seemingly edible monsters so far, I reckon they prioritized safety over satiety by eating the surely safe walnut. Well, I'll prepare our bed. After the dinner which won me the stomachs of the totem pole trio, I continued to make the bed for us while the trio was still excited over the hot pot. Spider thread bind. My bad, I want to be spared from sleeping on the jungle's slightly wet ground with only leaves as my bedding, thus I made a hammock using spider thread. It's absolutely comfortable. Without its stickiness, it actually had a good springy texture. In fact, I could use this thread to make clothes. No one had tried to use spiderwebs for clothes back on the earth since it's really hard to farm spider thanks to their cannibalistic nature. There, it feels really good. I had lost count of the number of trees that were sacrificed for creating this hammock bed. I rolled up the spider thread of various viscosity around the trunk of the trees and chose the most suitable one amongst it. That's why the hammock was perfect both in terms of springiness and the knits. Ooh, this is awesome. I unintentionally let out such a voice as I felt my body sink into the wonderful softness of my makeshift bed. As expected, no one could go back to sleeping on the Ferry Plaza's hard lawn after they'd experienced this comfort. It's quite durable since it could survive an entire night just fine. It could be forever usable if I were to apply Randusan's Eternity, but my tentacles would disappear without the support from my mana. Even so, the current me could load a few hammocks with a whole lot of mana so that it could maintain this springiness for some time. Thus, I set my current goal to be able to maintain black hair bind for a few hours non-stop. It seemed that I could maintain this form for hours once I was more skilled at using this skill. I guess I need to make it a bit thicker since there's cold wind too. Maybe I still had some time before we hit the bed. The hammock itself was well done, but I couldn't help worrying about the wind. I really wanted to have a wall and roof too, but that would be difficult without Randusan's construction magic. Thus, I weaved spider thread in a way similar to a hammock and spread it over a large area as a makeshift tent. This jungle must have biting insects. That's why I spread the spider webs with normal stickiness as a makeshift trap for the insects. It really looks like a spider web, but whatever. I ended up creating white spiderwebs around our tent as I recalled my experience when I was caught by the Arachne. By the looks of it, it definitely resembled a spider-type monster's nest. Well, this could be enough to keep us safe. The commonly found monster around this area was Goma anyway. Well then, G-Night. Whoa. Softly amazing. How I missed sleeping on a hammock. There's no way I can sleep on the hard lawn anymore. The totem pole trio fell asleep as soon as they lay on the soft yet springy spider thread hammock. There's nothing that can beat a good old hot water bath, a hearty meal, and a night of comfortable sleep after a day of hard work. This was the kind of outdoor camping that made one doubt the definition of survival. Come to think of it, I could distinguish ingredients with intuition pharmacy, cook and prepare hot water bath with witch's kettle, and make a bed with spider thread bind. No matter how one looked at it, shaman was such an incredible vocation that made it possible to live comfortably in any kind of environment. Despite its ominous name, it's more like a vocation that offering a blessing rather than a curse. Well then. Now that they've better impression of me, I guess they'll at least hear me out starting from tomorrow. This was a gamble. I expected the trio to at least hear me out after they knew of my expertise in this unexpected area of providing a comfortable living environment. They still regarded me as someone who had unexpectedly joined their group due to the turn of events. That's why, up until now, I'd no idea whether they would really hear me out or not. But then, I guess they're going to hear me out after they knew what I had for them. Something equivalent to barter. No, I wanted something more than that if possible. I mean, it would be much better if they at least wanted to hear me out and do what I asked them to. Because who else could prepare a satisfying meal, hot water bath, and a comfortable bed other than me? And who would want to go back to sleeping on a hard lawn, bathing with cold water, and eating only that tasteless walnut after experiencing such comfort? It'll be good if we can get along. Now I had to sleep, leaving the future problem for the future. I guess it's safe to leave the lookout job to Rem. Haha, I guess I really had to thank Ruin-Hilda-sama for granting me the power that allowed me to experience minimum hygiene and a comfortable living environment in the jungle. Thank you very much, Ruin-Hilda-sama. I'll offer you a proper prayer from now on. Chapter 118, Live in Luxury. Ooh, it's fast, but a torture to my ass. That was the impression of riding a raptor. Since insides of Rem were running while paying full attention to me, an amateur horse rider, or should I say dinosaur rider. Nevertheless, as long as one's riding, it still shook once or twice every once in a while. Even if this was piece of cake for the equestrian tribe, it wasn't a simple matter to me, a modern Japanese born who wasn't that used to animals. It's like riding a roller coaster without a safety belt, and most of all, the feeling when her hard scales hit on my butt was an absolute nightmare. But that was the weakness of me. Her rider, Raptor Rem herself, was a superb mount. It was clear from their body shape that they're a great runner. They're rather similar to ostrich, be it in height or the fact that they're bipedal. Perhaps I should say that the ostrich was the one that resembled a dinosaur. Anyway, Raptor Rem, with a running speed of 50 km per hour, was a great addition to our war potential. Because for the original inhabitant of this jungle, being able to run freely, passing every obstacle in the forest with bad scaffolding, was far more important than simple pure speed. Though both Ahidaka and Arachnes were also a great runner in the forest, they're still no match for a raptor that basically flew within the forest with terrifying accuracy. Unfortunately, the one who was using that wonderful cavalry was none other than a weakling amateur like me. Or rather, I think it'd be better to make Rem the first as Raptor Rem's rider if we're speaking about making a proper cavalry. My impression about the raptor aside, I was currently on my way back toward the tour base along with Totem Pole Trio. We met no trouble on the way back. We did encounter a few groups of Gomas along the way, but our basic policy was avoiding a confrontation with them. For this reason, we basically didn't fight at all on the way back to the tower. It'd be better if it were always this comfortable though. We're back, Yamajun. I want to ask you about something. Welcome back, Momokawa-kun. Is something the matter? The first thing I did upon coming back was talking to Yamajun. Honestly, it seemed that he was more worried about Raptor Rem and Rem the first who stood at her side, but I'll postpone the explanation for the two until later. This is about Ayase-san. Is she near here? Ayase-san. He was really surprised. Well, Yamajun had long since been aware that I held no interest in that bitch. Because that bitch was nothing more than a jinx to me, even deadlier than my own curse. Nevertheless, this was something that I'd to tell him. We're running out of time with each passing second. I want to make Ayase-san participate in the capture operation of Goma's tower. I see. It's almost impossible though. It's fine if she refuses, but let's try to ask her first. I understand, Momokawa-kun. Both me and Yamajun headed toward the ferry plaza. Upon entering the plaza, Yamajun called out to Yamada-kun, said a word or two to him and made him leave the plaza for the time being. Thanks. Great. This way will make it easier to talk to her. Even though I was not requesting this, he cleared out the people to make things easier for me. As expected of Yamajun, I could never be someone like him. Now it's my turn. May I have a minute, Aya-san? What's matter? Raina, who was seemingly taking a nap in the plaza when I was in the middle of talking to Yamajun, replied with a languid voice. The fire lion, in guard, was right by her side, seemingly giving a makeshift cushion. It seems she really enjoyed his fluffy fur. We're going to capture Goma's tower, but I wished Aya-san to lend a hand with your spiritualist power. I'd no intention of talking in a roundabout manner with this bitch. So I straight up asked her a question, regardless of her answer. That's impossible. I'm scared of fighting. Raina was indeed a frail-looking girl. Then what in the hell is the monster you are using as a sofa, was what I wanted to say but held back for now. It's not like you need to fight in the front line. I mean, look at that Ingard and the other sacred beast. They can fight for you, right? You can ask them to help us while staying safe and sound in this place. No. Why are you asking such a cruel thing as making everyone leave me? Ingard was glaring at me as if responding to this bitch's irritation. I see. Well, it's impossible to talk with this bitch after all. I'd kinda expected this reaction. Or should I say that I knew this would happen all along, but it seemed like I ended up pissing off the sacred beast too. See, calm down, Aya-san. It's not like Momokawa-kun wants to force you to fight. We're only asking you to lend your powerful sacred beast to help us. Nice timing. Thank you very much, Yamajun. Thanks to you, I didn't end up instigating Ingard even more with this bitch's disgusting weeping act. Yeah, I just want to confirm. Can I take it that you, Aya-san, don't want to lend your sacred beast to us at all? I'll always be with everyone. The hell with that double-meaning sentence, you two-faced bitch. Inviting this bitch was like inviting a thug who you could speak logic with. No, her double-meaning sentence, which seemed like she was willing to help with some negotiation, was troubling after all. I understand. I won't ask you to help us again. But, if you feel like helping, we're more than willing to accept your help. I mean, we'll still be no match for you even if we're grouping together to attack you after all. That's just how strong your power as spiritualistis. And by my estimation, you can actually capture Goma's tower by yourself. That bitch didn't show any reaction to my words. As if to say that she didn't want to hear this talk anymore. For Raina, I might be just an annoying guy who always scared her, so she didn't want to interact with me as much as possible. But for me, she only judged people whether they're an annoyance or not, an extremely selfish bitch. Fine then, since you don't want to hear annoying things from me, then I'll give you what you want, comfort. My bad then, since I've displeased you, I guess my only choice is to not interact with you at all then, Aya-san. Negotiation met a failure, so I turned around and walked away from that unpleasant bitch. Yamajun, who seemed to be surprised at seeing me back off so easily, chased me in hurry. Momokawa-kun, are you really okay with this? Yamajun asked me as soon as we left the plaza. Well, you couldn't even call the previous negotiation as negotiation, because to me, it felt like talking to a wall, no bargain whatsoever at all. Yeah, though I'd expected this result, I wanted to at least try asking nicely. But still. Rather than that, Yamajun, do you want to have dinner? Or a bath? Or... I said the phrase that I heard somewhere before with a wicked smile plastered on my face. Section. Momokawa, this is the great boar you're talking about, right? That night, the brave totem pole trio's shout resounded inside our base. I came in hurry as soon as they called out my name, and see, their catch was the great boar indeed. The trio and Rem, each carrying one of its leg, despite their tired face. I could see proud smile on their faces. That was the face of a splendid hunter upon bringing back a game. It seemed like they had succeeded in hunting the targeted prey. I mean, I would have expected them to bring back pigfrog or snake, and yet, they brought back the best game I had never hoped for. Thank you. With this, we need not worry over the meat provisions for a while. Hell. Meanwhile, the three who became the first victims of my witch nabe raised a joyful roar. Fumu, they're brimming with anticipation. Now help me drain its blood, we can start the dismantling process after that. Leave it to me. I'll do anything to eat that delicious meat. I thought they're going to raise a protest after tiring themselves in the hunt, but it seemed my worries are unnecessary. I mean, there's nothing to lose with more help. Thus, we and some background chars were making a merry as we prepared the great boar. You guys, what are you being noisy about? Ah, so you really gonna do that plan, huh? Momokawa-kun. Yamada and Yamajun, who I invited to the great boar feast, showed their face as they leave the tower. In fact, I'd told Yamajun before that I'd the necessary skills to distinguish edible stuffs from non-edible stuff, which included the skill to cook them, and I tried it on the totem pole trio during our outdoor camping last night. Since I found it troublesome to explain it again and again, I entrusted Yamajun with the job of explaining things to Yamada-kun. Seriously, dude, you mean those monsters are edible? Welp, what's with that fastidious reaction which felt out of place for someone like Yamada-kun? Anyhow, he just needed a taste to know that I was telling the truth. I mean, there's no way that anyone who only ate that monk-like menu, namely tasteless walnut, could resist the temptation of meat after so long. Well, here you go, it's done. Thus, boar hot pot, complete. With banana toes on the top of the list, I've also added mushroom and the herbs that I found growing around the tower. So good. Yamada's reaction was already within my prediction. I mean, the totem pole trio whose stomach was already enslaved by the wonderfulness of my witch kettle was already devouring the hot pot in silence. Amazing, this is so damn delicious. It still has a slightly gamey smell, but aside from that, it's really delicious. Though I'd no idea which of the wild grasses could lessen the gamey smell, it's still a huge success. One of those grasses might be herb. The area around this tower was surprisingly full of those useful herbs. Then, though it's rather forced, shall we add more of those herbs? No, it's better to stop since there's some inedible stuff too. As expected, even Yamajun made a slip in front of such a delicious meal that he missed so dearly. In fact, this jungle's flora and fauna far surpassed all the areas that I visited before combined. That's why I was sure that we could find a typical nature like this outside of this dungeon. The dungeon menu created by Mei-chan consisted of ebicaterpillar and snake, but the jungle was literally suffused with food as long as we're looking for it. It's like a treasure trove of foodstuffs, with some poisonous stuff mixed in. And that was excluding the dangerous things with parasites or fungi. I should mention, to anyone, unlike me who possessed a high recognition skill, the chances of running into dangerous stuff was extremely high. And that danger soared even higher when it came to mushrooms and plants-type food. I mean, that red mushroom poison was strong enough to knock out the armored bear. Anyhow, with my intuition pharmacy, we no longer have to worry about finding the right foodstuff. It's an irreplaceable hunting skill. Thanks a lot, Momokawa-kun. To be honest, I'm tired of walnut already. Aya-san is also delighted with this finding. Yeah, I'm glad that you like it. Even I could tell that my reply was a big fat lie. I shot a sidelong glance toward Raina Ayas, who was nibbling on the great boar hot pot from her bowl like a small animal. She got a free meal without even doing anything. She was really enjoying her NEET-like lifestyle. Was the meal you ate for free really that delicious? Huff huff, shoo good. You're whining over eating the walnut. Now look, it's as if you can't get enough of the taste of fresh, oily meat. If I were a chef, I would surely be fired up right now after seeing that bitch smile, but instead of warming my heart, it gradually went toward absolute zero. Naturally, I was really delighted since she liked my great boar hot pot. Besides, everything went according to my plan. Honestly, the most troublesome part of my plans was whether she'd like this hot pot or not. Eat as much as you want, Raina-chan. There's still a lot of it left after all. This is the most delicious part. Do you want to try it? Before I noticed, they'd already formed a ring around Raina with Yamada at the helm. As expected of a princess, she really was throwing her weight, The totem pole trio, save for Shimokawa who was aiming for Takanashi Kotori, didn't give the air of lolicon like Yamada-kun. But, Raina had this kind of charm that lured the opposite sex into pampering her, regardless of their preference. I mean, I would basically leave her to her own devices if she didn't mess with me. I swear upon Ruin Hildesama's name to not harbor any kind of dirty passion as a man towards that blonde loli, Her type was completely out of my range, thus I was protected. But I was also scared since deep inside something was whispering to me to join the quartet. After I snapped out of my trance and got away as far as possible, I prepared a nice hot bath for them. The big one is for males, the small one is for females. They were all lying around on the lawn with bulging stomachs after the dinner, however, I choose the right time to interrupt their rest. Female bath. Gulp. Oi, Yamada, what's with that pause just now? Your reaction was definitely that of a low, forget it. Well, I guess everyone has to leave when it's Ayasan's turn to take a bath. I mean, we'll be grilled by that scary lion if we didn't leave when she took a bath. Or rather, that guy had already shot a menacing look at us. Anyhow, I guess it's ready seeing how the steam rising from the bathtub was thick enough. Naturally, Shimokawa played a big role as the aquamancer in filling the bathtub to the brim. War, it's a bathtub. Yeah, why? Since Raina was merrily looking at the prepared hot bathtub, it was unilaterally decided that she'd take the first turn. Oi, who was the bastard who said, let's decide on turns to take a bath with rock paper scissors? I mean, it's natural for men to want to enter the bathtub first. And yet, look at them, folding in front of that shitty bitch smile. All of us then left the ferry plaza in silence after Ingard threatened us with his menacing groan. Well then, next up is making bed her. I proceeded with the last preparation, making the spider threads hammock like the one from last night. I reckoned Raina might have some apprehension since it looked extremely similar to a giant spiderweb, but whoa, amazing. A hammock, Kaya. It ended up as needless anxiety when I saw Raina, who just finishing her bath, frolicking like an elementary grade kid as soon as she glimpsed the hammock. Let's sleep together in this place, Ian-chan. Yeah, it's big enough for Ingard too. I pumped myself with the best services I could muster to fulfill Raina's ballooning willfulness and made a bigger hammock while at it. The Arachne spiderwebs itself was really durable since it's loaded with a lot of mana. Even a big lion like Ingard could lie down on it just fine as long as it didn't move wildly in its sleep, or rather, I unconsciously created an Arachne-sized nest hammock. I guess it could hold on. Yay, G-Night. The shitty princess who was snuggling up on the hammock in place of Ingard's fluffy furs had already begun her journey towards the dreamland. That selfish princess didn't even say thank you to me, the one who prepared all of this till the very end and just slept. Being her selfish self per usual. Well, it didn't matter anyway. The reason I'd prepared the food, bed, and bath was to level our playing ground anyway. I didn't need her gratitude, it was enough as long as that shitty bitch realized my value. Now, all that left was to bring her to the negotiation table. Oi, Momokawa. After Raina fell asleep, Yamada called out to me just before we were about to leave the ferry plaza. What now? I should have prepared a hammock for you too. Well, I just want to say thank you for the meal and bath, and you can get closer to Raina-chan with this. Haha, this is why I hate boys who fall in love. Let's terminate this ugly jealousy of this boy. Even though I was already fed up with this kind of misdirected jealousy, I countered Yamajune's with a smile. Yamada-kun, the truth is, I'm in love with Futaba-san. Yamada was clearly surprised by my unexpected remark. You're into that chubby kind of a girl, huh? Yes. Thank you, Mei-chan. You protected me even when you're not in this place. So allow me to borrow your name here for my own convenience. I mean, I was really gunning for you even when you're still as round as before. In addition, we're a team now, right? That's why I think that I've to at least make this much contribution to the team due to my lack of combat prowess. That's why I'll do to the best of my abilities to restore everyone's spirit before the battle. After diverting the bombshell, I was back to convince Yamada-kun with sound reasoning. He who had no power left to make a quarrel with me obediently accepted my reasoning. That reasoning aside, Yamada-kun, you're way too easy to cheat, you know? Then, let's sleep in preparation for tomorrow. G-Night. Oh, G-Night. After I managed to divert Yamada-kun's jealousy and left the ferry plaza, I saw Yamajune smiling wryly as if to say it seems my intermediation is unnecessary. Phew. Even if it's not a ferry plaza, everyone should be able to at least calm down in their own room. Maybe because of the change in habit, Everyone came to the conclusion that it's safer to sleep in the ferry plaza. Still, I rather sleep in a different room. Different from the tower in the underground lake, this tower had several empty rooms. I chose the small and compact one amongst them all as my personal room. Rem the First was standing by outside of my room, while Raptor Rem was by the entrance of the tower as our watch out. Thank you for your hard work today. Phew. Nevertheless, there's nothing that can beat your own room. I could do almost anything in my own room without having to worry about outsiders' eyes. Thank you very much, Randu-san. Thus, I began my journey to the dreamland after I had stowed away those wonderful leopard panties back in their safe box. Yup, tomorrow was finally the time to propose Goma's tower capture strategy to everyone. I couldn't help but feel worried, though I felt that my current preparation was enough. Let's just do my best with my Shaman vocation. Chapter 119, Equivalent Exchange. There's something I want to say before we have breakfast. I said so to everyone before I thawed the leftover Great Boar hot pot from last night, which I flash froze with Witch's kettle. Yes, by everyone, I mean all the classmates gathered in this tower. They just couldn't wait for me to thaw the hot pot and get a serving of that. Good grief. Did they really think that I, who am nothing more than your average stingy otaku, would give them a free meal like their mothers? I'm not some sort of Samaritan, you know. Oh, what's the matter, Momokawa? Can that wait till after breakfast? Perhaps his hunger forced Yamada to voice his complaint. It's important. Well, Momokawa-kun seems to be rather serious about this matter. Let's hear him first. Nice assist, Yamajun. Now Yamada had no choice but to listen obediently like a good child. I mean, it's not like breakfast was gonna escape anyway. I think everyone's noticed that the Gomas were aiming for our tower. It was clear to me that everyone was underestimating this situation. But, I guess they're unwilling to accept this situation to prevent Raina from throwing a tantrum. It's just as you say, but, sooner or later, the Goma fortress is gonna send a large force to capture this tower. Why in the heck are you saying something like that? At least show us some proof. Have you noticed that there's always Goma platoon stationed close to this tower for the sake of observation? Yesterday, on the way back after obtaining Raptor Rem, the reason we never fought that platoon was because they avoided us. They might understand the difference between the two sides of power, but it couldn't explain the reason behind them trying to avoid us, since the Gomas I knew so far have always been charging straight at us as soon as they spotted us. Thus, I concluded that they're ordered by a much stronger superior to not attack any group of humans. Gomas were stupid, that's why they're basically really obedient slaves of Govas, their higher evolution. In short, their boss in Goma's fortress ordered them to just observe, thus they went as far as holding themselves back even in front of us, their prey. Really? Oi, are you guys noticing that too? No, it's... But still, we were not attacked at all when we camped out yesterday. Come to think of it, I saw them running with their back to us. As I thought, the totem pole trio still had clear memories about yesterday's event. And best of all, they're really used to fighting against the monster called Goma to the point that they found the others' action yesterday rather weird. That's right. We weren't attacked at all during yesterday's exploration. It feels like they're intentionally avoiding us. In short, the reason they avoided fighting us is because they're observing us right now. That muscle brain quartet finally nodded their heads after Yamajun summarized the situation. The reason why they're observing us is because they have yet to give up. At the time when I first arrived in this tower, the defensive battle against those Goma troops might be just their leader testing the waters. Thus, they became extremely wary of us after we turned the table on them. That or, it might be the tactic of Goma's boss who stayed in their fortress. Aren't they just getting cold feet after those chaps see out power? Can you give a reasonable explanation for your claim, Yamada-kun? Nay, but you think the same goes for Momokawa's story, right? Why, I mean, you can't give a reasonable explanation for your story too. Yamada was riding on Shimokawa's retort. Aren't you rather perceptive, Shimokawa? Could it be that your specialty lies in quarreling? You're right, it's just my theory based on what I heard from you guys about the Goma's boss. But, there's nothing wrong with preparing such possibilities, right? I mean, there's no problem if my guess is wrong and Yamada-kun is right. Those Gomas will only look at us in fear from afar. We can use those days for preparing ourselves to capture the fortress in this tower. But if Momokawa's guess is spot on, it really is game over for us the next time those Gomas come to raid this tower. I heard the sound of someone swallowing his saliva. It just was like the first day I met them. But this time, they finally realized the gravity of the situation. Then what shall we do now? At this rate, it's only a matter of time before this tower falls into their hand. Why in the heck are you barking at me now, Yamada? They had a great number of disposable Goma troops which they could use to exhaust us, and the elite Govus troops to protect their fortress, and here we are, not even a little bit of preparation to strengthen our defense in this tower. It's meaningless to speak such logic to the completely emotional fellas. I've a strategy to get out of this dangerous situation, but it's a tactic that will allow us to triumph against Goma's overwhelming numbers and capture the fortress. Or, just tell us about that tactic already. It's simple. We just need to attack their fortress when they dispatch a large number of Goma army to capture our tower. The strength of the army protecting their fortress decreased in proportion to the army they sent to capture our tower. Since the tower capture battle was also an important operation for them, I'm sure that they'll at least send more than just Gomas. And then, when their biggest advantage, namely superior numbers, left their fortress. I see, sure enough, we've bigger chance of winning the battle in that situation. Everyone raised a voice of admiration. But then, doesn't that mean there's no going back anymore once those Gomas raid this place? And forget about raiding their base, we won't be able to leave the tower once they've entered via entrance of our tower. Exactly, that's why we'll station Raptor Rem, who has superior enemy sensing, to prevent that. In the worst case, we've to prepare emergency escape mechanisms somewhere in this tower, like fitting window panel on the rooftop. But then, they're going to run after us once they know we're escaping from this place. Momokawa-kun, now it's your turn to explain to them. Ah, Aqua missed her. I'd confirmed the effect of this magic yesterday. It had a high-speed invocation and was really suitable for small groups like us to escape from the army of Gomas. It doesn't really matter even if, for example, we were found out by lookout platoon around the tower that separated from the army. They didn't have wireless equipment after all. The most they could do was scream on the top of their lungs. By then, it was already too late for the whole army to chase after us. We'll complete our preparation while also baiting those Gomas to keep their eyes out on the tower. Don't tell me that you want someone to stay behind in the tower. I refuse that role. Me too. Why you can't leave me behind since I'm the only one who can use Aqua Mist? These guys didn't want to be the sacrificial pawn, huh? It's okay. The one who will stay behind is Rem. Ooh, so it's your familiar. I see now. Though that was her proper original role, which I could think of ever since I gained Vile's clay doll, she could fulfill her role as sacrificial pawn, which was normally impossible for us, the humans, since she could resurrect as many times as I want, without feeling pain or fear. As long as she is doing her best, Rem should be able to buy us enough time to escape from this place, at most delaying the return of the army. For that reason, I want to fortify the defense in this tower too. But there's so little we could do with our limited construction-related knowledge. But still, it was far better than doing nothing while waiting for the incoming enemies. I already had an idea about how to do this. I see, that's amazing, Momokawa-kun. It seems we might be able to do something about our current situation. In fact, the escape from our tower is the safest part. The problem is the defense in our enemy's fortress. I mean, I had to make a plan based on their report about Goma's fortress since we didn't have a leeway to send a scout. It'll be for the best if they left the fortress wide open, unprotected, but they should have left behind a minimal amount of defense force behind in their fortress. That's why we can't avoid a battle against them. In addition, we should do something to delay the return of their main force. Both of our side were moving around by foot. I know that even if Rem did her best, there's so little things she could accomplish by herself to gain us even a little bit more time. In short, this is blitzkrieg operation to capture the fortress, defeating the boss, and using transfer function to go to the next area. Hey, how can you be so sure that there'll be a boss waiting for us in there? Well, since the Gomas are living in there, let's say that there's a boss's room. To be honest, this is just my guess. I mean, we can't teleport unless we've the core to activate the teleportation circle. Assuming that our magic compass only has a function to show the direction of the teleportation circle without the function to detect the boss's room, another possibility was that the Gomas used the tower that lost its function as the boss's room with the teleportation circle as their living place. If it was the latter, then coming to that tower was enough to make our compass point to another direction. I hope it's not the latter though. But still, it's safe, right? I mean, Yamajune's mail database showed us that there's Goma's boss called Gogma waiting in there. Govas were warriors that ranked higher than Gomas. The one to outrank Govu was a boss monster who had the core we needed to activate the teleportation circle. Well, it doesn't matter. We originally planned to capture that fortress in the future anyway. Now ain't the time to get scared, you know. Thanks to reasonable deduction, Yamada agreed with my opinion. Even when both Yuda and Nokai showed their anxiety regarding the unknown boss, they could have had no intention of giving up on the fortress capture from the very beginning. Thus, they also agreed with me. Well, we might have extremely limited information about the boss, but I believe that matching our capture operation with theirs is our best option for the time being. It was an extremely crude tactic bordering on suicide no matter how you looked at it. But still, I really couldn't find a better plan than this. Worse of all, there's no other input for this plan since everyone here was muscle brain. But that was not a problem anymore since everyone had agreed to it. I'd to put my life on the line for the next step. This is last confirmation. No one is opposing this plan, right? No one raised their hand. Anyone has a better plan than mine? Again, no one raised their hand. Then, please raise your hand if you agree with my plan. I'm with you, Momokawa-kun. Yamajune raised his hand, showing clear approval on his side. Thanks a lot, Yamajune. You raised your hand first since you know that Japanese, especially students, were rather troublesome in this regard. When an influential person like Yamajune raised his hand, the others would also follow suit. Yosh, everyone is in this plan. Yamada raised his hand, yelling vigorously when he saw that everyone has the same opinion. Yeah, let me in too, Momokawa. Me too. Don't forget about this Aquamancer, the key to your plan. The totem pole trio raised their hands too, agreeing to my plan. Well then, now that I got everyone's approval, I'd no choice but to get the plan going. Right. But wait a minute, there's another party member, right? That sole female member. What about you, Aya-san? Ha! What's with that ha? Raina, whose face completely puzzled when I suddenly asked her, raised an adorable voice. Lolican Limited and looked at me with a dumbfounded face. Did you hear what I said just now, Aya-san? Yes. Is there something you do not understand, any question, or idea? Nope. Then, do you understand what we are going to do? Do your best, everyone. Raina was cheering for everyone. Yup. It seems this shitty bitch still didn't get the current situation. Well, suit yourself, Raina Ayas. That'll save me from a lot of trouble, and I have no intention to pamper a shitty bitch like you. I'd completed all the preparation to make this spiritualist fought a splendid battle as our vanguard in this kind of case. When it comes to the tough boss fight during Goma's fortress capture operation, I think we're severely lacking in manpower, or rather, we would most likely be annihilated. But the chances of our victory would shot up if we'd Aya-san's spiritualist power to assist us. Or, wait a minute, Momokawa, are you trying to make Raina-chan join the battle? Do you think I'm such a cruel man? It's a dangerous battle in which we might die after all. Aya-san is a girl, after all. I'll be ashamed as a man if I force her to fight. Yeah, as long as I grasped her weakness, making her join the battle regardless of her consent was an extremely simple matter. And I was not referring to brainwashing magic or such. It's up to her to decide whether she joins the battle or not. I am no good with the battle. Meanwhile, that bitch was already showing a tearful face. I see you hate battle that much, her. I understand. Then I take that Aya-san is okay with no meal, bath, and hammock bedding, right? What? I'll only use my power for those who join the battle, not for those who don't. Now choose. Raina Ayas. Can you, a shitty neat, go back to living on walnuts, bathing in cold water, and sleeping on the lawn again. Or else, you'll lend your fairly useful bodyguard in exchange for a comfortable hammock, hot bath service, and sumptuous meal from me. Why? We were fighting, betting our lives on the front line. And you basically do nothing. Anyone can see there's a huge difference between the two, right? But I am not good at battle. I don't really care whether you can fight or not, you know? Because you don't even need to do anything. Have you finally realized how irresponsible you're up until now? The combination of your cute crying voice and tears aren't gonna work on me. I'm invincible against lowly. Foo ha ha ha, you need a super curvy bodies like Mei-chan's if you want to take me down. You wait. Yeah, this is also an important decision related to our life, Aya-san. Take your time to think about it. Okay, thank you for the waiting. Let's have breakfast, everyone. I started the thawing process of last night's leftover great boar hot pot with a saintly smile of a sister who gives food to the poor people. Everyone was looking at the hot pot that started to release an appetizing aroma as it got heated, and a crying Raina with a bewildered look on their face. Is something the matter? No one is eating. It's to die for, you know. There's no way they could forget the delicacy of the pieces of meat that were floating on the pot along with its irresistible aroma from the last night. Someone had already gulped their saliva and couldn't wait any longer to pounce on the pot. Come on, it's ready, you know. Raina-chan, you can eat my portion. Lolikan-kun shouted with the expression of someone prepared to commit suicide. Well, I've prepared a countermeasure against a bad child like this too. Ah, my bad then, Yamada-kun, it's against the rule. Wooty. Anyone who shares their meal with Aya-san won't get a meal from me, that's the rule. Why, you little? Don't boss us around. Even if you say that I'm bossing you around, this stew is made with my shaman's skill, you know. The same goes for both bath and the bedding. From the very beginning, everything has been mine. It's up to me to use it as I please. I flash froze the stew. The simmering hot stew became a block of ice in the next moment. It's up to you if you want to eat walnut with Aya-san. Or enjoy this delicious hot stew if you abide by my rule. And Yamada-kun, I really hope you play by the rule. You're our greatest manpower after all. Damn it. Momokawa. Guys, you better not eat too. Good grief. This here might be the Japanese proverb. When one's suffering, everyone feels the same way. Reason? Because it'll ease the suffering if everyone feels the same way. I also think it might be better if you guys share the same suffering. No, I mean, well, I pity Raina-chan for sure. But still. But we're going to lose our power unless we eat. As expected, no one was stupid enough to obey Yamada's absurd order. No one could bear the temptation of delicious food when it was right in front of their very eyes. It was the worst torture for them. Come on guys, have some shame as a man. Ueda-kun, Nakai-kun, Shimokawa-kun, your power is necessary to capture Goma's fortress, you know. It's okay if you want to eat. You don't need to hold back, you know. I spoke to those three while mimicking Mei-chan's gentle smile. Honestly, I don't hate the totem pole trio's guts. They did have a criminal record of trying to kidnap Takanashi Kotori before, but it didn't really matter to me considering the situation. At the very least, those three would cooperate with me in this capture plan. I mean, they did the job I assigned to them properly after all. That's why I didn't want them to become a victim of a shitty girl like Raina. Damn it all. Don't give me that shit, Momokawa. You don't have the right for that. Then what will you do? Are you going to kill me? If you do that, you'll lose all previous luxury forever and go back to your survival-like living. And don't forget, by the time you kill me, my pain return will kill you too. Why, you little? Calm down, Yamada-kun. Naturally, the one who called out to the enraged Yamada-kun, who was almost flipping over the stew, was none other than Yamajun. What's the matter? Don't try to stop me, Yamajun. I understand your anger for Aya-san, and personally, I pity the cruel treatment for her too. You're fucking right. But still, it doesn't change the fact that we still have to risk our lives in the upcoming battle. I admit that you're powerful, Yamada-kun, but even that is still not enough to guarantee that you won't die in this battle. I fucking know that too. What I mean to say is, we also have no leeway to protect Aya-san. I almost couldn't hold back my laughter. I mean, Despite the serious discussion, the way Yamajun talked was like a parent telling their naughty kid. What you're talking about? We will protect Raina-chan, otherwise, who will protect her? It's okay, Yamada-kun. You don't need to force yourself anymore. Leave Aya-san's matter to Soma-kun. What? Fut, poor Yamada-kun. No, hold your horse, I absolutely mustn't laugh at him. Soma-kun is alive, you know. He even gained a powerful vocation called hero. There's Kenzuki-san, class rep, and Sakura-san in his party. Their goal is to save everyone. What's with that? Yamada, do you really think that Raina would someday notice your existence if you kept protecting her? Dream on, dude, as if she could forget someone like that Soma-kun. What a pitiful, unpopular man you are. As if reality would work per your wish. I understood that sorrow. I really did, but sorry, it's too hilarious, you know. Momokawa-kun met Soma-kun and company before he met us, you know. And got betrayed by that Kenzuki Asuna, which caused me to be separated from them, XP. Soma-kun's party is far stronger than our current party. That's why they must be waiting for the arrival of the other classmates beyond this point. Then, what am I? Yamada-kun, you already did everything you can to protect Aya-san. It's time to give up. Yamajun patted Yamada-kun's trembling shoulder as he told the cruel truth to his friend with a sad face. I am. Thus, the sorrowful wail of a broken-hearted man resounded in the fairy plaza. Hey, can I laugh already? I mean, this is too hilarious. Chapter 120, False United Front. Thanks, Yamajun. Things settled down in peace for now. I spoke to Yamajun in the further part of the plaza while those greedy members waited eagerly for their breakfast. Back at you, Momokawa-kun. You're simply too awesome. That's not true. I mean, the one who made Aya-san willing to consider her action and Yamada-kun act like a good child is your skillful persuasion, Yamajun. Blending in with the totem pole trio that was greedily devouring the stew as they kept saying it's so damn good, and Yamada-kun who took a bite onto the stew as if he ate an atomic bomb after experiencing a broken heart was Raina, who ate with a delightful smile on her face. She was allowed to eat the stew after negotiation, of course. You did a really nice job there when you cut in with Soma-kun's story. The one who stopped that loser Lolican, Yamada-kun, who seemed like he was about to punch me, was none other than Yamajun, who interrupted at the right time by bringing up Soma Yuto's heroic deed. Yamajun managed to pacify the broken-hearted Yamada-kun, who had lost the will to do anything to me after he heard the harsh reality straight from Yamajun about Raina being in love with Soma-kun. If he were a girl, Yamajun's gallant interruption would undoubtedly have made me fall in love immediately. He was also the one who persuaded Raina to join the battle while pacifying the broken-hearted Yamada-kun. The summary of his long persuasion was something along the lines of "let's do our best together. Soma-kun is waiting for us beyond this point after all." Raina was an easy prey as long as we could abuse the name of her most beloved childhood friend. That's why Yamajun was making the full use of the hero, Soma, to make Raina willingly working along with us. But still, persuading her in this way had the highest chance of failure since she could dismiss Yamajun with a humph. So what? In short, we'd be in greater danger if Yamajun failed to persuade Raina. In addition, I didn't have Yamajun's level of communication power. I mean, all I could do were presenting simple pros and cons, making a deal or threat. I gave a shock therapy to Raina by excluding her from breakfast. In short, I whipped her. And then, Yamajun entered the stage, convinced Raina with Soma-kun's story. We're literally baiting her with her avarice, namely a guarantee of comfortable sleep, delicious meal, hot bath, and a chance to meet Soma-kun again. We whipped this fucking entity to do her job for the above reasons. Even though his action was ad-lib, Yamajun had fulfilled, no surpassed my expectation. At least, please tell me if you anticipate this kind of development. As if, even I couldn't predict this kind of development. Only Prophet or that guy who trapped in 2-week loops could do that. It was basically telling my entire journey up until this point, about who I met, who I killed, who became my comrade, to other classmates who I'd only just met in the dungeon. I mean, I didn't even tell them that I killed Higuchi, I deliberately kept it a secret to avoid any friction with the totem pole trio, the deceased's friends. That's why I placed my bet and decided to trust Yamajun, telling him in private about some of the darker side of my story. Soma-kuen's story was amongst the ones I told him. I'm also kinda surprised seeing how easily she took the bait. I mean, it's kinda hit or miss gamble after all. Rather, I noticed that he won the gamble when I was still busy thinking about needless things. Nevertheless, it's thanks to Momokawa-kun that everyone is starting to look like a real party. Honestly, I don't think I could have changed the situation if I was by myself. Well, being able to make Raina fight on her own accord was already a brilliant achievement. But using my method will only quicken the process towards the breaking up of this party. Now that everyone's heart is united, we can start the capture operation of Goma's fortress, but this false united front is extremely fragile as it doesn't give a damn about trust. You're trying to cheer me up here, Momokawa-kun. It's okay, I'll do my job properly. Yamajun was truly reliable after all. He was the only one who understood my train of thought far more than Mei-chan or anyone I met so far. My method was devoid of any emotional sentiment, but that's the best way to unite our force for the time being. Rather, our chance to come out alive in this battle was equal to 0 unless everyone's heart was united. I was being considerate about everyone's feeling and definitely didn't wish to die a dog's death with them. Even if I was making an enemy of everyone with my method, I'd do my best to survive and win along with everyone. Thanks. If we manage to capture the fortress and reunite with Soma-kun and company someday, I'll be relying on you to explain the situation to everyone. Ahahaha, yeah, I'll protect you when such day comes, Momokawa-kun. Well then, I should do my best in order for that day to come even a second faster. Section. Well then, now that everyone's heart is united, let's march toward the fortress. Also the positive-minded bunch would do. That's why Aya-san's job is eliminating the Gomas around this tower. Raina let out a cute shrill as she puffed her cheeks, making my hand itch to punch her on the face. Calm down. This isn't the time to open a boxing match yet. Currently, I was assigning Raina with job to exterminate the Gomas around the tower who came to observe our situation. Raina was powerful, or should I say that her sacred beasts were powerful. Defeating the likes of Gomas wouldn't be enough to raise my current level to the next level. But Raina's fighting experience was equal to 0. So far, she could only rely on her sacred beasts to protect her when she chanced upon a danger. She never ordered her sacred beasts to attack her enemy, she just screamed in fear. Naturally, she never ordered them to attack like this, or aim for that place like I did with Rem. Battles weren't supposed to be left to the others. I wouldn't go as far as asking for resolution or responsibility from her. I mean, I might not have those two factors myself. Anyway, I would let Raina have a fighting experience even if it's just a little bit. In short, it's training time. She wouldn't be that scared as long as she grew used to a fight so that she could make snap decisions when push came to shove. Well, in the worst case, I would be backstabbed by Raina who was used to battle, but the current urgency was to make Raina used to battle. You're going to participate in this operation, right, Aya-san? Yeah. Raina replied with indifferent voice. No, in fact this indifferent reply from the get-go was an expression of her irritation as if she wanted to beat me up to pulp. Be strong, the mission hasn't even progressed to 1%. I don't mind even if you don't want to fight. I won't force you either since you're scared of a battle. It's not like I was her superior, nor had I employed her. That's why I didn't think I'd the right to yell at her or just do it already, SOW. Like the Spartan trainer. Well, I didn't have the right, but I did have my trump card. But then, you can say goodbye to sumptuous lunch and go back to Walnut. In addition, I'm obligated to tell the truth to Soma-kun when we meet again, about the fact that you're the kind of woman who breaks her promise. I'll do it. Let's go, Ien-chan, Ram-kun. Take care, make sure you return before dinner. I see Raina, a tired look on my face, pout. Good grief. Getting a NET to do their job is hard. Will Raina-chan be all right by herself? Honestly, I had no qualification to call out to Yamada-kun who was staring at Raina's retreating back wearing a worried look on his face. Good grief. This party is filled with troublesome bunches. Seeing that she called in guard and Remudian from the very beginning, I think Aya-san will be okay even if she went into the jungle by herself. Now let's forget about that Raina and start with our part. I sincerely beg you, Yamada-kun, you must not look for Raina-san in the jungle just to satisfy your worry. I know that. Why should someone like me go there, to Raina-chan's side, anyway? A glum Yamada departed towards the jungle to gather firewood. I was around 50% joking when I said gathering firewood. I was serious about the rest. We did need a lot of firewood to make a big flame. The more we had, the better it was. Most of all, I needed lumber to make a gate for this tower. Smash. The sharp piercing sound of weapon impact and collapsed trees was combined together with a woeful roar. Nothing can beat the sorrowful wail of a broken-hearted man. Yamada is just a mere member of the baseball club. He wasn't an experienced lumberjack, nor had he prior experience in this kind of work. But all the problem was resolved by the power and ability of his vocation, the heavy warrior. I didn't even have to worry if he was somehow unlucky and found himself squashed by the fallen tree, since his body toughness was raised by his iron skin steel body. What should we do, Momokawa? I'm a warrior. Shall I cut down the trees too? I'm a hydromancer. Physical labor might be a little too much for me. As precious manpower, I had a plan to let the totem pole trio transport the lumber that was cut down by Yamada and help me with making the gate. I want you guys to gather useful items from the warehouse. The warehouse was the name of the room in which we stored the loot from the Goma's troop that we defeated. It seems Yamada couldn't betray his Japanese habit of not being wasteful, so he instructed the other guys to gather the equipment from the Gomas that they defeated while taking care of their corpses too. Nevertheless, it didn't mean that all of those loots were useful. Much of that loot was equivalent to trash. But of course, nothing useful in there. Just gather the weapons that look like they're still useful then. There was bound to be a disagreement if I were to use a weapon that was still of good quality. But the item I wanted the most right now wasn't a beautiful weapon. Here, I made a list of the item I need. Just ask me if there's some item that you don't know, since I'll do my part of the assignment after this. I handed them a memo, and they gathered around to read it together. This bow and arrow, how do you plan to use those? We don't have an archer. Could it be that this torch oil is referring to the dirt in their leather bag? What in the hell is this white powder? Despite seemingly puzzled by my memo, the trio obediently went towards the warehouse. You really are a talented leader, Momokawa-kun. Well, I just told them what they need to do. Yamajun called out to me with a bright smile on his face after I had assigned everyone their job. It's not like I wanted to become a leader if I have another choice. I mean, I was not the kind of person who wants to lead everyone or wants to bask under the limelight, or someone lusting after dominance. I mean, given a chance, I wanted to dump this responsibility to anyone who's willing to take it and laze around. But then, my survival instinct had forced me to act out of character. No, I'm not joking. I was more than willing to dump this damned job to anyone who's willing to take it. And yet, you become more and more like a prominent leader. Do you think so? Yes. I'm sure that you've experienced a fair share of hardship along the way, Momokawa-kun. I mean, the pipsqueak otaku who always stayed in the corner of the class was now the one who ordered that Raina Ayas, the delinquent totem pole trio, and Yamada from the baseball club. This kind of situation would never happen back in Japan. Even so, it's the same for everyone. Indeed. That's why doing the best with everyone is completely different from Momokawa-kun, who's forced to survive alone. Yeah, thank you for the praise. Yamajun, who could say something like that as if nothing had happened, was more awesome than I. Normally, everyone else would have had a hard time saying such praise. It might be because I was opening up to him. He didn't put any pretense at all when he was with me. Well then, I've to do my tomb raiding work too. Need my help? You'll do the cooking, Yamajun. Cooking was my job as someone who could use which pot, but there was a lot of prep work for the ingredients. Fortunately, we'd a lot of leftover meat from the great boar that the totem pole trio had hunted yesterday. But it doesn't mean that our daily meal would only consist of great boar meat. I made a lot of dried meat and bacon from the leftover meat, since it'd serve as preserved food during this dungeon capture. Since we're currently in the jungle, We could find foodstuff like great boar, snake, and frog, but I had no idea whether we could secure meat if the next area was something like an underground ruin. Though we had a lot of preserved food right now, I wanted to secure as much food as possible while we're still in the jungle. I mean, it just takes a moment for me to finish fermentation and air drying with Witch's kettle. By yourself? That's a dirty job, right? You're not going to do that by yourself, right, Momokawa-kun? It's okay, Rem is coming with me after all. In addition, I'm using my tentacles, so it's not like I'll touch them directly with my hands. I understand. I guess I can focus on my job now. After Yamajun gave his consent, a large knife in hand, he headed towards an almost untouched, giant lump of boar meat that I froze yesterday. Even though I called it simple cooking, it'll take a lot of time to prepare the ingredients. I couldn't do that alone no matter how much time I have in my hand. Not to mention that I was just an amateur cook. By the way, Yamajun had a little cooking experience, naturally not as masterful as Mei-chan. I mean, none of my classmates had the skill to cook and completely dismantle a wild boar like Mei-chan. Well then, time to get started with my part. I assigned different jobs to everyone, and I assigned myself the job that no one else but I could accomplish. I went around and right behind the tower. That was the place we had buried the corpses of Goma's troop, or rather, their morgue. There must be nice, usable things in there. Chapter 121, Jungle Tower's Defense Plan. Just as I had told everyone before, my fortress capture strategy was to wait until their side came to attack our jungle tower, leaving the tower empty when they came to attack, and commencing a blitzkrieg to capture their fortress as fast as possible. It's not wrong to say that our real fight started after we arrived at the fortress, but I wanted to pull the other side's war potential towards the tower as much as possible too. The degree of difficulties in capturing the fortress depended on how long we could keep their main force busy with trying to capture the tower. In short, we have to make the best preparation for both jungle tower defense and fortress capture in order to maximize the result. And it started with the tower. And as I said before, Rem would stay in the tower as a diversion. I actually wanted to leave the tower completely empty, but no matter how idiotic those Gomas were, they're not stupid enough to attack an abandoned tower. But as long there's someone left in the tower, even if that person was alone, those guys wouldn't think twice to do their best to kill that person. But still, leaving the defense to Rem alone is a bit too much. What if there were a mishap along the way or she got shot down with a hit? In the case something unexpected happened, I think it's better to increase the number of defense personnel as much as possible. Well then, now let's see how much is my limit. In creating the clay doll, since I could make 2, making 3 or 4 Rems should be possible for me. The only problem was how much vials clay doll I could handle with my mana. Corpse, check. Magic circle, check. Offering, check. I lined up my carefully selected Goma's corpses which dumped behind the tower. After I placed bones and monster meat in my magic circle center of hexagram, in addition, I added Murasa mushroom and Jungle's mandragora. I used a Goma's corpse as the mold. After that, I added plenty of that murky white liquid and my own blood. I prioritize quantity over quality right now. It's good enough as long as she had a human shape and could wield a weapon. Great, now come forth, Rem the Third. I mass-produced Rems in a grandiose manner. Naturally, the result was Momokawa-kun. Ha. Yamajun's worried face up close was the first thing I saw when I woke up. Too close. You're too close, Yamajun. Are you okay, Momokawa-kun? It seems you're fainted from mana exhaustion. Ah. I did it again, huh? I noticed again that I always fainted whenever I challenged Vile's clay doll new power. I'd always passed out whenever I felt that I could still persevere. Rem. Gie. Gaga. Gagaga. When I turned around, I saw 3 Rems reply cheerfully. The first one was the one who used Raptor as her base mold. The other 2 were normal black skeleton model. It seemed my eyes didn't play a trick on me. Thank God, I barely made a 4th. Ga. Gaga. As if congratulating their master, Rems were clapping with their skeletal hands. Now then, the bait for tower defense had increased from 1 to 4. Now you girls could bide us more time. Ah, keep lying down, Momokawa-kun. Don't worry. I won't use any big sorcery again today. It's not like I passed out due to anemia after all. Maybe it was thanks to my vocation, Shaman, that my mana recovered even faster than my stamina. That's why mana had recovered enough to allow me to walk at my own pace. I had no idea when those guys would come to raid this tower. That's why our sleeping time was a luxury. I reassured Yamajun and went toward the warehouse, the working site of Totem Pole Trio. Heya, how's the situation on your side? Dirty 'cause we're looking for any usable loot. We're taking the first turn to dip into a hot bath today. And don't forget about food. Despite complaining about their jobs, I knew that they did their job seriously from the mountains of items next to the warehouse. I see, thank you for the good work. I did a brief inspection of the gathered materials while throwing apathetic words of gratitude. Great, it seems we got quite a haul from those loots. They even found torch oil and few arrows. Oh look, this Goma's drug was also in good condition. My plan didn't consist of the use of this drug, but I guess there's nothing wrong with giving this drug to our vanguard as our ace in the hole. Rem, take all the bows and arrows. Ga. Third and fourth, you'll go with first to practice archery on the outside. Gaga. The trio of Rems moved at once while carrying bows and bundle of arrows with them. Hey, is Momokawa's familiar just increased in number? Indeed, they've increased just a while ago. I gave Ueda a half-hearted reply. My aim wasn't solely to increase our number, it was also for Rem to gain more proficiency in archery. A long-range weapon was a better choice when besieged by enemy from all sides. My original plan was to block all passage to enter the tower including the entrance and then shoot those Gomas down with a hail of arrows from the top of the tower. Since the number of our enemies was most likely far superior, there was no need for skilled archers. Even randomly fired arrow would kill one or two unlucky Gomas. In addition, since we had a lot of ragged cloths, we could make fire arrows by soaking them into the torch oil. Since we can't make this outside of the tower to prevent a leak in the information, we could only make it with everyone at night in the tower today. But of course, there's afternoon work before we get to that point. After lunch, we'll start carrying the felled trees and shut the entrance once we're done making the front gate. Oh you. A lot of work to finish. Hey, an aquamancer like me ain't suited for manual labor. The trio was as listless as ever, but the plan would continue regardless of their choice. Since we ate stew in the morning, the menu for our lunch was, well, despite trying to sound cool, it's just baked meat. Since I'd turned the plump part into preserved food, we ate another part right now. In short, our menu was the innards. Or should I say, liver? Part of it was thinly sliced and then grilled. I used the mixer function of Witch's kettle for the other half of the liver. SHO good. Yup, nothing can beat fresh meat. This mysterious herb gives a nice kick to it. I hate this. The great boar's liver was liked by all of us, save for a certain fucking bitch. She ate it nonetheless. And left as soon as she finished her lunch. Well, it doesn't matter. Just make sure you thwart those Goma's surveillance properly. I'm gonna straighten that shitty attitude of hers. Teaching her to fix her manners sounds like a pain in the ass job. Come on Soma-kun, just come and pick up that useless bitch already. Okay then, since Yamada-kun has cut a lot of trees for us, let's start the construction work. The ones who were working on the construction of the blockade in the front gate were all male. It was extremely heavy labor since we'd to move in the felled trees. 1, 2, 3. We were moving in the trees with an unbelievable sense of rhythm. Yamada, Totem Pole Trio, Yamajun, and me. The REM squad joined in too and we managed to carry the huge tree. Gathered in front of the tower was so much lumber being cut down by the power of the broken-hearted youth, so much that it formed a mountain. Ha! Ha! Great, next, let's take this lum. Momokawa-kun, don't you think that it's about the time to take a rest? The sun is about to set and everyone is also tired from doing their jobs. When I noticed, the sun did set. I'm home, is the dinner ready? When the entire male team was lying down, exhausted from their heavy manual labor, Raina made a grand entrance riding on the back of Ingard. Every second that passed was extremely precious for us now, but I guess we already had reached the limit for today. Aya-san will enter the bath last. 8. While I boiled everyone's hot bath under the hateful gaze of Raina, Yamajun read the ingredients that had been prepared in the noon over the fire. The offer for a hot bath and meal was my trump card to tame these guys. Are you not going to hit the bed yet, Momokawa-kun? Yamajun's face peeked out from the door of my room when I was in the middle of doing some prep works. Thank God, if he came 30 minutes later, or he would have witnessed the scene of me unwrapping Randu-san's panty on the hammock. Back at you, Yamajun. Is something the matter? I'd a short afternoon nap. Also, please don't overwork your body, Momokawa-kun. It's okay, I have no intention to do that, to begin with. That's great, but what are you doing right now? I'm making saddle and stirrup. Even though I was trying to make it sound cooler than it was supposed to be, the materials were taken from Goma's bag or clothes. In short, it looked a lot like a rag. Nonetheless, it's better than nothing. I mean, I've horse-like raptor Rem, so it's natural to make the proper preparation to ride her. I mean, riding raptor as it is would literally kill your ass, right? Yup, I can imagine that. Riding a horse alone is already hard, not to mention when you did it without a saddle. Could it be that you've prior experience in horse riding, Yamajun? Sometimes, during a summer vacation trip. Ooh, you're like a celebrity, huh? Come on, that's not true. During such seemingly idle chatters, I tried to ask something that I'd been worrying over. Or rather, I wish he would answer this question for me. Say, Yamajun, do you happen to have ancient language decoding beginner skill? Yeah. I've no idea why I have this skill. I mean, I almost never used it up until now after all. It seems that's his beginning skill set. He said that he got that skill at the beginning of this dungeon capture, at the same time when he and Yamada-kun arrived at their first ferry plaza. Can you read this ancient language? Only some small part of it. It doesn't mean that I can read it easily. Some sentences might have to be read from underwater, some parts might have been lost and cannot be read. I see. We need a higher version of the skill to decipher higher priority words and sentences here. Are you interested in ancient language too, Momokawa-kun? Yeah, because I know from experience that we might be able to get Easter eggs from this dungeon if we could read the ancient language. For example, the water fountain of Ferry Plaza can become a magic circle for alchemy to upgrade our weapon. Is that so? But then, it's meaningless for anyone without that particular skill to read ancient language. But something like Higuchi's sacrifice altar might be a good thing. Then, well, can I teach you about that ancient language when I understand it? Sure, by all means. Like that, I began taking ancient language lessons from Yamajun-sensei. At first, I thought that a non-skills holder wouldn't be able to read the ancient language, but it seemed my worries were unfounded. Ancient language turned out to be a proper language and anyone could decipher it as long as they could read it. It seems the abilities of ancient language decoding beginner was enabling its owner to read short pieces of a sentence and telling the meaning of particular words. That's why, as long as Yamajun taught me the parts and the letters which he could read, heck, I could even get the complete pseudo-skill of ancient language decoding and read the entire sentence by relying on manual transcribe in my note. Somehow, it seems like I just discovered an extremely amazing secret. But are you really okay with this, Yamajun? Doesn't matter, I've no intention to keep it for myself anyway. I mean, it can't be helped since I'm the only one who can read it amongst us. Moreover, I'm glad to be able to help you with something, Momokawa-kun. I see, thanks. Truly, thanks a lot for your goodwill and honesty, Yamajun. But we'd exhausted our stamina after heavy manual labor today. In short, we're really sleepy right now. I felt bad for Yamajun, but I don't think that I'd have the willpower left to learn about ancient language tonight. Fufu, let's leave the lesson for tomorrow, shall we? Agreed, sorry about that. Please teach me more about the ancient language later. Ready when you are. Well, I've to prepare a note and write down the words that I can read. Thanks a lot, Yamajun. There's nothing I can do but thank you. After he said G night to me, who was about to collapse from sleepiness, Yamajun returned to the ferry plaza. The matter of him visiting me could be to relax my tension a little bit. I mean, I did enjoy our idle chatter just now and realized that it helped me to loosen some of my tension. There'd be a huge harvest waiting for us as long as I learn the ancient language. Somehow, I get the feeling that he's the one who helped me out. If this operation was a failure, I'd be the butt of harsh criticism for sure. Or everyone might end up dead should we failed. That's why, in order to save my life during that dangerous moment. Ha ha ha, I really am the worst. Moreover, my top priority for preparing the saddle and stirrup was to allow me to make full use of Raptor Rem's mobility to escape when push came to shove. I won't ask for the other party members' forgiveness. I've no intention to die along with those guys, to begin with. That's why I've to prepare for every single possibility. All my effort would pay off as long as this operation was successful. It's enough as long as everyone is happy. I couldn't believe this, but I started to hate myself for my underhanded preparation to save my own ass. Section 5 days had passed since then. Perhaps it's thanks to Raina's effort in crushing those observers, or because those Gomas were simply too stupid to notice, but nothing happened in these last 5 days. These kinds of things happen sometimes. We completed the best front gate and blockade in the last 5 days. Though we were just normal high school students, a complete amateur in carpentry, without proper tools, and lacking aesthetic beauty, we still managed to erect a robust and thick front gate. That's why, one thing we completed was piling up the logs that were longer than the gate, making it impossible to pass through it. In short, this entrance was a perfect barricade that allowed no one to pass through whether they're trying to pull or push the logs from the entrance. But then, that also meant sealing our escape via the entrance and passage towards the entrance. Our only way to enter the tower was by climbing the rope ladder braided with my black hair bind. Raina had been whining something along the "I can't go down like this" lines with her usual annoying tone. But now she seemed like she was fully enjoying the feeling of gliding down the tower's window by grabbing on Ramdane's feet. Today as well, after Raina departed to do her extermination job, we began the prep work for various things aside from the already completed gate. First, we began from the area in front of the entrance. We drew a set of hexagram and the offering around the tower. It was for the preparation to invoke Rotten Bog for our first stage of the operation, escape from the tower. If those idiots were coming with a large army of Gomas, they would be plunged into Rotten Bog for sure, since there's barely any room for them to maneuver around. To put it simply, this bog would narrow their attack range even further and chip down their force. In addition, we were also piling up large amounts of dry grass and dry wood until they formed a small hill. We set this both inside and outside of the tower. Naturally, they're meant to be ignited. Anyhow, I meant to sacrifice Rem the 1st, 3rd, and 4th in the tower defense. Though these preparations turned the area around the tower into a sea of flames, I hoped this strategy would bring down a large number of their army. But of course, I had no idea whether those idiotic Gomas were brave enough to cross the sea of flames or not. Rem, how's the condition? Gaga. The area behind the tower was transformed into Rem's archery range. When I peeked to see the situation, Rem was in the middle of cheerfully drawing the Goma's bow tie to the limit, followed by a sharp and thick sound a moment later. The arrow struck right in the middle of the target dummy. That's an amazing improvement. I patted her hard skull to praise her for her effort. To be honest, I was quite surprised upon seeing Rem's archery skill had improved by leaps and bounds. She wouldn't just land a lucky shot if she sniped her enemy with her bow. The same went for 3rd and 4th, their arrows also hit the bullseye. Come to think of it, Rem's spearmanship had also increased compared to when she wielded the spear for the first time. The same went for the other skills such as peeling the snake's skin, retrieving the monster core, and kindling fire. Rem's proficiency in those areas had definitely improved, even though I never specially ordered her to master those skills even further. That's why I thought that her proficiency would increase if I ordered her to practice archery, but once again, she had surpassed my expectation. Perhaps Rem was blessed with archery skills like the elves. Or maybe, she was simply following my order to practice archery without a moment of rest after I gave her the order to train her archery skill. I mean, Rem was a semi-permanent doll who ran on a battery called magical power. She could move forever as long as there's a source of mana. She didn't need something like food or sleep either. That's why I was sure that she was fully devoted to her training without resting. It was the kind of Sparta training that was impossible for a normal human. In the last 5 days, The only time Rem stopped her training was when I tried to improve the power of her bow. Because the already fragile made in Goma's fortress bowstring would snap if kept under non-stop usage. Since the entire bowstring would snap if she continued this kind of Sparta training, the only way for her to continue her training efficiently was by replacing the bowstring with a black hair bind. It turned out to be a huge success. Since normal black hair had the same feeling and texture like that of hair, it was definitely ill-suited for the bowstring. The one I needed was a tough yet elastic string. As a result, I who had mastered spider thread after learning it from Arachne Rem could reproduce such texture as much as I wanted. Well, after a long trial and error though. I asked Rem to try the bow and made improvements after hearing her impression. Naturally, Rem couldn't speak. We're communicating with simple sign language. I told her to make a circle with the finger of her hands for yes or okay, X for no or ng, triangle in case she had no idea which impression she had to tell me. Well, I could understand her to some extent since I was always together with her until now, but thanks to teaching her a clear hand signal, the precision of my communication with Rem had taken another giant leap. It was thanks to her input that I could create a durable yet flexible black hair bowstring. Defense preparation is almost completed. Rem has become more skilled in using her bow. What's left is just icing on the cake. We're lucky since the Goma's army had yet to arrive during our preparation. There's almost nothing left to do to strengthen our defense after all. Though there's some anxiety in several parts, let's say that all was well for the time being. Well then, ready when you are, Goma. Chapter 122, Exposure Convention. Night of that day, somehow, I ended up having an idle chat instead of sleeping. The quintet comprised the totem pole trio, Yamajun, and I. The child, Raina, went to sleep right after she took a bath and ate her dinner. Yamada-kun was also sticking to his routine as a baseball team member, sleeping early and not staying up until late at night. Since the ferry plaza was used as a communal sleeping place, we were moving our meeting place to my room. Even though leaving Raina and Yamada alone might look like a dangerous situation at glance, there was no need to worry since Raina was protected by her sacred beast. If only we could have some beer at a time like this. We have snacks though. I see, from their conversation, I presumed that the totem pole trio had tasted liquor despite still being a minor. Not that I want to preach though. I mean, high school students like us were at an age where we wanted to challenge ourselves with liquor like beer. Naturally, my interest wasn't in that category, so I never drank one before. However, seeing the situation in which we were having idle chat while munching on dried meat and walnut would make anyone think we're having a drinking party. But too bad, currently, our only beverage was the fairy fountain's delicious, pure, and mineral-rich water. Have you had the experience of drinking liquor before, Yamajun? Yeah, I've got a bit of experience in that. What's with this new employee-like safe reply? Maybe Yamajun has mastered the way of drinking liquor. So, I'm the only one who has never had liquor, huh? Say what? So you've never drunk any liquor before, Momokawa? You're wasting your youth, you know. Momokawa the liquor virgin. Ha ha ha, I laughed along with the trio. I mean, it's okay. The threesome had nothing to boast about except for their experience in drinking liquor while being a minor. Speaking of being a virgin, all of us were virgins, you know. Oh, Momokawa, why did you bring that topic now of all time? Even though there's no liquor, you still want to have a go. Yari. It's Uro talk time. The trio was looking at me with an enigmatic look on their faces as they replied to my remark. The heck, what is this situation? Don't tell me, these bastards were already. No way, you guys have experience. You already know the answer to that question, right? Of course, we have. When we're freshmen, WW hat? Yeah, exactly as we said. It's fairly easy. We can teach you our knowledge, you know. Damn it, I wanted to ask, but I know that this trio would bother me to no end if I asked them. But, I felt rather uneasy here. I mean, how in the world could a high school student lose their V-card? But of course, it's thanks to Kyuya. Their memory of losing their V-card, no matter how glossed, was far from the sweet kind of experience that I imagined to be. To put it simply, Higuchi just introduced them to call girl. According to them, It's 10,000 yen for 1 hour. But, that's kinda scary experience. We got cold feet back then, right? You bet. The other party was someone our age after all. In fact, we didn't get infected by any disease in the end. The heck, it's not only venereal disease that scared the hell out of me. I mean, you guys should have been more scared of Higuchi's bad influence on you guys. I mean, he might have gotten your weakness. Or the girl introduced to you guys might be just a leftover from Higuchi. But well, we were a little bit nervous for our first time. Kyuya had already lost his V card since the first year. Didn't he say that he lost it around middle school? Damn right, his caliber has far surpassed small fries like us. Even when the person himself was not with us, the fact that his gang gave such high evaluation meant that Higuchi's delinquency was on another level. Come to think of it, the three of you were rather normal when you just entered as a freshman. Oi Yamajun, stop dragging us with our past. Since I was in the same class as Totem Pole Trio, after I become a sophomore, I had no idea what they looked like during our freshman year. I might have met them at some point, but I really had no memories of them. It seemed they're the type that made their high school debut. They're hanging around the real delinquent like Higuchi soon after the entrance ceremony and turned into DQN characters too. It was that serious her. Kyuya might be scary, but he sure is awesome. Woman included, we received a lot of help from him in other matters too. Different from Soma and Tendao, Kyuya is the only one who won against Kuro High like it was nothing. The trio spoke so highly of Higuchi. It seemed like I was never telling them the fact that I killed Higuchi was a correct choice. At least, I wanted to have a favorable relationship with the trio for the time being. Though I was not sure if the guilt of killing Higuchi would eat me from the inside if I didn't use such reason to maintain my sanity. You're different from us. You're a good guy. That's why don't become like us. You'll always be haunted by regret for murder. To Higuchi, who begged for his life, I had said, regret my ass. I didn't regret my action at all, nor did I feel guilty. I was not even troubled by it. Supposing Higuchi was the Totem Pole Trio's best friend. That would make them my enemy candidate. Welp, what's the matter, Momokawa? Me? Hihi, I heard it from Yamada. You are actually going out with Futaba-san, right? The one who let out the surprised voice was Yamajun. Aren't you overreacting here, Yamajun? Me too. Though I was quite eloquent when I was questioning Yamada back then, I never expected him to arrive at that answer on his own. No, sorry. It's just really tips me off. Right. I never expected Momokawa to have a crush on her. But the other party is Futaba-san, you know. It's like a match of the century. Naraha. She's gonna crush you to death, you know, Momokawa. Dear me, crushed to death by Mei-chan was literally my long-cherished ambition, you see. I mean, it's clearly far better than dying a miserable death in this labyrinth. Momokawa-kun, are you really going out with Futaba-san? Is it really not just making up a lie you're telling Yamada-kun when you told him something about Aya-san? As expected of Yamajun, his sharp intuition led him to the correct answer. But still, it was an even greater shock to me hearing that he didn't believe the matter of me going out with Mei-chan from the very beginning. In short, he didn't see Mei-chan and me as a well-matched couple. It's a lie. Well, the fact that even Yamajun doesn't know about that matter is unnatural. Not so fast. I saw it. I saw Momokawa-kun give the magic circle he drew to Futaba-san before we were transported to the dungeon. They might be in a secret relationship. Shimokawa has sharp observation, so he witnessed the scene where I gave my note to Mei-chan. But it'll create an unnecessary ripple if my lie were exposed so easily. It's not a lie. I really am going out with Futab with Mei-chan. I decided to put on an air and sticking up to my lie. You're already on the first name basis, even though you're just cheeky Momokawa. Gimme a girlfriend too. Foo. Tremble before me, you unpopular guy. Yeah, this happiness would have been even sweeter if I were truly going out with Mei-chan. I mean, glory gained from sugar-coated lie was a vain glory after all. I see now. So, you really are going out with Futaba-san, But I think you're the best match for Futaba-san. Are you referring to her giant twin mountains? Right. Must be that one, right? As expected of Yamajun, who knew my fetish so well. Why does Yamajun look like the one receiving the greatest shock from this news? Hey, could it be? Yamajun, could it be that you're in love with Futaba-san? 8. Seriously. My bad, Yamajun, Mei-chan is mine. And no, you're gravely mistaken here. Ahaha, your wry smile betrayed your words, you know. Damn it, even though I made fun of the reverse harem scandals around Raina, I unknowingly got myself involved in the bog of a love triangle myself. This was indeed a tug of war because I was really serious about my feelings for Mei-chan. I absolutely wouldn't let go of those giant pair of perky tits and sexy as that heralded the greatest destructive power amongst mankind, and berserker power. The last one was related to my own safety after all. Phew, talking about the woman really flipped my switch. Yeah, they're kind of building up in the last few days. We should use Raina-chan for this, right? You guys are too awesome to be able to endure your pent-up libido. Should I say the trio's reasoning is awesome, or Raina's charm that is awesome? Please don't go and assault the other girls when you meet them, okay? Ha! Like hell we're going to assault them. We ain't that kind of scums. You already have a criminal record, you know? Gafew. The trio's complexion paled upon hearing my remark. When Soma's party was about to be teleported, Shimokawa tried to kidnap Takanashi Kotori with Aqua Whip. It was a rape attempt. Humph, at least they're reflecting on that matter. Momokawa, how did you know that? Yes, how did you know that? I see, you've met with Soma before. Yup, correct. To be exact, it was the class rep who told me about that particular event. Ha ha ha, there's such coincidence. Right. Oh, how should I say it? Our mental state was really on the verge of exploding, you see. I mean, look, when the three of us are betting our lives to survive in this dungeon, that bastard Soma had formed a harem of his own. Like hell we're going to forgive that. So damn right, I understand your feeling. I also felt quite envious upon hearing that Soma-kun's dungeon diving was more like a walk in the park. And the factor that empowered my envy was the fact that he formed a harem upon doing that. Naturally, I'd be more than willing to hand over that hysteric woman, aka his own little sister, on the top of the list. Even more so if Raina was joining in. As for me, I'm more surprised knowing that you guys can get away from Soma-kun alive. That's largely thanks to my aqua mist. It seems these guys were barely fleeing with their lives thanks to vision obstruction skill. I have to praise Shimokawa for his quick wit at that dangerous moment. But I guess scattering mist alone wouldn't be enough against someone like Soma-kun. I guess he still hesitated to kill his classmates. His a virgin her. Well, I guess the three of them would really be killed by Soma-kun if Takanashi Kotori was really kidnapped and then raped by them. I guess he didn't cross the line since that incident had only ended up as an attempt. Hey Momokawa, do you have something to say about that, Soma? About whether he forgive us or not? Yeah, he said that he absolutely won't forgive you guys. Welp. Their morale dropped immediately. Seriously dudes, resenting Soma-kun is literally a matter of life and death, you know. As a matter of fact, it was a lie. I never formed a party with Soma-kun. Rather, we didn't even speak to each other back then. If there's someone I couldn't forgive, it would be that Kenzuki fucking Asuna, the culprit who separated Mei-chan and I. Moreover, thinking about Soma-kun's personality, I think he wouldn't take the matter to his heart and would eventually forgive you guys. See, you should have differentiated between those guys. Don't worry. I'll become the mediator in the case we met with Soma-kun's party. Yeah, I hope you will, Momokawa. Very please. You absolutely must do that, dude. The trio was desperately clinging to their chance for survival. But that's only if our fortress's capture plan proceeded in our favor. After that, we just needed to capture the next area which would eventually lead us to meet Soma-kun's party again. Otherwise, I would be the one who would be in deep shit since I absolutely had to reunite with Mei-chan. Anyhow, seeing that there might be too many frictions and destinies jumbled together at that moment, I would try my best to ask for Soma-kun's forgiveness. As for me, the most urgent matter was how to reunite with Soma-kun's party as soon as possible. I think that I would have a bigger chance for an open transaction with Soma-kun by using Asuna's case. Moreover, we had the most OP arbiter on our side, Yamajun. You did a good job, class rep. Now you wouldn't be the only one to be suffering from trying to arbitrate your classmates. Section. We dispersed after chatting idly for a while after that. The trio was returning to the plaza together. Sorry for troubling you this late at night, Yamajun. Don't mind it, it's still too early for me to sleep after all. Yamajun was staying behind to teach me the ancient language. And yet, what the heck is with this moon rune? Yup, I can understand your feeling. The letters aren't as simple as the alphabet after all. The first thing to do when you want to decipher an unknown alphabet is to write it again and again until you know its meaning. Anyhow, the alphabet comprised only 26 characters. The meaning of the word became clear once all of its composition assembled. But ancient letters were far more similar to kanji in this regard. There are many letters that could be considered as the most basic letters, but those letters were more like hiragana or alphabet. Indeed, we have yet to find its pattern. Yeah, maybe we have to mix and match it like Japanese hiragana, katakana, and kanji to form a proper word or words. In that case, the difficulties in deciphering the ancient language would jump to a whole new level. It was obvious that clarifying a full sentence of the ancient language with just ancient language decoding beginner was far from enough. Anyhow, let's start with memorizing the words first. Yeah, we've to return to the basic in this situation. And then, as our study session continued on, Yamajun suddenly broke the silence. Momokawa-kun, I wonder if there's an ability outside of your vocation. It was when I received an explanation regarding the ancient letter which read as vocation. An ability outside of your vocation. Is it something like ESP or the power of the mind? Nope, clearly not those two. That kind of crap only appeared in manga or anime. Yamajun might be referring to ability in this world. They exist, you know. Yamajun brought up this topic when it was just the two of us. I had no idea about the value of this information. I could even play dumb and lie to him, but I got this feeling that I should listen to him right now. How did yo? Nay, first, this should be the first time you hear about this matter from me, right? Even though he displayed a slightly perplexed behavior, Yamajun eventually started revealing things to me. The truth is, we were with Himino-san. When I was about to say who's that, I stopped as I finally recalled her as Mei-chan's friend. I'd heard about her before from Mei-chan when she was expressing her worry for her three friends, namely Kazaka-san, Kitauja-san, and Himino-san. Could it be she has died? I don't know. We were separated in the jungle when heading towards this tower. When I heard the rough situation from Yamajun, I concluded that she was actually running away. The result of the meeting between Himino-san, who at that time became the princess whose sole purpose was to satisfy the male party member's libido, and Raina, who'd just come out of teleportation portal after she knocked me out of teleportation circle, was she being thrown out like a second-hand, busted sex doll by the male party member who rejoiced in the coming of a blonde loli? It seems, Himino-san wasn't just using her body in exchange for the boys to protect her. It's more like she has something else. Some kind of ability to seduce the boys. Her vocation wasn't harlot, right? There's also that possibility. But maybe it's different with vocation. No, basically her healing art is different from mine. I see he knew it by intuition her. This case might be regarded as an extremely simple possibility if we're in Japan, but for the magic in this world, we had to rely on this intuition. So I was sure that a healer vocation had been equipped with some sort of intuition-like skill in their hidden status. I've met Yokomichi, you see. That Yokomichi Hajime? Was he all right? We managed to drive him off somehow. That guy killed Nagai-san. And ate her. Yamajun was completely at loss for words when he heard me say ate. Is that in sexual meaning? Nope, in literal meaning. Yokomichi ate Nagai-san's corpse. Well, he might have left her skeleton somewhere since I didn't see the scene firsthand. But the fact that he ate Nagai Yukiko's corpse was the undeniable truth. That truth was revealed by the sage, Takanashi Kotori, and the culprit himself. And most of all, he had tried to eat all of us too. Susu such things. I understand your feeling, Yamajun. I'm absolutely sure that Yokomichi has gained power outside of his vocation. I was sure that Takanashi Kotori shouted man-eating demon, cannibalizer, at that time. Come to think of it, she might not have been shouting at him at that time, but just read the name of Yokomichi's power aloud with her sage's power. That's why the name that he called Skill Eater might actually have a different name. In short, he became the most disgusting person through and through as he gained a skill that allowed him to gain the skills of the others by eating their corpse. Though the degree of their danger level is different, both Himino-san and Yokomichi have gained power outside of their vocation. Perhaps it comes from something like an evil god or devil. Ah, I see now. So this dependence thing is real, huh? Dependence. Yamajun used the word I had never heard before with a face as if he understood something. Just, what in the world did he discover in those ancient letters? I don't understand too much about this matter either. But in the room in which I awakened, I discovered an ancient letter which read as dependence, which feels like it was paired with vocation. I finally understand the meaning behind the letter dependence that was written in Yamajun's note. It was written with, regard affectionately. The meaning of dependence are either relatives, family, or else things like social status such as someone's subordinate. In this case, it means God's envoy. I see now, in short, Himino-san is something like Succubus's dependence her. It can't be helped if someone is getting carried away like Yamada-kun for example, since the power granted by vocation is powerful. But the dependence power is far more terrifying to the point that it twisted the owner's personality. It seemed that Himino-san, who was fooling around with Yamada-kun and the trio, could still be considered as a docile one. But for someone like Yokomichi who would kill you and then eat your corpse, it was almost impossible to say whether he was still a human or not. That's why, even though we can't tell how to differentiate them for now, Momokawa-kun, the next time you met our classmate, make sure to see through their list of skills carefully to see whether it's vocation or dependence. Yeah, you're right, thanks. Though I'd a faint suspicion in this regard after my encounter with Yokomichi, it was thanks to Yamajun telling me the existence of dependence in the ancient language that I fully realized their threat. The information regarding that matter wasn't that clear yet as long as I'd yet to master the ancient language. This was an extremely important piece of information. Sorry for suddenly mentioning something strange like that. But I get this feeling that I've to convey this information to you as soon as possible. No, it's quite the opposite. It's an extremely important piece of information. Thanks a lot for telling me about this. And then, maybe due to the mental fatigue of the serious discussion with Yamajun, my body was suddenly assailed by listlessness. I was no longer in the condition to continue our study session. I guess it's time to end this study session. Ah, come to think of it, Yamajun, I want to ask one last thing. Is something the matter? Are you really not having a thing for Mei-chan? Ahaha, don't worry about it, Momokawa-kun, I've no feelings for her. I could finally feel at ease as I saw Yamajun was smiling wryly from the bottom of his heart. Now, I could finally sleep in peace. Chapter 123, Goma's Fortress Capture Battle 1. Well then, ready when you are, Goma. As if to answer my calling, the time had arrived. For today's lunch, after a long time, we're back to the modest diet consisting of the mixed walnut. Kyo, kyo, kyoaa. That loud, resounding cry came from Raptor Rem. Aside from Raina, I also ordered Raptor Rem to scout the vicinities of the tower. And since she came back while letting out such loud cry, they came her. Get ready everyone, it's time to abandon this tower. We departed after confirming the incoming Goma's raid force. Thanks to the drill training that we did beforehand, we could leave the tower with ease, bringing only the most important luggage in hand. Aqua Mist. Shimokawa invoked his Aqua Mist with full aria. In the blink of an eye, our surrounding was enveloped by a seemingly never-ending white mist. I'd noticed for quite a while now that the Gomas on the other side of the white mist were talking with their nonsensical voices. It seems the battle against Yokomichi had left quite a deep trauma in my mind. Yup, let's go. Remember, just advance slowly and steadily. Through this mist that blocked our vision, we were led by its user, Shimokawa, who could see through it, forming a line as we walked into the forest. Since it would all be a disaster if even one of us strayed off the course, our bodies were tied with my black hair like the mountain climbers ascending the steep mountain. Uo. NJ. Shortly after that, a loud, piercing cry resounded from behind. It seems the battle has begun. Yamajun, who was walking in front of me, spoke with a nervous voice. The one who detected the incoming Goma's raid troop was Ramudian, who had scouted the area from the sky, and my raptor Rem. Though no one amongst us literally saw the forces, we knew for sure that it would be too late to leave the tower if we were to wait until we could see them. In this situation, the others had no choice but to trust me. As a result, we could only get the real feeling of the incoming Goma's raid troop when we heard their war cry coming from behind. As for me, I felt extremely relieved upon hearing their loud war cry. I wonder how's the situation over there? Yamajun whispered with a slightly anxious voice. Who knows, the battle might have just begun. Unfortunately, I had no way of knowing the situation over there since I couldn't share my vision with Rem. All I knew was whether Rem the first, third, or fourth were okay or not. As their master, I could somehow feel that something tied to my curse was cut off when they're destroyed. Now, it's time to rush up. You're right. We, who lost our path of retreat, had no choice but to continue onwards. Everyone vaguely understood that situation. We were walking forward in silence under the protection of the white mist. Time passed by. It had been a whole day since the start of the nerve-wracking march. Though we're dead tired, not even that shitty bitch complained, or rather, like hell, she would complain when all she did was ride on the comfortable back of Ingard. But of course, I was also in the same situation, comfortably riding on the Rem Raptor's back, which had been equipped with a makeshift stirrup and saddle. Anyhow, thanks to everyone's understanding to proceed carefully, we managed to reach our destination without a hitch. That's the Goma's fortress here. Currently, we're in a higher position, looking down on the Goma's tower without anything to obstruct our view. With the tower as its center, the forest around had already been felled in circular shape. The stone tower in the center of the circle was of the same height and shape as our tower base. The only difference was an altar resembling it was connected to the first floor of the tower in a circular shape. Considering the trend I had encountered so far, the teleportation formation's location was either at the top of the tower or its basement. The part we called the tower literally stood at the center of the formation. Though its construction was crude, they also made a wooden wall circling around the perimeter of the main tower, Goma's fortress, with 4 watchtowers made from logs situated on the edge of that huge circle formation. Each tower was manned by Gomane. From their stature, it should be Govas armed with bow and arrow, and there's even 2 of those Govas in each watchtower. In addition, muscular Govas stood in front of the only gate to enter this fortress, armed with axe and spear. They also had these guys who kept loitering around, weapon in hand like some sort of sentry. As expected, they weren't neglecting the defense of their own fortress even after they'd sent their main force to our tower. Their community is more like a village rather than a fortress here. Inside the wall were rows of tents made from something that looked like they're made from piles of pelts or dirty clothes. It seemed the Goma's architecture had yet to advance to the point in which they could create wooden houses, but their tents were simple and compact as they used a single, vertical log as its fulcrum. Upon a closer look, I could see the Gomas were going in and out of those tents in hurry. Though the ones I saw so far always had a weapon in hand, seeing them wandering around with earthenwares or bag full of ingredients, the dishes that were lined up around the kitchen that was set all over the place gave the actual feeling of them being an intelligent native of this world. Upon a closer look, there were small Gomas, clearly the Goma's children, and Gomas that looked very much like a female Goma. It seemed that the female Goma's chest weren't the inflated ones, it was their belly. They had a barrel-like belly which made them look like a pregnant woman. Or else, all of them were actually pregnant right now. In addition, the color of their skins wasn't black, it was dark reddish-brown. Their color was similar to the disgusting cockroach. What shall we do, Momokawa-kun? The situation doesn't seem to be that different compared to our previous visit. Let's take a rest first. Everyone must be tired after walking non-stop. Are you sure? The sun is about to set. Since those Gomas aren't nocturnal creatures either, we can expect that their main force shouldn't be back until tomorrow. We should have a bit of leeway in postponing our operation. Sorry, but I want to be spared of fighting with an exhausted body. In addition, I'd changed my mind after overlooking the entire fortress as a whole. Our capture strategy needed to be revised. I made a rough sketch of the fortress and its surrounding, in short, a rough map before the sun has set. Let's finish our dinner ASAP. You may take a nap if you feel like it. We'll start our operation at midnight. I understand. I'll tell everyone about the change in our plan. Well, what should we do from now on? Even though I was acting like a boss and dragging everyone along to follow my plan until this point, I almost gave up on the plan after seeing how tightly guarded that fortress was. The reaction from Rem the first, third, and fourth who I left in the jungle tower as bait had vanished. I think their reactions were still there until we're halfway toward the Goma's fortress. They fought until the bitter end and bought a lot of time for us. When I think about how they did their best defending the jungle tower, I would like to let them rest for a while, but... Vile's clay doll. I remade Rem by using the surplus of Raptor's materials and basic materials that I prepared beforehand to resummon Rem. Thank you very much. You're doing your best to defend the tower until the bitter end. But, sorry, please help me again to capture the fortress. Ga, Gaga. Rem replied to me with her usual cheerful leave it to me pose. I gave her Nonomiya-san's spear and short sword as her main weapon, bow and arrow as her sub-weapon so that she would be ready anytime. I was really envious of Rem's cheerful nature. I didn't create the third and fourth. Or should I say I didn't have the leeway to recreate them. The risk of magical power aside, even if I, for example, managed to recreate them, they would be in their basic form without any notable addition to our combat power. Now let's confirm our side war potential again. The first was me, a shaman. There was a corpse doll's raptor as my stead and Rem that was remade with the surplus from Raptor's materials. In the vanguard, Widyamoda, the heavy warrior, Ueda, the swordsman, and Nokai, the warrior. In the rearguard, Shimokawa, the aquamancer, and Yamajun, the healer. And lastly, a freeter that didn't fit in any position Raina, the spiritualist who would lead our raid. As I had expected, the key for this operation was in how to make full use of Raina's sacred beast. To be honest, I felt that we actually didn't have to use this roundabout strategy if she was going all out, but she most probably would choose to run if she had too much responsibility. No, it could be the opposite. It might be okay to keep her away from the teleportation circle before she escaped. That's it. She should be fine even if we leave her by herself in this area. Yamajun, please gather everyone. I'll tell them my strategy. Yamajun then gathered everyone who was in the middle of taking a short break. Gathering personnel, even if it seemed like a trivial matter, there was a great difference between someone who could do and someone who couldn't. It would be more efficient to ask Yamajun to do this job rather than me. So, is something the matter, Momokawa? Are we going to start immediately? Well, not so fast, Yamada. Let me to explain first. First, I think there's teleportation circle inside that tower. That's why we'll set that as our primary goal. Since the day was about to change tonight, I sketched a rough map of the fortress and its surrounding that we glimpsed from the hill in Hyrie. But they've shut their gate. There's also gatekeeper, and the lumber's fence. Ueda spoke first, mentioning the facts that we had confirmed at glance. Though their defense setup was simple, breaking through it wasn't an easy matter. Basically, we're going to use aqua mist to hide our figures, and climb the fence with my black hair bind. Even if they've shut the gate of the tower, they've left its windows wide open so we can enter from there. And when I said the windows, I was sure that everyone had realized the fortress structure was similar to our tower. Glass aside, they hadn't even installed window frames. I didn't even see them set an emergency measure such as placing a wooden board to close it. If everything went according to plan, we should be able to slip into the tower shrouded by the mist without having to fight the mobs along the way. The problem is, how high is the possibility of us entering their tower unnoticed? I mean, no matter how stupid those Gomas are, they'll realize that something is amiss with our mist, right? Well, there's a high chance that they'll realize that. I mean, the scenery of the village around that tower was literally unobstructed. That's why we're bound to get noticed by their sentries in the tower unless we hid our figures with mist. In addition, the Govas stationed atop of the watchtower would realize that there's something wrong with the strange mist that moving closer to the tower. That's why they might ring the bell or hit the drum to warn the others about the incoming crisis. Yeah, that's why we're going to use a diversion tactic. Diver, Scion? By that you mean, assigning someone to divert the enemy attention, right? Yes, we're going to set those Goma's tents ablaze. In spite of their extremely small scale, it wasn't wrong to say that this Goma community resembled a castle and its castle town. From the fact that both were surrounded by solid wood fence, it could be said the watchtower was solely to protect the tower in the middle of it. Spreading around that tower until the fence was the tent that lined up without any kind of defensive measure placed on it. For this reason, getting closer to them cloaked in the darkness of the night and setting their tent on fire was a simple matter. I mean, that's the chance to use my spare torch oil, right? It was a wonderful strategy, but setting a fire to those tents, which was clearly like a normal citizen tent, sounded like an inhuman act, even if the other party was Goma's. Everyone was reacting too poorly in this regard. No need to worry. The one living in there, whether they're women or children, all of them will come to attack us as soon as they see us. In short, they're just a monster. They might be human-shaped monsters who build a living community like the humans do. But hesitation would only cost your life. I mean, our ancestor, Neanderthal, was wiped out by Homo sapiens, right? The problem is the person for this diversion tactic, but I'll leave this part to you, Aya-san. 8. Her reaction was as annoying as ever. My hope for this shitty bitch to accomplish my order in silence was as expected, just a fleeting wish. I mean, it wasn't just limited to Raina, no one wanted to take on this role. It's a dangerous role, that's why no one else but you can do this, Aya-san. Just rampage as much as you want and burn everything around within guard while we use that chance to sneak into the tower. You can retreat with Remudian. In Guard's sea of flames could set numerous tents ablaze in just a moment, its raw strength could scatter the Gomas who tried to surround it, and lastly, it had mobility that allowed it to go back and forth until teleportation circles tower. No one but Raina, the spiritualist who commanded the power of the sacred beast, could pull such a feat. We can't capture the tower if Aya-san can't do that. It was decided that we'll raid the tower with 6 of us. But we'll simply annihilate due to the difference in number if we were to attack them from the front. But if we turned the Goma's settlement into a sea of flame, we could sneak into the tower during the melee. As long as Raina rampaged non-stop, more and more of their soldiers would gather in her direction. The more Goma soldiers came for her, the more chance we'd to capture the tower with just the 6 of us. I'll go with you, Raina-chan. You can't, Yamada-kun. You're going with us to capture the tower. Aside, I don't think that Remudian will allow you to ride on its back. In short, we'd no choice but to abandon the other members who persistently chose to go with Raina. To put it bluntly, that said person would become the role model of useless sacrifice. But of course, there's no way I could tell Yamada-kun that the diversion role was literally a sacrifice. Why did you make a face as if you want to cry? Sorry for asking you to do such a dangerous job, Aya-san, but please believe in Momokawa-kun in this regard. This is the only plan that will allow all of us to survive from this situation. As expected of Yamajun, he had the best timing to interject his persuasion mode. Yes, but I am scared. It's okay, you won't lose to Gomas as long as you have Ingard and Remudian. Nope, it was definitely not an exaggeration. I mean, I would volunteer myself to participate in the diversion role if I'd those 2 by my side. That's just how OP those sacred beasts are. Please, Aya-san, everyone will survive as long as you do your best. After that, with bated breaths we watched Yamajun's negotiation, and just when I was starting to lose my patience seeing Raina keep acting like a wimp. I understand, can't be helped. Thanks, Aya-san. The negotiation had been safely concluded with Yamajun's overwhelming victory. The climax completely exceeded my imagination. Rather, I'd to say that we're literally, and practically, screwed without Yamajun's negotiation skill. I mean, I wouldn't be able to persevere that long if I were in charge. Yosh, it's decided. Aya-san set the tent on fire and act as bait for us. We'll sneak into their tower with aqua mist during that commotion, and capture the tower in one go. We should be able to buy more time if we shut the entrance of the tower to prevent reinforcement from the outside. We should be able to secure the teleportation circle after we kill all Gomas in the tower. The only problem is whether there's a boss-like existence who holds the core to activate the teleportation circle or not inside that tower. There might be a Gogma, the giant Goma, waiting for us inside, but we might have to fight a boss monster in the enclosed space. Both the core that we need to initiate the teleportation circle and the aftermath was a gamble. In the worst-case scenario, if it turned out that there was no Gogma inside the tower, our compass could be persistently pointing to this tower, forcing us with no other option. We'll commence the operation without rehearsal. Our path of retreat is blocked and we've no choice but to strive forward. Prepare yourselves, we're going to take down the fortress. Chapter 124, Goma's Fortress Capture Battle 2. 2 a.m. The Gomas, whose life cycle resembled that of humans, everyone save for the soldiers in charge of the night watch, had already entered the dreamland. Therefore, even if the bow-equipped Govu stationed in the watchtower saw the glittering flame from afar, it was already too late. Because that had already leaped from the jungle, running towards the tents faster than Raptor in a straight line. The moment Govu asked its comrade what's that, as it strained its eyes to see the identity of that GOU, it saw that spewing blazing flames. NBA, GUONGAA. The scream that notified the others about the night raid echoed in the surrounding. The soldiers stationed in the fortress were jolted awake and ran towards the intruder at once. But the night raid was akin to calamity. It was already spewing scorching red-hot flames, turning the settlement into hellish scenery. Gu, Ian-chan. Riding on top of Ingard, Raina pointed her finger forward, sending forth the flame tornado in the direction she pointed at. Ingard's mouth spewed a never-ending blazing tornado. Va. Rather than burning the tent made of filthy clothes, the fiery breath was blowing it away, sending the lives inside that tent straight to oblivion. The Gomas who found out this, their supposed calm night already flipped upside down into a scorching hell, were screaming in panic. However, their screams lasted but for a few seconds before their body was engulfed by the blazing hot flame. Ingard's breath had sent them straight to oblivion before they could even feel pain. The miserable ones were the Gomas that got rolled up in the burning tent, baked alive, suffering painful, long, and agonizing death instead of a quick and painless one from Ingard's breath. The village had suddenly awakened from its slumber. It was in the middle of the night and yet, the blazing flame was bright enough to illuminate the surrounding. In addition to the illumination, the smell of scorched flesh assailed our noses too. In short, all hell broke loose. Even if they're laid on top of another, every Goma in the tent was family. The father screamed to tell his family to escape from the burning tent. The mother was running while holding on to her child. Ban, Buharen. The blazing flame that spreading around along with the night wind had become even stronger than before, roasting even those who had evacuated to safety a while before. The demonic hands of the flame kept reaching towards those that had evacuated as if to not let even a single one alive. GUVA, NBAA. The scream of the victims resounded from all directions along with the scattering flame. Regardless of whether they're male or female, adult or child, the entire family had been roasted alive by the inferno. And because it wasn't the flame from Ingard's breath but the flame that spread naturally along with the wind, they're baked alive and died in agony. No, I've enough of this. Burn everything, Ian-chan. In contrast to the situation, Raina's cute voice resounded amidst the agonizing, blazing hell. And that became the signal for the flame to spread even further. With Raina on its back, Ingard had already sprinted towards the area that had yet to become a sea of flame, and then, it fired a scorching fireball toward it. Its superb aim had turned the safe area into another sea of flame within the next moment. Those fireballs were heading towards the flocks of Gomas trying to running away. The warrior-like male was wielding its weapon while the female was hugging onto the round, baby-like Goma. The younglings were carrying their old parents on their back. Every single one of them was cruelly and equally blasted away by the fireballs, and died. Raina continued her massacre after she saw her previous target had already reduced cinder. It is becoming a little bit too hot, water. Raina, who patting Ingard on the base of its neck to stop it from its rampage, then took out her canteen from her bag, unscrewed its lid, and used it as a cup to drink the water. Jiba, Bubera, GBA. Maybe because they saw Ingard had stopped moving, that moment, The Gomas raised a valiant roar from the other side of the scorching hell and fired countless arrows toward Raina. Even if their arrows were that of low qualities with a low hit rate, it shouldn't be a problem if so many of them were fired at once. The other party was only composed of a human and an animal. The Goma warriors fired their arrow like there was no tomorrow. Ah, the water has already turned a bit warm. In the face of the countless arrows that rained down incessantly towards her, Raina could still mutter those words with a carefree voice. However, not even one of those arrows touched her. Those arrows were blown away by the flame tornado. Or rather, it was blocked by incandescence defense magic. The dome-shaped flame barrier that formed within guard at its center was thin like a film, to the point that Raina's figure could be seen from outside of the barrier. It burned everything it touched to ashes. The crude arrows made from branches and stones would never be able to penetrate this barrier. Raina's gesture looked like she was sneering at the Gomas, or not. She might have not even put them in her eyes and just taking her time on Ingard's back while drinking water from her canteen. Ah, there's more of them now. Kill them all, Ian-chan. Giant fireballs plunged into the throngs of Goma archers amid Ingard's bestial roar. That one strike had annihilated the entire squad. It was a merciless slaughter. Hey, can we go back now? Raina raised such a question after she had completed her task, turning the settlement into a sea of flame. The one who replied to her wasn't Ingard, but sharp cries from the sky. Remudian swooped down from the sky above Raina along with a flash of purple lightning that split the dark night. Something strong has come out. Despite their high intelligence, sacred beasts couldn't speak in human language. But as the spiritualist, Raina may be able to understand what they said in their language. She might have some sort of telepathy that allowed her to know that the sacred beast, which should be akin to monster by common sense, wasn't hostile to Raina. I see, then we'll leave after taking care of that guy. Raina replied with a sulking face to Remudian, who asked with cries. I mean, Momokawa-kun is always so mean towards me. Seeing its master dissatisfaction, Remudian didn't say anything. Ah, I want to meet you, Kun. I've enough of this already. Seeing that, both Remudian and Ingard were raising adorable cries to comfort their master. To these faithful servants of Raina, the only thing that mattered was her well-being. They didn't care about anything outside of her. Section. Great, let's go everyone, it's our turn. I confirmed that the fire was already big enough for it to be visible from far away. I gave a let's go sign. As expected of Ingard's terrifying firepower, it turned the settlement into a blazing sea of fire in an instant. Things would get far easier if only I'd those sacred beasts. We had no need for this roundabout method and just strike right through the tower. This plan to turn the settlement into a sea of fire was far too easy for Ingard. Aqua Miss. Shimokawa was fired up seeing such good omen, and as the trigger to start our operation went all out with his spell. Thus, we went towards the fortress, all fired up than ever. Since the tower was surrounded by the settlements, we wouldn't be able to enter it without passing by the settlement first. Raina had already turned a third of the settlement into a sea of fire. At this pace, it wouldn't take long for her to burn the entire settlement. Meanwhile, we're going to make full use of the uproar to subjugate their boss. I could still hear the scream of those little ugly Gomas despite being at quite the distance from that location. It felt like seeing a purification flame in the middle of purging an evil being. Though their number was so more like catching a big haul of filth when cleaning with disinfectant almost made me scream, I ended up imagining ourselves in their position. We entered from the side that had yet to be set ablaze. Inside of the dark night, Yamajun used his Lux Elemental as makeshift illumination for us. It was kinda like walking during the dawn. Oraa, get out of my way. Yamada sent forth a strike accompanied by a bold voice filled with anger toward the Goma who suddenly appeared inside the mist. We were right in the middle of crossing Goma's settlement, which had yet to become a sea of flame. But of course, the information about the other side of the settlement was rife in this settlement too. Despite the numerous Gomas moving around with luggage in their hands, none of them noticed us inside this mist. Even though some of them entered Aqua Mist's range, the extreme panic caused by Raina had only intensified by the mysterious mist that robbed them of their vision. Even though we're right before them, the Gomas who entered the mist weren't a part of the fighting power. Just a normal Goma without any kind of weapon in their hands. Both Yamada and Ueda were walking side by side with Shimokawa, beating the Goma who blocked our way as we advanced even further inside. Some poor Gomas came from the sides every once in a while, but they're being taken care of by Rem. Basically, I'd nothing to do right now. At most, I just let Raptor Rem kick away the baby Goma who rolled in the middle of the road. Momokawa, we've arrived on the wall. Finally, we had arrived at the wooden fortress surrounding the tower. Upon a closer look, it was a really tall building. A swordsman or warrior could be able to jump over the fortress with their enhanced physical abilities, but such a feat was impossible for a normal human. Yosh, black hair bind. As we'd planned before, I created a ladder with black hair rope. After I learnt spiderweb twine, I could fire the knitted form of black hair right off the bat. At my current level of mastery, I could fire 5M long knitted black hair without any problem. Great, it's ready. Yamada-kun, take the lead. Ooh. Vanguard was the most dangerous role, but it was safe to entrust that role to a heavy warrior whose strong point was its defense. His resilience would at least guarantee a landing point for us. Landing point is clear. Yamada-kun shouted at us after he crushed one, or maybe two Gomas. Ueda, Shimokawa, Nokai, and Yamajun followed next. This phase ended up fairly quick since everyone was accustomed to it thanks to our drill back in the jungle tower. That drill ended up saving a lot of our time, Okay everyone, I'm gonna pull the ladder. I, who climbed last, then started the preparation of pulling up Raptor Rem. Additional manpower was better than nothing. Or should I say that she possessed precious war potential with her sharp claws and fangs? Since her height was just a little bit bigger than a human, there was no problem even if she entered the tower. 1, 2, 3. Along with my countdown, everyone was pulling the black hair rope that I had entwined around Raptor Rem's body. On the other hand, I was just watching from the side. Hey, I'm working hard in controlling my black hair, you know? KYOA. With the power of 5 men plus Rem the First, even if Raptor Rem with her mini T-Rex form weighing over 100 kilos, pulling her up was a simple matter. On the other hand, Raptor Rem was clawing with her hind limbs as if doing a vertical run on the wall. Safe travels, Rem. After climbing over the wall, Raptor Rem jumped down to the other side of the wall as it was. Her tough hind legs prevented any damage even if she fell from this height. And then, I descended with black hair rope on Raptor Rem's back. Shimokawa-kun, which is the direction to the tower? This way. It seems our distraction plan is a success. At this rate, we can easily sneak into the tower. Great. Now let's rush into the tower at Onk. We were stopped by a thunderous roar. I knew it was a roar, but it still made my ears ring despite coming from far away. Coo. What the hell is that roar? Mist. Our field of vision that should have covered with white mist was cleared in that instant. I could see just fine since the settlement had already become a blazing hell. That was the first scene we saw upon entering the fortress. And then, we knew what was to happen the next moment. I see, that guy is Gogmaha. It was a huge Goma standing tall in the opened tower gate. That guy was even more muscular and taller than Govu, the elite of Gomas. Its height was around 3 meters. And yet, it had a muscular, Yokozuna-like body. It had a twisted horn growing from its forehead and a rugged, carnivore-like rather than fish-like face that had become the unique characteristic of Goma, but it was as if they came from different mold instead of being from the same race. However, it was all clear from its cockroach-like skin color and his cocky attitude that the fact that it led the Govus it was the general. This guy wouldn't be such pain in the ass if it was muscle brain type like that Monkey King, but I had this feeling that despite its muscular appearance, this dude might be able to use magic. Its right hand was gripping a super, ultra-huge cutlass-like curved sword. Its left hand was holding a cane with a red ball attached at its tip. The cane became so thin and small when that huge Gogma gripped on it, the ruber-like orb that was a perfect fit in the eagle talons-like ornament at the tip of the cane might be the demon core that we're looking for. I knew that cane was a real deal since I saw a real wind magic's cane before. Or should I say that the wind magic's core that I extracted from Nishiyama-san's cane had already become one of the treasures in my pouch? Well, even if I never saw a magic cane before, It was easy to guess its effect just by looking at the flickering's red demon core and the fire sparks that sometimes fell on the ground. The defeating explosion that blasted away the covering effect of Aquamist was obviously that guy's flame magic. Well, it's okay, this way, we didn't need to look for the core. That big one is the boss. Defeat it at all cost and take its core. Deva, Govu, Daha, Zeduudubaruba. The big guy's defeating scream came at the same time as my scream. Thus, both sides started moving at the same time. Uode. The one who led the charge from our side was, of course, the heavy warrior, Yamada. He was our safest bet due to his impregnable iron wall defense. Although the others had the abilities, they couldn't move when push comes to shove. Go, Yamada. Kick that boss guy's ass. In contrast to Yamada, who was rushing straight toward the Gogma, its subordinate, the Govas who tried to stop him were obstructed by Nokai and Ueda. Nice combination you got there, guys. Though their cooperation was imperfect, since they were only fighting together until they arrived in the jungle tower, it wasn't that bad. Lux Sagitta. Aqua Blast. Let's go, Rem. Black Hair Bind. We, the rearguard, were also starting to move, covering for Yamada. This was the first time I saw Yamajune's offensive magic. It seemed he had learned the same Lux Sagitta as her, but seeing the volume of Yamajune's light arrows, he seemed to be an inferior version of that woman's. As I expected, the Saint Vocation might have given her an upper hand in terms of magical power, or it was a simply hidden status that enhanced her light element's power. Or else, it was simply the difference of their weapon's performance. Sakura's bow was an exclusive weapon called Saint's Harmonic Bow whose power was enhanced by Kotori. Even if his healing power was less than Sakura, having a healer in the battle did make the difference. I mean, the uninjured side held the advantage in the battle, right? Anyhow, Yamajune's Lux Sagitta managed to hold back Govu's movement, and even though Shimokawa's Aqua Blast was less powerful, it was plenty enough to stop the Govas on their track. Aqua Blast was similar to the water that flowing from a hose, it was a magic that fired water jet. Even those macho Govas couldn't help being pushed to the side by the powerful water blast. The Govas couldn't stop Yamada from approaching the boss thanks to the covering fire from us, the rear guard. Everyone went all out from the very beginning. Land the first blow with martial arts to their boss. Smash. UGOA. Yamada did a batter-like full swing to unleash Smash, which collided with the weapon in Gogma's right hand. Since Govu could use martial arts with their weapon, their boss, Gogma, should be able to use martial arts too. In their clash, the Gogma turned out to be a bit more powerful than Yamada. KUHO. Yamada's body, which was considered as the top class amongst the top class, was pushed back. But it was still within the margin of my calculation. Despite his top-class defensive power, Yamada's offensive power was that of the average warrior. In short, both Ueda and Nokai could join the fight against Gogma. Though Gogma power was so overwhelming that we need the three of them, the difference between our powers was within the safety margin. UGO, NGO, BUNGAA. And then, Gogma's magic exploded. The Gogma didn't waste any time to push its free left hand towards Yamada, who was pushed back by Gogma's martial art, or rather, I should have prepared for this since that cane was nothing but an ornamental club. The second strike that didn't allow dodging or defending struck Yamada. The bright red exploding flame along with deafening explosion had sent Yamada's body flying to the side. It was something like explosion magic that activated along with impact. Wasn't the caster wounded by the blast? Did the Gogma remain calm because of its solid and muscular body, or because the explosion didn't affect the caster? Anyhow, it looked like it didn't have any problem in using it normally. The reason why I could give a calm analysis about our enemy's magic was, the one who got hit was Yamada. It was unrelated to whether I like or hate Yamada, it was simply from the fact that such a small explosion was nothing for Heavy Warrior's defense. Yamada-kun. Only Yamajune called out to Yamada with a worried look on his face. It's okay, Yamajune, it is still too early for your healing magic. Damn it, that guy is strong. Yamada rolled on the ground, then rose as he said those words. Look, he was as healthy as ever, right? Or, what shall we do now? That guy's strength is no joke, you know. We're basically screwed if we receive one of his attacks. Before the Gogma's giant frame and its impactful explosion magic strike, 2 of our vanguard swordsmen, Ueda and Warrior Nokai, had cold feet. Anyone would get cold feet if they knew that they'd to fight this kind of monster. But the curtain of boss battle had been lifted. This wasn't the time to get cold feet. Yamada-kun, Ueda-kun, I'll leave the boss to you too. Leave the Govas to the rest of us. You be Ra, be you Da, Geo where. I played the safe card for the time being. Fortunately, everyone had already understood their own role by heart and moved immediately. We couldn't afford to let our guard down even if it's just 1 second. Gogma ordered the Govas 1 beat later after me. It seemed like the scene where the Gogma was blown away and the enemy warrior charged in the frontmost, otherwise known as Yamada, had raised the morale of Goma's side. Even the Govas were coming to us after their boss said something along their weak spread, rotten bog. I had to somehow restrain those lively Govas before they overwhelmed us. Yup, rotten bog which could spread far and wide was really useful for this kind of situation. I scattered my blood to the side after drawing a curse mark on my hand and then spread my arms to the side. Poisonous bog that spread on the ground was far too dangerous for the Govas who couldn't take a flight with wings like Night Mantis unless they're prepared for some degree of wound that would impede their overall combat strength. Now, Crush EM, Lux Sagitta, Aqua Sagitta, arrows of water and light were raining down on the Govas who had stumbled in front of corrosive water. Some normal arrow with iron arrowhead was also mixed in between the magic arrow. This was Rem's backup. I gave another order for Rem, different from the order to Yamada and company. My aim was the closest watchtower from our position. I expected that some Govas were still in there, ready to snipe us from above the watchtower once the battle began. That's why, since it was too dangerous to leave them to their own devices, I installed a rope ladder made with black hair bind, ordered Rem to sneak into the tower and secretly take it over. That's why, even though there were arrows being fired from the watchtower, its target was the Govas instead of us. It seemed Rem had obtained total control over the watchtower. Moreover, I might be the only one who understood the vital role of the watchtower in the middle of this commotion. Those idiotic Govas, along with Yamada and company, didn't seem to realize this fact, neglecting the watchtower as a result. Now, I could finally feel relieved knowing that I had Rem to watch my back in the watchtower. Nevertheless, since I lacked long-range attack, all I could do was harass those Govas from outside of their attack range with corrosive red hair twine. Those muscular and lively Govas wouldn't go down that easily with mere red hair twine. But inflicting a wound on them was enough for this kind of situation. Because our vanguard would be the one to deliver the impended Govas and finish them off. H, Rage, Random Barrage. Warrior Nokai had a role to stop the Govas from destroying our formation. He had to do anything to stop those Govas. Nokai's greatest martial art, Rage, was consecutive as its name implied. It was a martial art that was designed to inflict fatal wound towards monster with high defense by hitting the vital spot with a consecutive attack, but one hit was enough to finish off a Govu who had already suffered a variety of wounds from either my acid bog, magic barrages, or Rem's arrows. The Govas who forced their ways toward us, ignoring our magic barrages and acid bog, died by Nokai's rage. Nokai chopped those brave, but injured Govas, like Chinese cabbage with Yoshizaki's axe. And then, Yamada Ueda Kombi made the full use of gap that was open to run towards the boss, but Yugo, Brua, Devar. For some reason, it was as if the Gogma didn't pay attention to our 2 vanguards who were coming to reap its life. Its bloodshot eyes were looking at me. Oh, crap. My survival instinct told me that Guy was aiming for my life. Chapter 125, Goma's Fortress Capture Battle 3. Buruaa. Raising a war cry, the Gogma charged towards me. Damn it, that's dangerous. The Gogma swung its cane and cutlass towards Ueda and Yamada who were about to attack. Its rage-filled eyes were locked on me as if I was the enemy of its parent. What the heck? Even though it had only let out a nonsense roar before, it knew right away that I was the commander as soon as I issued an order to my party, and most of all, I was left alone on top of Raptor Rem. Though I had no idea just how much the Gogma understood human language, It was by no means an idiot, since it knew right away that the guy who rode on a vehicle, namely, me, while giving command to the others, was the leader. In short, I made a huge blunder by making myself stand out from the others. Raptor, Ru-En. I left all regret and reflection for later and chose to escape from this situation first. I clasped tightly on the rein, desperately hugging on Raptor Rem's body as she made a rapid turn. Momokawa Kun. Oh, give the next order. Take care of those Govus while the boss is chasing after me. I had no intention of becoming bait to lure this guy, but I had no other choice since it had already locked onto me. Naturally, I also had no idea whether everybody could understood the sudden change of our tactic. Raptor Rem had already gotten away from the main gate, leaving everyone behind. I ordered her to run around the fortress surrounding the tower since I couldn't get out of this place. Right now, I felt like a jockey riding a top racehorse running on the track. DAGOA. UGO, NGA. The Gogma was still chasing after me from behind while raising a furious roar. Even though it had a pro-sumo wrestler-like body, it was fast enough to the point that Raptor Rem, who specialized in speed, couldn't outpace it. It might have some sort of martial arts that enhance its speed, like fast drive. The Gogma, whose speed betraying its huge body, then fired its magic towards my back. I saw the red jewel on its cane flickering with bright red color as a fireball as big as volleyball formed in front of it. Incoming. 3, 2, 1. Now. KYOA. I looked at the Gogma's cane as if clinging to my life to convey the firing timing to Raptor Rem. Since Rem was a smart girl, all I needed to do was tell her the timing and she would use the physical ability of the raptor to dodge Gogma's fireball. I, who left the matter of dodging entirely to Raptor Rem and only conveying the timing to her, saw Gogma's fireball left behind a crimson trail and then exploded close to our position. Died. It seemed we were about to be blown off by the shockwave of the explosion just now. But I yelled to the top of my lungs, and barely avoided the fate of being blown off by the shockwave of the explosion. We, who were passing through the black smoke, were covered in soot in various parts of our bodies, could at least still move. Yup, it was confirmed that we could barely dodge that Gogma's fireball. It was a single firing spell packed with reasonable firepower. It had neither tracking ability nor rapid firing. In short, it was a slightly more powerful fireball. But of course, I'm going to be screwed if that guy can fire that magic so many times. Because I might fail to dodge the next fireball. Even if I managed to dodge the direct hit, I might fall from Raptor Rem's back, which would spell my doom. That's why I mustn't let this kind of one-sided onslaught go on. I had to fight that guy one way or another to prevent him from firing that dangerous fireball. Rotten bog. First, toss the biggest rotten bog I could conjure with my back facing towards it. The Gogma, who was in hot pursuit right behind me, shouldn't be able to react to the acid bog that suddenly blocked its way, but NUGA. That Gogma just charged straight into the acid bog as its legs kicked up a white smoke. Even though the acid bog was working, its damage was negligible. It would definitely kill me unless I could make it give up. Naturally, the current me was lacking in terms of power to hold it down. I did have the countermeasure strategy for this kind of situation that I had prepared for a fight against Basilisk a long time ago. Spiderweb twine. Next, I fired the toughest spiderweb twine I could make. I expected for that Gogma to be like a fish captured in a fishing net with this, but OGA. My prided net was tragically sliced by its cutlass. All I could do was cast my net. It couldn't even entwine itself on my target. Even if, for example, my net successfully wound around the Gogma, I got this feeling that it could tear off my net with brute force. How about this? I gripped my red knife in my right hand, iron knife in my left, and 5 other knives with my black hair bind. It was the turn of my knife skill which rarely got its shining moment. If I went all out, it wouldn't just end with dual wield, I could increase the number of my wield with my black hair feeler. Though this fighting style took a toll on my mind, seeing that Raptor Rem was focusing on getting away from the Gogma's hot pursuit, it was literally a mano-o-mano situation. Gabura, boogahahaha. But that Gogma ignored the incoming knives and kept charging towards me without even trying to dodge or protect itself. Despite my knives hitting its chest, shoulder, abdomen, or head again and again, it felt like I was attacking a rolling, giant boulder. Damn it, just how hard is this fucking guy's skin? Are you trying to become a heavy warrior, with its tire-like black skin? This guy's defense was clearly far more superior than humans. But since it received the full brunt of my projectile knives without even leaving a scratch on its skin, it might have steel body or iron skin like Yamada, or worse, both of those. Take this, reverse dance butterfly. Even if it was seemingly uninjured at glance, there's no way that it wouldn't feel any pain from all those scratches. Oops, please work. Goo ha 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 ha. TCH, it isn't even enough to stop that guy. As expected, that Gogma broke through the throngs of butterflies made of light without even stopping for a second. As I had thought, a combo of ointment A and reverse dance butterfly wouldn't work unless I gave a noticeable wound. But still, I hoped it was at least stop for a second before charging through the crowd of butterflies of light. Its overbearing attitude was worrying, but well, that might be just how much it had confidence in its toughness. Anyhow, we're back into a state of equilibrium. This case reminded me again and again, as if it was punching on my guts, that I was weak against this kind of power type. It was vexing, but there was no denying that this Gogma fella was truly powerful. It literally maxed its power, speed, defense, and heck, it could even use magic. It was definitely a cut above the rest of the boss monster I faced so far. In short, it was an extremely balanced boss monster. Nevertheless, I had no intention to die in this place either. I mean, I still had an unused trump card left. Let's focus on wounding it first. In the first place, I never had any intention to escape from battle. To be honest, it would be for the best if the Gogma was injured by one of Ueda's or Yamada's attack, but I guess I was asking for too much with our current situation. Mei-chan might be able to stop Gogma's charge with her brute force, but the same couldn't be said for my current party. The Gogma would send them flying with its rush. That's why the first thing I had to do was break its steel-like skin on my own, but neither Red Knife nor my prided Rotten Bog worked on it. If only I had a more powerful offensive ski. That's it, I still have that. I rummaged into my pocket and took out a certain butterfly knife. After unfolding the knife with great difficulty, I looked at its beautiful blade despite being a cheap article. Yes, this was Higuchi's beloved butterfly knife. Though I took it from his corpse as my booty, I ended up never using it since it always brought back unpleasant memories. This little guy's sharpness should be enough. Strangely, I was convinced that this knife could do it. I changed to grip the butterfly knife in my left hand. I only had one chance because that fella was going to raise his vigilance once he realized that I had a weapon that could penetrate his defense. If the feeler that gripped on this knife cut off, I would lost this weapon forever. That's why I carefully took my aim. I had to wait until the best moment and cut open the biggest possible wound. WOAH. Another fireball incoming. Despite the furious acrobatic movement, I somehow retained my grip on the saddle. As I thought, there's no way I could survive another one of this attack. Now was the time to end this. Goo. Black hair bind. I used flying knives to attack just like before. I was so sure that it would just charge through the raining knives just like before. You'll charge through this one like before for me, right? Buga. A scratch was all I needed, and this attack looked like my last, desperate attempt after being cornered by that fireball. I had no idea about how to differentiate Goma's expression, but the last roar might be a victorious roar, convinced of their victories. Humph, fool. You might have a stronger and bigger body, but the inside is still that idiot Goma. I was saved thanks to the Gogma's idiotic brain. Take this. I used an extremely precise control of my feeler for this attack, giving it an excellent precision, speed, calmness similar to a thief sneak attack. Ah, I see now. So this is what you feel when you stab someone with this skill, huh, Higuchi? I stabbed the back of the Gogma with Higuchi's butterfly knife while recalling a strange sense of sympathy. Nga. It then let out an agonizing roar as soon as it felt something piercing its solid skin. Yosh, I did it. I used 7 knives for this attack. The red knife was aiming for its head to create a smokescreen. The other 5 knives were also used as a diversion. That fella had completely ignored my attack due to its confidence in its defense. That's why it was ignoring the butterfly knife that was stabbing towards its back. And this was the result of its own negligence. Why? Bugo, Muga. Despite the blood that was spraying from its back, the Gogma raised an even more furious roar as it ran towards me. Despite the large cut on its back, it was by no means a fatal wound. Though it seemed to feel pain from the wound on its back, it wasn't enough to stop it. That small wound wouldn't affect the flow of the battle at all. But that small wound was all I needed. You lost the moment you're wounded by me. Rem, fire. A flying arrow pierced into it along with the sound of it piercing through the air. No. Go, Guaa. Its speed was slowing down considerably with just one arrow. Uoo, what the? No way, you did it, Momokawa. By the way, it seems we'd been running a full lap around the fortress ever since the beginning of the playing tag with the Gogma. Yamada and company, who were still in the middle of fighting Govus in front of the tower entrance, were really surprised upon seeing Gogma fall on its knees. I've killed the boss. Now we can enter the tower. Seriously, that's awesome, Momokawa. This must be dream. But now we can escape. That Gogma had yet to die though. But of course, it wasn't that far from dying. Everyone regained their vigor upon hearing my declaration of triumph and dispatched one Govu after another. The Govus side, on the other hand, couldn't hide their shock upon seeing the fall of their leader. This defeat instantly changed the tide of the battle. Nevertheless, I'm glad that everything went according to our plan. Though it felt like everything went far too smooth for us, we safely completed the most dangerous part of our strategy. In short, we were lucky. The arrow that killed the Gogma was naturally fired by Rem, who was stationed on top of the watchtower. She could have an undisturbed view of me racing against the Gogma from above. Thanks to her archery training in the jungle tower, the current Rem could hit anything within her bow range as long as she had a clear view and there was no obstacle. Thus, I left the important job of dealing the finishing blow to Rem. I plastered the arrow bud with Spirog's poison. Though it was prized, the first poison series that should be celebrated after numerous trials and errors on Gomas to make sure it was ready for the live combat, I had no choice but to use it due to its scarcity. I only needed an extremely small dose to kill small fries. But then, a drop of that poison on the skin was enough to completely paralyze a Goma. It was an extremely lethal poison. Thus, it was only natural for me to use it against a boss. In the case of this boss fight, I'd intended to use this poison from the very beginning. As long as we sealed its movement with the paralysis poison, the rest was a piece of cake. And the first boss who fell victim to this poison was none other than Gogma. My research had proven that Spirog's poison was extremely effective against the Goma race. Honestly, our victory was already in the bag as soon as we saw that there was only Gogma, the Goma race's superior species, who appeared as the boss of this area. Well, the fact that it was completely focusing on me was rather unexpected though. Anyhow, we won as long as we paralyzed the boss. The reason why I was desperately trying to open a wound on it was for the purpose of using the paralysis poison. I mean, I was almost sure that the effects of poison would be nullified just by applying it on its tough layers of skin. That's why I needed to open a wound to inject the poison into its body, weakening it from the inside, as big as possible to make it easier for the poisoned arrow to hit it. Moreover, just in case, I used reverse dance butterfly using the poison antidote as catalyst to increase the effectiveness of the paralysis poison, dealing continuous damage with ointment A's butterfly to hide the effect of the antidote. But well, all of those feints and backup plans ended up getting scrapped, seeing that the Gogma had already fallen under the effect of the poisoned arrow. Nay, to be honest, I was really glad that everything, save for the fact that I was being chased around by Gogma, went well according to the plan. Without Higuchi's knives, I wouldn't have been able to wound the Gogma skin, thus preventing Rem's poisoned arrow from achieving its purpose. Though it feels awkward for me to say this, thanks for your knife, Higuchi. Your knife is really sharp. With Higuchi's butterfly knife in my hand, I approached the boss whose face had already planted on the ground and stabbed the butterfly knife into its flank. From there, I drew a straight line with the butterfly knife. The sharpness of this knife was truly outstanding. I mean, regardless of my lack of strength, the sensation of cutting through the boss was no different from cutting a normal Goma. This butterfly knife was truly amazing, as if it had received some sort of enchantment. Could it be that the sharpness of this knife was fueled by Higuchi's grudge? I focused on my current job to forget that scary thought. It wasn't just killing the boss, I was currently picking up its core. Is it around this area? KYOA. Raptor Rem thrust her head into the wound that I opened on the Gogma's flank. After she had enlarged the wound even further with her claws, bit off its internal organs, she finally took out the blood-stained core. Yosh, we get the core. Now let's enter the tower. We, who left the Gogma we just gutted alive, were unclear whether it's still alive or already dead from the shock as it was heading towards the entrance of the tower at full speed. Now we could finally say goodbye to this jungle tower. Chapter 126, Himino Hyrie and Nakajima Haruma. Nakajima Haruma, who had already graduated from being a virgin, was having a hard time fulfilling his responsibility as a man, clearing the dungeon. Though he usually avoided as many fights as possible, the current he just beat everything that stood in his path as if desperately seeking a new power. Though he still opted to escape if he was outnumbered by the enemies, Haruma's combat prowess was slowly but surely polished. And today, it was a fight against the area's boss. His opponent's size was the biggest he had met so far, a giant frog-like monster. Though its ranged attack by using its tongue lacquered with paralysis poison was rather troublesome, it wasn't a big deal as long as he kept a safe distance outside of the frog's attack range while releasing a barrage of Ignis Sagitta after the frog's movement was starting to slowing down. He finished it off with his sword, a safe and easy victory. Thank you for your hard work, Haruma-kun. Naturally, what was left after he arrived at Ferry Plaza was a reward, sex, with Himino Hyrie. Honestly speaking, he still thought that Himino was an ugly girl. Even now, the reason he couldn't fall in love with her was due to his lingering affection for Nagai Yukiko. But his instinct as a man had always sought for the body of the girl before him. Thus, he welcomed such an offer for now since there really was no other way to vent his pent-up libido. Even though Haruma himself was well aware of this distorted relationship, he simply couldn't stop his instinct of wanting Himino's body as they dove even deeper into the dungeon. But he soon reached the limit of what he could do by himself. Watch out, Haruma-kun. Haruma dodged the giant lump of iron that fell from above his head by a hairbreadth. A chill ran through his spine upon seeing how easily that lump of iron crushed the stone pavement beneath his feet. He was convinced that one hit from that would be enough to send him to the afterlife. He quickly opened the distance between him and his opponent with high walk. SDR strong. And now, the one who stood in his path was a giant, twice as big as the previous giant frog-like monster. Though its outer appearance seemed to be no different from the other skeletons, its size was almost double the normal skeleton. In addition, it was also equipped with a giant metal hammer that was normally impossible for a normal human to lift. And yet, the giant skeleton swung it with ease. Even a long-range attack with Ignis Sagitta didn't work against his opponent. Since the arena was an open field almost as big as a gymnasium, it was literally impossible for Haruma to use his run-and-gun tactic. His physical attack arts, slash, would allow him to land a critical hit, breaking the giant skeleton's tough bones. But he couldn't find an opening to do so. He would need to wager his life to enter the ideal range to use his physical attack skill. However, Haruma wasn't prepared to lose his life yet. Please, that's enough, Haruma-kun. Let's retreat. Yeah, you're right. Fortunately, the structure of the current boss's room wasn't the one that prevented any intruder from escaping until they beat the boss, or they died. This marked the third time they escaped from the boss skeleton. Maybe Haruma-kun has reached the limit of what he can do by himself. After turning tail in front of the boss again, Hyrie muttered while overlooking the sleeping Haruma with a cold and calculated look on her face. There was no doubt that Haruma became more motivated to protect Hyrie after he had sex with her, but it was, in the end, just a give-and-take relationship. Naturally, it had nothing to do with battle. Feeling lonely wasn't enough to make a breakthrough. There was no doubt that they're lacking in manpower. Because the most important thing for Hyrie wasn't the process, it was the result defeating the boss. The dungeon capture would continue even if they retreated. Today, after the third time they'd escaped from the boss, the evaluation of Haruma, who couldn't find the breakthrough of their current situation, took a nosedive. Even though it is just a slightly bigger skeleton. Well, Soma-kun or Tendao-kun might be able to dispatch it with ease. despite spouting such words, it was nothing more than a wild delusion of a piece of good-for-nothing baggage. Hyrie herself realized that the situation she was hoping for wouldn't come about. As such, she had no choice but to stick by Haruma's side. In the worst case, if Haruma was really unable to find a breakthrough, she was prepared to assist him with her luck Sagitta. No way, fighting is just impossible. Her brain was working on full throttle, pondering whether Haruma's power alone was enough to defeat the boss, or she would have to help in the battle too. Ooh, look, someone has arrived first. Oh, if it's Nakajima and Himino. It's been a while since we met our classmate. Just when she thought that their fourth attempt would also end up in failure, another group of classmates arrived in the ferry plaza too. It was a group of 3. How did you? Ueda-kun, Nakajima-kun, Shimokawa-kun. Thank God you're safe. In fact, Haruma was more bewildered rather than delighted upon finding the figure of the trio with whom he rarely spoke within class, the totem pole trio. But Hyrie went towards them cheerfully as if rejoicing in their safety. Upon seeing them, Hyrie was reacting as if she had confirmed the safety of her bosom friends, but as far as Haruma knew, Arya never had any interaction with the trio back in class, thus making them nothing more than classmates. Oh, it's good to see you safe too, Himino. Or rather, are you really this kind of character, Himino? Now, I'm just happy to see my classmate safe, you know. The trio was troubled since their female classmate, who couldn't be said to be beautiful by any kind of standard, suddenly acted like this. But the creatures called men were the kind who couldn't help but feel elated when a girl acted like so, even if that said girl was ugly. The 3 of them just played along to get closer to her, a woman. I've always worried about my classmates, you know. That's why I'm really happy to see that the 3 of you are safe and sound. Well, we went through quite a bit of trouble to reach this far. We've our vocation's power too. But there's nothing we can't do as long as we're together. Could it be that the 3 of you are really strong? That's so amazing. I on the other hand am no good at all. Before long, Hyrie and the trio's conversation became more heated, and the poor Haruma was completely left out of the loop. That day, Haruma fell asleep while suppressing his libido. Hyrie, who was completely preoccupied with the conversation with the trio, had long since forgotten about Haruma's existence. Haruma was somewhat vexed by it. He had no choice but to suppress his scream along with his instinct as a man and forcibly shut his eyes. Then, let's aim to defeat the boss today. It's a really tough nut to crack. Hyrie's unnaturally high-spirited voice resounded in the ferry plaza. The talks had already been finalized by the time Haruma opened his eyes. Look, Haruma-kun. We have 3 additional powerful supports to beat the boss. Now we can defeat the boss with ease. Reflexively, Haruma wanted to reject the notion of working together with the trio but had no choice but to cooperate, seeing that defeating that boss all by himself was pretty much impossible. But Haruma felt a sense of discomfort since the talk about them working together was finalized without his opinion while he was asleep. Thus, he was wondering why Hyrie did that. Even though he felt regretful and vexed towards Hyrie, he realized that the cause for this was his own inability to blend and chat with the quartet. Yeah, you're right. We should be able to defeat the boss with the 3 of them. And yet, for some reason, he prayed that their power wouldn't be enough to defeat the boss. And then, in case the 3 combined power was weaker than him, a strength-based relationship would be created with him as the strongest. And yet, Ura, smash. 2 of the trio, Nakai the warrior and Ueda the swordsman, went all out to attack the giant skeleton boss without even flinching at its giant figure. Their relentless attacks somehow resembled that of an action game's character who could keep delivering damage without faltering from the enemy's attack. But the way they fought wasn't just because the elated feeling of receiving a superpower called vocation. Oi, move out from there. Aqua bind. Though getting hit by the giant skeleton metal hammer would insta-kill them, as soon as the boss raised the metal hammer when Ueda and Nakai rushed into close combat. Shimokawa, the Hydromancer, sealed its movement with his aqua bind. Though the serpent-like aqua whip was torn no sooner than it coiled around the giant skeleton, Ueda and Nakai made full use of that moment to escape the giant skeleton's attack range. Too slow. This slowpoke is only known to do big attack. You can dodge it with ease because of my support. And as expected, as soon as the boss skeleton's attack missed its target, Ueda and Nokai closed in right away. Thus, they divided their roles with Ueda and Nokai for attack, and Shimokawa for support with his water magic. It was a rather unbelievable scene for anyone who knew that the trio was normally noisy in Class 2-7. But seeing this would convince anyone that their self-confidence in fighting against the boss didn't come from their negligence but their wealth of experience. Though their overall skills weren't that flashy, they had a weapon called teamwork. Their friendship that was cultivated in school had bloomed in this another world dungeon. Hell yeah. We crushed the boss. Huff, it's no big deal. The boss skeleton was felled quite easily with the trio's combination attacks. Its knee joint finally crushed after receiving so many warriors and swordsmen's powerful martial arts skills. Since their enemy was a bipedal type, destroying its kneecap was enough to make it fall. And once it fell, its weakness, namely skull, was completely exposed. The boss skeleton could only receive the beating that came after since the trio wouldn't allow a counterattack. After defeating the boss, the trio then took out a red-colored big core from its broken cranium, the proof of subjugating a boss while raising a loud cry. Kaya, AMSNG, you defeated the boss. That moment, Himino Hyrie came to join the trio while raising a cheerful cry, praising the trio. Even though she only spectated from afar, she acted like she'd joined the battle to assist them. Yes, just like the female students who assisted the baseball team of their school to reach Koshien only by crying with them. But a person felt vexed upon seeing that joyful scene. Amazing, the three of you could beat that guy so easily. I mean, I almost gave up myself. But then, you three came to save the day. Ha ha ha, it's not really that amazing. Well, that might be just how much Himino-chan was being cornered by the boss. Don't worry, you can rely on us from now on. The trio was pacifying Hyrie, who was crying loudly. It seemed they'd forgotten that the one who was crying hadn't contributed anything during the battle. The creature called men were sullen who were easily swayed by women's tears. Thank you so much. Haruma couldn't help gazing silently at the scene of Hyrie embracing the trio with tears of gratitude in her eyes. Hyrie's dungeon exploration party continued in a good direction after dispatching the boss skeleton. The combination of Totem Pole Trio's power could easily defeat any monster swarm normally avoided by Haruma. They're advancing at a rapid pace since the number of detours and retreats from battle had decreased considerably compared to when it's just Haruma and Hyrie. Shaw. My sword is sharper than usual today. Damn it, I can defeat more Gomas if not for them running away from us. Even though it's an easy victory as long as I have offensive magic. I really hope to get new magic soon. The trio easily dispatched the Goma crowd they encountered in the forest dome. Though Haruma also participated in the battle, his achievement as a single horseman was nothing compared to the trio whose cooperation was flawless. Swordsman Ueda, who slew more than 10 Gomas, proudly boasted his achievement as the best in the group. The reason they did that wasn't for self-satisfaction. Because he, to be exact, would receive a reward for his effort. Well then, today's MVP is Ueda-kun. Hell yeah. When I woke up this morning, I felt like I can do anything. Is this the sign of my growth as a swordsman? Hyrie replied appropriately with a smile upon hearing Ueda's remark. And then, the other members dispersed, leaving Ueda and Hyrie by themselves on the shore of the fairy fountain. Hyrie. Haruma, who suddenly turned around right before leaving, caught sight of something on the other side of the fountain. The scene where Ueda and Hyrie embraced each other as they kissed. Or, what are you waiting for, Nakajima? Let's get out of here immediately. Hehe, peeping is a bad hobby, you know. I am not peeping. I'll be right there. Haruma obediently followed Nokai and Shimokawa, who were smirking at him. Despite wanting to know since when had this happened, he knew that there was nothing he could do about it. Because he knew that the answer to his question was right after they defeated the boss skeleton. Hyrie had stuck closely to the Totem Pole trio, who was more reliable in the battle than Haruma. And then, as they arrived at the next ferry plaza the next day, Haruma witnessed Hyrie's figure going to sleep with Ueda. He saw her sleep with Nakajima on the day after that. And then with Shimokawa. On top of that, There was an established rule that anyone with the best achievement of the day got the chance to sleep with Hyrie. It had become an unspoken rule among them. In short, Haruma couldn't say anything about that either. Hyrie is my woman, but he could never say those words even if he steeled himself to face the trio. Haruma had no intention to go out with Hyrie, but he somehow accepted her action since this was a clear cut from her. This was for the best, and they could continue their dungeon exploration favorably at this pace. But as expected, it was hard to say whether he truly accepted the loss of such pleasure deep inside. Damn it, I'll definitely win tomorrow. No way, her next partner is me. The two walking in the front had accepted the rule as something natural. The reason they could be so carefree despite being ordered around by a woman was the nature of their relationship. It was a purely physical relationship without whatsoever feeling involved. That included Hyrie's relationship with Haruma. Come to think of it, Nakajima, you have yet to do it with Hyrie after we come, right? What? Haruma couldn't hide his surprise when Nakai suddenly spoke to him. Yeah, you don't need to hide it, you know. I've pretty much guessed that you two did it like rabbits in heat when it just the two of you. Momokawa said with a wide grin on his face as he pat Nakajima's shoulder. Fortunately, you guys aren't going out. I mean, she will surely feel guilty about this matter, right? Of course, she has. But, it's not like she can endure it, right? Yup, you're right. Haruma didn't even understand what they're talking about. He just replied accordingly every now and then. Well, it really can't be helped. I mean, that's only natural for this kind of situation, right? Don't worry, Nakajima, you'll get your turn properly. No, it's not like I'm... Foo, no need to hide it. You're already familiar with Hyrie's body, right? Holding it back won't do any good for your body, Nakajima. We understand your feelings very well after we meet Hyrie-chan. Even though he wanted to refute them, he couldn't say anything since everything they said was true to a dot. You might have some resistance to do that with the woman that slept with us, but bear with it just like us. Yeah, we also have no choice but to take turn to bang her after all. Though it was vexing, what they said was correct. At least, that was an extremely rational choice under this kind of situation. This way, there would be no ugly competition amongst the fellow men over a woman, an ugly one at that. It was a win-win solution. Yeah, you're right. He understood very well that they were right. And he knew that Hyrie was completely relying on stronger men. This situation was no one's fault. Nor would they curse this kind of situation. This was only the sound conclusion in this kind of situation. Also, it was supposed to be since the current Haruma couldn't stand this situation anymore. It was unrelated whether he loved Hyrie or not. Or vice versa. What did he want to do? How did he want it to become? Or whether he only wanted to get a stab? He didn't even know what he wanted anymore. But he knew that he wouldn't find any solution as long as he still saw Hyrie having sex with other men. By the next day, Nakajima Haruma's figure couldn't be found in the ferry plaza anymore. Neither Hyrie nor the trio were trying to chase or worry about Haruma, who had suddenly disappeared. They just continued with dungeon diving like usual. Haruma-kun has left her. What a letdown, but that just proves his cowardly nature and small heart. Well, let's make him into comrade again if he comes back after getting stronger. The succubus, who had not even a shred of attachment toward the weak man, just sneered at Haruma's cowardly act. Chapter 127, Yamakawa Junichiro and Himino Hyrie. Thank goodness, we meet other surviving classmates. Yup, it's been a while since the last time I saw a woman. Thank goodness you're safe, Yamada-kun, Yamakawa-kun. It must be hard for you guys to arrive in this place. Anyway, let's take a break for today. The group we met next was the duo consisting of Yamakawa Junichiro, otherwise known as Yamajun, and Yamada Genki of the baseball club. TCH, even though it would be for the best if it was a pair from the same club, the futsuman amongst futsuman, Takashima-kun. Even so, we would welcome any additional war potential in this kind of situation. After Haruma-kun left, we had advanced a bit into one dome forest after another. We'd a hard time finding a breakthrough from this forest. Good grief, the totem pole trio was such a musclehead. Majority of the monsters in this area were small fry, But our main problem was the dinosaur-like monster called Gore. Its tough and solid body gave the sword user a hard time dealing damage. In addition, they were ferocious in nature and would attack us on the spot with their fangs and claws. Worst of all, they came in groups. Honestly, we had no choice but to escape since we could barely protect ourselves when the 5 of them came to us at once. In short, we were simply lacking manpower to kick their asses. But then, we met another pair just when we needed more manpower. Moreover, that's where this divine protection of Succubus's goddess armor was truly useful, wasn't it? Foo. I mean, I would have to do my best to reward them from now on. It's good to see you safe and sound, Ueda-kun, Nokai-kun, Shimokawa-kun. Same goes for you, Yamajun. Please tell me if you've injury. I mean, my vocation is healer, so I'll be able to do something about your wound. Ooh, so Yamajun is a healer too. Well, there's none so far since Hyrie's vocation is the same as you. Ah, I see now. Then, I'll help you with covering fire from behind with my Lux Sagitta. My apologizes beforehand, but please don't expect too much on its destructive power. Seriously, Yamajun, you can use offensive magic. Man, we finally have another magic user who can use attack magic. As expected of the true center of Class 2-7. He could talk normally with the totem pole trio. Well, he originally already had a wide array of connections with so many people regardless of their gender. Even the gloomy virgin me back then had shared some conversation with Yamajun too. His amazing communication skill was something I wanted at all cost. Yamajun, who had a good relationship with women, was also the one with more immunity compared to the other men, but that was only for high school level. I could easily make him submit with my Succubus' power. Oi, have you been searching around this area? Well, we already did what we could. What about the boss room? Not yet. The hell you guys are doing? Don't tell me you can't even take on those small fries. That's lame. Those Gores are tough and powerful. You should have known if you fight them, Yamada. The one who spoke with a condescending attitude to us was, of course, Yamada Genki. Even though he was nothing more than Futsuman with a potato-like face, he spoke to the trio with such a condescending attitude. I mean, the only hunk who could speak in such a condescending manner. Oh well, this kind of man who had no idea about their position was dime a dozen. But in return, this kind of guy was easy prey. There's a saying that even a pig could climb a tree if you praise them, right? Yamada was more like a gorilla than a pig though. Well, I think the dungeon capture will be easier with more people joining in. Absolutely. That's why everyone should get along, right? Indeed, everyone should get along, as my servant. Now men, work your asses off for the sake of getting a reward from me. Section. Yeah. Regarding Yamada's strength, I'd heard from Yamajun before, but Yamada apparently had a rare vocation called Heavy Warrior. It was fairly more powerful than a normal vocation. And the most amazing thing about his vocation was the fact that he could take on those Gore's fangs and claws like they were nothing. I heard that his unreasonably tough defense was the work of his 2 overlapping passive skills. Full build defense was completely useless in game, but this was reality, meaning that Yamada could tank the damage just fine. Thanks to Yamada's cheat-like defense, now we could take on those Gores with ease. I mean, he could stop their fangs and claws with his defense. In contrast to his amazing defense, Heavy Warrior's offensive skills were falling behind. His offensive martial art was normal. Yup, Yamada was tough, but his attack was normal. You're so amazing today, Yamada-kun. Oh this much is nothing for me. I love strong men, you know. His face was definitely not my type, or should I say that though he was ugly, his strength was so irresistible. He alone was comparable to the totem pole trio combined together. Foo, since it was thanks to him that we could safely cross the dome forest area. I would give him a lot of service tonight. Section. I had this bad premonition as soon as I met their group. Yes, I knew what kind of relationship they had the moment we met the group of Shimokawa-kun, Nokai-kun, Ueda-kun, and Himino-san. And I knew that my suspicion turned out to hit the bull's eyes on the 3rd day after we moved together. A single girl amongst several men. Moreover, in the middle of dungeon survival where the rules of modern Japan were of no use. but their relationship was wholesome in a sense. Himino-san had an almost impartial bodily relationship with the trio. In addition, the trio could accept that kind of relationship too. So rather than making Himino-san their girlfriend, it was a relationship close to water business service. The trio was truly comrade-in-arms in every sense. They were working together to capture the dungeon instead of trying to trip each other. That's why Himino-san, who detected their lack of enmity towards one another, made the full use of the trio's camaraderie to lead them by the nose. Nevertheless, I wouldn't say that this party was absolutely safe either. The subtleties of the relationship between men and women were too delicate, extremely strong yet fragile at the same time. Especially in this kind of situation, the balance would crumble as soon as someone who wanted to monopolize the girl appeared amongst them. Himino-san should have planned to get along with the trio for a long time. This delicate balance shouldn't crumble as long as no one triggered it, but then, that happened. Yes, the two of us, Yamoda and I, met with their group. Yamoda was one of my friends who often talked to me in class. He might be slightly sarcastic and self-centered at times, but he was by no means a bad guy. I had a fairly good relationship with my friends. In short, I was just looking for a slightly better than the average person for my friend. That's why my evaluation of anyone who was not my friend was rather harsh. In fact, there was no problem with our dungeon capture so far. Though Yamoda-kun fought in the front line as the vanguard of our group since he was a heavy warrior, never once did he complain about me who could only use recovery magic and rearguard support. In fact, he had always protected me all this time. His action was the only proof I needed to know that he acknowledged me as his friend. Anyone who got along with him would know that he was the kind of man who always shouldered the hardship by himself. That kind of character was what made Yamoda-kun a good person, but that kind of character was what backfired in this kind of situation. Good grief, get a grip already, you three, make yourself more useful next time. Don't just scream if you feel that you're not strong enough, go with guts. For better or worse, Yamoda-kun's sportsmanship spirit was often mistaken by others as arrogance. In addition, the factor that decided a man's standing in this dungeon's survival was none other than their own power. The power of the trio was clearly falling behind Yamoda-kun. At least, things wouldn't become an issue if everyone was equal, but, for better or worse, Yamoda was too powerful. Thus, a pecking order was created. Yamoda would throw his weight around without even bothering to hear the trio's opinion. Even so, since the trio couldn't avoid defeat if they fought the current Yamoda, they wouldn't oppose him that much. The reason being they knew that they're weaker than him. Well, according to today's performance, Hyrie will be mine too for today. And above all else, Yamoda-kun started monopolizing Himino-san for himself. Appearance-wise, I absolutely couldn't say that Yamoda-kun was a handsome man, but it was also a fact that he didn't have a girlfriend. In short, he was a youthful baseball player brimming with libido and zero resistance against women on top of that. It was as clear as day that he was completely engrossed with Himino-san's body. And worse of all, Himino-san just simply accepted that as a matter of fact. Maybe that was the survival path she chose in this dungeon, hugging the thigh of a strongman. I had no intention to judge her as something along the fucking bitch or the likes. I mean, she just used her weapon as a woman to survive in this kind of situation. Based on my interaction with Himino-san back when we're still in Japan, she shouldn't be the type of girl who could sell her body without batting her eyelids, but for some reason, her gestures indicated that she was a veteran in the water business. Or maybe, this was simply the real Himino Hyrie without putting on a mask of a quiet girl. Honestly, I wanted to know the reason behind her drastic change, but my intuition and experience of interacting with numerous people along with sense as healer had sent a warning. She was bad news. This was my guess so far, but Himino-san might be a good evening, Yamakawa-kun. Ah, good evening, Himino-san. By chance, are you by yourself tonight? In regard to the relationship between Himino-san and the other guys, she always spent time alone with the MVP upon arriving in Fairy Plaza. They would spend around 2 hours. By the way, since those 2 hours had passed, we're prepared to hit the bed. When it came to sleeping, everyone literally chose their own favorite spot and slept there. My favorite spot was right under the fairy walnut tree on the corner of the Fairy Plaza. And then, on this extremely rare occasion, Himino-san came to visit me, who always slept alone under the fairy walnuts tree. When I was looking around, I saw that Yamada-kun, who was Himino-san's partner for today, too had already fallen asleep. The same went for the other 3, they're already asleep on the lawn. In short, she only had one reason to visit me today. Yeah, I want to chat for a bit with you, Yamakawa-kun. Sure, even though I'm sure that both of us are already tired from today's exploration, the night is still young. Ahaha, already in serious mode her. You're mistaken, I'm simply showing my true self. Because no one wanted to approach a serious person. In case of students, the sure way was to crack a joke or two and do slightly stupid things. Hey, is that so? It doesn't look that way to me. Ahaha, I mean, no one talks to me whenever I show this side of mine. I feel lonely, you know. Oh, how I missed the good old peaceful days in Japan, even though I was at my wit's end inside, desperately telling myself to calm down and not get caught in the other party's pace. Foo, I want to know more about you, Yamakawa-kun. Even though she spoke lightly, my brain was working at full speed, wondering what in the world she was thinking right now. Did she want to go back to Japan? Did she really want to return to her usual plain girl, unnoticed in the corner of the classroom? Well, I don't think I'm such an interesting person, but I decided to talk to Himino-san to confirm my suspicion. I mean, I've already suspected it from the very beginning, but now I'm even more convinced than before. Personality-wise, the Himino-san that I used to know had already transformed into a whole different person. Considering the current environment, I wouldn't say that such transformation was bad. But it was rather problematic. On top of that, I wanted to confirm the change that might affect our personalities due to the influence of supernatural phenomena such as magic and vocation. Yufufufu, as expected of Yamakawa-kun, you have a large circle of friends. You can even get along with anyone regardless of their personality. Himino-san praised my social skill while looking at me with an upturned gaze. She seemed to really enjoy talking, bit by bit, with me about our school back in Japan. Yes, her acting was so skillful to the point that it was hard to distinguish her true emotions. Yup, she really had a talent for this. With this kind of talent, it was only natural for Yamada-kun to fall into her trap. Because everyone is a good person. They'll understand once you try to talk with them properly. This wasn't sarcasm, it was the truth. Because normal humans can understand each other as long as they sat down together and talked properly. It's the same for us Japanese who were raised with that sense of value. The same went for the common topics we shared amongst the people of the same generation. That's why communication opens all kinds of possibilities. But of course, there is always an exception to this rule, the kind of human who you can't talk with, the existence of an abnormal human. Take my parent for example. But still, the fact that you can talk with all kinds of people is what makes you so amazing, Yamakawa-kun. Thanks. Well, I guess my communication prowess is my only redeeming feature. And that alone has already made you a winner. I mean, it's as if you can guess or understand what the other people want. As if you have mind-reading skill. I would be happy if I could do that. Or rather, I would have easier life since guessing someone's emotion was useless against an apathetic or dull person. Well, it'll be exaggeration if you call it mind-reading. Well, can you guess what I am thinking about right now? She slowly inched closer as our conversation went on. It's a textbook example of how to seduce a man, but I'll give you 80 points for your acting. Himino-san's hand indirectly piled up on top of my hands. Yeah, I've guessed pretty much all of it by the time you came to talk with me. Sorry for making you wait until I talked with the other boys, Yamakawa-kun. I mean, I want to get along with everyone. Yeah, I feel the same way. But still, I want to know Yamakawa-kun's appeal properly. That's why no need to worry since I just do what I like. Himino-san whispered a convenient excuse that would work for a majority of men with a sweet, enchanting voice. Moreover, her arms had already wrapped around my body, and her lips were literally inches away from mine. This was the first time something like this happened to me, but as I thought, the creature called woman was simply terrific. Now I understood why everyone else was drowned in the pleasure of flesh by her. Having come into contact with woman's skin had made me realize that their body was filled with charm that would awaken every man's instinct. Thanks, I'm happy to receive such praise from you, Himino-san, but don't worry, I don't need it. I gently pushed back her body. This might be the first time she'd received this kind of rejection just when she thought that I was about to fall into her trap. Himino-san seemed to be extremely surprised for a moment. But then, she glossed it over with a smile. You really shouldn't endure it, you know, Yamakawa-kun. Or else, are you being thoughtful of everyone? You know, you're mistaken. Or else, am I not charming enough? Nope, that's also wrong. Personally, I think that you're an extremely charming woman, but I refuse your invitation for another reason. If I've to say, my sexual disposition is warped. Are you trying to say that you're into men? She asked with a sour voice, but I thought this was the right joke in order to probe her intention. Into men, is it? She was close, but her guess was wrong. I would say that it was slightly different from that. Yeah, it's something like that. I think this is the most convenient conclusion for both Himino-san and me. I don't know what you mean. Himino-san, I won't become your hindrance. Rather, I will cooperate with you. Ha! Even if I can only do trivial things. I'll act just like before, mindful of my place, and mediate the conflict arising as long as it's still within my abilities. Ah, well, that's fine. I think 4 men is quite splendid too. I'll pay more attention to them. It seems Himino-san finally decided to treat me, who was immune to her charm, as a cooperative partner. She obviously didn't try to invite me anymore. Just come to me if you need some advice. In addition, I will be happy if you're willing to hear my advice. Advice? What could it be? Care to tell me? I think you should stop sleeping only with Yamada-kun. Why should I do so? Yamada-kun is strong. He alone can defeat the trio. Indeed, for now, that's it. But don't forget, your vocation becomes more powerful the more you fight. You know what's going to happen if the trio get a powerful offensive skill that can tear Yamada-kun's defense, right? Ah, I see. If you want everyone to get along, I hope that you treat them a bit more equally, since this will affect you when the power relationship changes. Naturally, Yamada-kun will be dissatisfied once you spend less time with him, but allow me to do something about that. That's amazing, Yamakawa-kun. I'm not that amazing, you know. Thank you so much. How about one shot inside me to repay this gratitude? Ahaha, your feeling of gratitude alone is enough. I mean, I'm sure that you're pretty tired too. Ahaha, the same goes for you, right, Yamakawa-kun? In my case, I'm simply used to it. I see, you're right. But still, just tell me when you need to relax, I'll give you a service. You can at least accept the service with my mouth or hands, right? Just coming over to talk to me every once in a while is enough, you know. Holding it back isn't good for your health, you know. I mean, it's not even an act of cheating since we're basically not having sex. It's not like I'm having a relationship with someone though. But still, there's someone you like, right? My body stunned for a moment upon hearing her words. Himino-san, who had mastered the way to read a man's expression, wouldn't miss that moment. Ha, I see. Is that woman's instinct? It seems that she was also trying to probe me. In the end, that night ended only with that kind of conversation with Himino-san. Yes, we only talked. It seems that I was safe since Himino-san didn't see me as a man, but again, she didn't seem to possess mind-type skills. But despite her abnormal behavior, I assume it was still within the safety range since Himino-san was someone you could talk with. Chapter 128, Raina Ice and the Men. A few days had passed since the conversation between Yamajun and Hyrie. For now, Hyrie had followed his advice to spend more time with the trio, which she neglected until now. Though Yamada was clearly dissatisfied with Hyrie's decision, he seemed to have learned more self-control after his friend, Yamajun, talked with him. You should do that faster. In fact, Yamajun might felt that the party had started to regain its balance. Himino Hyrie, a lone woman amid a pack of wolves, men, someone who should be the most troubled by that kind of situation, had the power to lead these wolves by the nose with her glib tongue and body. In spite of that, she was still willing to lend her ears to Yamajun's opinion. She turned the disadvantageous situation into an advantageous one with her wits. Naturally, not just any girl could pull out such a feat. The men were lured by the women who protect their chastity. The said woman couldn't avoid the jealousy of the other men in the case she gave her body to the others. In Hyrie's case, she managed to avoid such a situation despite fooling around with 4 men. At least in Yamajune's knowledge, there was no girl in 2-7 who behaved like the current Hyrie. The reason might be that her hidden talent had blossomed and she had gained some sort of mysterious ability that allowed her to act like a succubus, miraculously manipulating the men by the nose. Or else, it's some sort of will from the god of this world. Yamajune could only make such speculations since there's no way to prove his theory. But, if the fate of the students of 2-7 who were summoned to another world was clasped in the hand of God, the way they'd reunite should be up to God too. And such a thing happened when they're in the middle of resting in the Fairy Plaza. Even though they only met their classmates by chance up until now, this was the first time they saw someone teleported into the Fairy Plaza. In front of the water fountain, in the center of the plaza, a magic circle suddenly appeared along with dazzling light. The party who had the experience with transfer magic could tell from the pattern of the magic circle that it was a transfer magic circle. That magic circle danced on the lawn as it kept flickering with white light. Everyone in the plaza shut their eyes due to the dazzling light. And then, by the time they opened their eyes, the figure of a certain girl had already stood right where the magic circle was. Phew, thanks a lot Ien-chan, you did a good job. Her bright smile was definitely not an optical illusion. The little girl who appeared from the magic circle had platinum blonde hair done in twin tails and skin as white as pristine snow. To top it, she also had blue cat-like eyes. Only one girl in 2-7 had platinum blonde hair. Her figure was simply too dazzling to be forgotten. Raina Adelheid Ias. Even amid the gathering of beauties in 2-7, her beauty was enough to place her in the first or second position, and Yamajune's group met that very girl in that fairy plaza. Section W. What's happening? Himino Hyrie felt like she had returned to being a plain gloomy girl before she was sent to another world. There, a blonde beauty, Raina sat on the side of the fairy plaza's fountain. Around her was the figure of the men waiting upon her. I'm so scared. I want to meet you, Yukuan. The figure of frail girl crying could kindle anyone's desire to protect her. And her voice, for better or worse, incited the bravery of the men around her who used to battle to protect her. Don't worry Raina-chan, I'll protect you for sure. Yeah, don't worry, we're going to protect you. We who used to battle have become much stronger. You just need to follow us, Raina-chan. Almost to the point of ignoring Hyrie, the men were coaxing Raina with extremely sweet words. Even though not even 5 minutes had passed since Raina appeared in the fairy plaza. And yet, the men were already dazed by Raina, completely forgetting about Hyrie's existence. In fact, as a fellow girl, Hyrie should be the one who talked to Raina as soon as she appeared in the fairy plaza, but the men were blinded by their enthusiasm, not giving her a gap. As a result, Hyrie was the only one left out in that place, the position that normally called loner back in Japan. She wasn't simply left out, her situation was closer to a queen who fell from the grace. As soon as Raina sat on the edge of the water fountain, the men surrounded her, and Hyrie was left out of the ring. Seeing that made her realize the caste system in the party. Well, let's calm down first, everyone. Aya-san seems to have been in great trouble just now, so let her take a rest to calm herself. Though Yamajune was the only composed one amongst the men, Hyrie, who fell from the grace in mere 5 minutes after Raina has appeared, couldn't calm down that easily. She couldn't accept the fact that Raina was added to the party. Hyrie was afraid. Just by staying close to Raina Ias, her position that symbolized her efforts and charm crumbled as easily as a sandcastle. Calm down, Hyrie. This isn't the time to panic. Though I almost flipped out just by looking at Raina's tragic heroine-like cries, Hyrie realized that she still had the chance to turn the table. I admitted that Raina Ias was an adorable girl. The difference between their face value was like heaven and earth. That was already obvious even back in Japan. But, foo. Your head that is filled with a field of flour shouldn't have any idea about one thing. Men are just a lump of sex drive. Yes, I still have my body to turn the table against Raina. Adorable appearance alone couldn't satisfy the men's sex drive. Their lust could only be satisfied with a touch from a woman's body. It's not like you can see the other men either since your head is filled with Soma Yuto. But it was possible for me. The real battle had only begun after this. I am fully aware that my appearance was far below Raina's. That's why I'll use my body to curry the favor from the strong men. That was Hyrie's sure kill survival strategy that she had learnt in this dungeon. Yes, only I, the succubus, could satisfy the desire of the men which you couldn't. Humph, enjoy your victory for now. I won't lose to a fucking selfish and airhead woman like you who doesn't even put the others in your eyes. Soon, you'll only become useless baggage in this party. Just stay right there as the cute pet of this party. Hyrie knew well her value as a woman since she knew that the creature called men couldn't be separated from their sex drive. Anyhow, it had already been decided that the men would choose the closest woman once they saw a flower on top of the hill. Hyrie, who had already slept with them numerous times, knew that she was right. No, I'll abstain for today. But that night, Yamada refused Hyrie's invitation. Is something the matter, Yamada-kun? Are you not feeling well tonight? That was the first thing that came to my mind upon hearing Yamada's rejection. But I noticed it. The usual Yamada would be jumping in without hesitation like a stray dog in heat, but tonight, Hyrie couldn't feel Yamada's usual passion in his eyes. Impossible. I couldn't help but recognize a terrifying fact. The men's sex drives were completely suppressed. Or, since Raina-chan has already joined us, I think you should stop doing that kind of thing. What are you talking about, Yamada-kun? Enduring it isn't good for your body, you know. I mean, we just need to tone down our voice while that girl is sleeping, Though I entwined my arms on Yamada's body, he shook my arms with an indifferent look on his face. Shut up, I'm not in the mood to do it tonight. I just want to sleep today. The decision for abstinence was a big deal. Yamada shut his eyes and turned his back on Hyrie as if to show his determination. Lie. You must be lying. Yamada rejected me. A normal healthy man had actually refused Hyrie, the succubus's invitation. This kind of reaction was new, and it happened only after Raina arrived. Well, they should reach the limit on the third day. The men's sex drive was absolute. No, I'm not in the mood. Nope. Raina-chan might see us. You should refrain from doing this kind of thing. The next day Ueda rejected my invitation, then Nokai, and lastly Shimokawa. Moreover, I invited Yamada again after 3 days had passed, the day he should have reached his limit, but I won't do that with you anymore. I mean, I don't want Raina-chan to see such a degenerate side of mine. Seeing those determined eyes that firmly rejected Hyrie, she finally flipped out. Don't joke around, you piece of shit. Like hell I'm gonna believe the words of the man who has always been jumping into my invitation until now. Raina-chan's heart, Chait. Stop your hypocrisy, you fucking ugly lolicon. What do you like about your Raina-chan, lol, anyway? Your monkey love. Let me tell you, that's impossible. Shall I lend you my mirror so that you can see your OWN fucking ugly face? Let me tell you. Stop yearning for that shitty loli whose head is filled with Soma Yuto. You'll just exhaust yourself. And here you are, risking your life for nothing. I doubt that fucking loli will even thank you for your effort. Stop reaching for the shitty flower on the hill. Someone like you just needs to protect me. Looks-wise, you've no right to love her. That's why keep your dream for when you're asleep. Look at me, be mine. All of you stupid men should become my loyal slaves. I flipped out and screamed at him to the top of my lung and only stopped when my throat hurt from yelling at him. Hyrie knew very well of her position. She who borrowed the power of the men was ultimately completely dependent on those said men. Venting her anger at those men was something that she had to avoid at all cost. She only existed to comfort the men. Their relationship was a give and take rather than brainwash. She couldn't order the men. Thus, Himino Hyrie, the succubus who has lost her charm as a woman, returned to being a powerless girl like when she just arrived. Section. The dungeon capture continued on with Raina AI's addition to their team. Let's get going. Boo. Let me show you power. He. I'll show my power to Raina-chan. The men were charging towards the battle in high spirit, gallantly defeating one monster after another like a brave hero. And yet, It wasn't even clear whether the most active guy of the day would be rewarded by Raina. She didn't even cheer at them. All she did was look at them. She did nothing at all. Cheering for them, assisting from behind, or rewarding the tired men. And yet, the men were still risking their lives for her. It was as if they had gotten charmed by Raina. The men would devote themselves to her without expecting anything in return. And the men exhausted themselves just to be seen by her. And yet, the men were content with such treatment. They literally gained nothing even after risking their lives in battle. But I wonder what the other woman thinks upon seeing that kind of woman emitting such devilish charm. Damn it, damn it. Dammit, 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 dammit. Hyrie almost went mad upon seeing that situation. As a fellow woman, Himino Hyrie, an actual succubus with proper charm skill, didn't even reach the feet of Raina, who used her weapon without even realizing it, and beat Hyrie until she couldn't accept it anymore. Hyrie had finally gotten along with the men by using her body, and yet, the newcomer Raina, who only wept as soon as she arrived, instantly got the attention of the men. As a fellow woman, it was nothing but humiliation for Hyrie, a complete humiliation. As a woman, I understood that there was an unsurpassable wall between our appearance. Though men also often being compared for their appearance, it was less savage than that of women. Hyrie understood that. And yet, she had never hated such difference as much as now. And then, the one to whom she pointed that jealousy which already resembled hatred was none other than a certain girl. Damn it, Raina, I'm gonna kill you. Wait a minute, calm down, Himino-san. The one thing that stopped me from sniping Raina, who was currently being pampered like usual to death with maximum Lux Sagitta, was Yamajune's brave effort. Ella, like hell I can calm myself in this kind of situation. It'll be bad if you keep shouting like that, you know. Hyrie ended up grinding her teeth in frustration. She knew that Yamajune was right, she should lower her voice. Anyhow, I'm not afraid of Raina. I mean, that shitty girl would cry at basically anything with a loud sound. Thus, the one who made such a loud voice would become the common enemy of the men who were already enslaved by Raina. I understand your frustration, Himino-san. I know that it's not my place to say this, but I really understand your frustration. Why yes. I can't stand this kind of treatment. Yamajune kindly patting Hyrie's back as she cried out her frustration. And just like that, he kept hugging Hyrie like a lover to calm her down. All the other party members were already asleep around this time. Though I understand your frustration, you've no choice but to bear with it for now, Himino-san. This is an extremely delicate situation since there's only you and Aya-san. No, impossible. It's seriously impossible already. Hyrie was extremely frustrated to the point that she could commit suicide right now. And as her only ally in this situation, Yamajune kept embracing her without even grumbling or being frustrated at her selfishness. Seeing that we meet one classmate after another in a short period of time, I think it won't take that long for us to meet another classmate in a while. But we still have no idea when that will happen. I'm sure it won't take that long. I mean, even normal students like us can advance deeper into this dangerous place because of the power of our vocation. That's why let's believe that the other classmates are also doing the same. Someday, I'm sure that all of us are going to gather again. Really? Yes. Just take it easy and don't think too deeply over this matter, Himino-san. That's why let's do our best together until then. It was just as Yamajune had said, Hyrie must persevere. Hyrie should do her best to ignore Raina's matter and not be distracted by her. But, whenever she recalled those men who were attracted to Hyrie's body until just a while ago showered praises to woo Raina, she felt an indescribable hatred boiling up inside her, the hatred towards Raina and the hatred towards her own ugly, charmless face. But she had to bear with this kind of treatment. Because Yamajune encouraged her and slept while embracing her, whispering words of encouragement to Hyrie. Even though her succubus instinct almost went out of control and compelled her to eat Yamajune in sexual means, her reasoning as the human called Hyrie stopped her instinct and just accepted Yamajune's embrace, which was as gentle and kind as a mother. Though Hyrie could barely bear the men's unreasonable attitude while barely holding on to her pride as a woman as our group went deeper into the dungeon, she finally snapped due to a certain incident. That incident happened on that day when she had reached the limit of her patience. Kaya. Raina was screaming at the top of her lungs. Though her scream was as loud as ever, I had no reason to care about her in this kind of situation. KYOA. BAW, Borbor. The monster that rushed in was Raptor and Gore. Were we actually leaving the dungeon and arriving in the nearby jungle? I was really surprised since they came right after we forced our way into a vast jungle that spread as far as the horizon. The battle started with the flock of raptors that came from the front. To be honest, the 4 men were powerful enough to beat them. But then, the flock of Gore came from behind as if aiming to snatch the raptor's prey. Are you okay, Raina-chan? The one who came to save Raina first was Yamada. Though he left the raptors to the other trio, stealing a head start to act like a hero who saved a damsel in distress called Raina for himself, the only one who could fight the Gores from the front was a heavy warrior like him. But of course, Yamada alone wasn't enough to stop all of those Gores. BAW. Boo W. Nu. Hyrie screamed to the top of her lungs upon seeing the Gore's jaw in front of her. Since the 4 men were completely focused on protecting Raina, Hyrie was pushed back into a position in which she easily became the target of the monster. Nu. Save me, I'm gonna die. This is impossible. Hyrie was scrambling towards the safety zone in an unsightly manner as she cried. The area around Yamada was dangerous. The area around the totem pole trio who could barely fight back against the flock of raptor was equally dangerous. Though Yamajun fought back against the approaching Gore with his light arrow, it was only a matter of time before he pulled the aggro from the Gores. Naturally, the safest place was right beside Raina, who was positioned right at the center. The main reason for that was the powerful sacred beast called In Guard, which she summoned with the power of spiritualist, her vocation. I mean, even if, for example, some of the raptors were slipping through the guard, I'll be safe as long as In Guard the lion used its extremely powerful flame. I mean, Raina's safety was guaranteed since she has a more reliable bodyguard than Yamada, the heavy warrior. Hyrie, who fully understood Raina's power while traveling with her, headed toward Raina's direction at full speed. Chia. But, In Guard, who mistook Hyrie's intention, was baring its teeth towards her. Even though a human wasn't supposed to understand spirit language, In Guard's intention was clear: don't get any closer. Wait a minute, what's this? Save me too. I'm in pinch too. No, it's scary. Save me, Yukuan. Despite my desperate plea, Raina, who should be in the safest location, was bawling like a kid, which made communication with her was practically impossible. If Hyrie forced her way through, In Guard might really bite her to death. I mean, Raina's order was necessary to make In Guard accepted Hyrie as its target of protection too. But that Raina didn't give a shit at all. Borbor. Guwa. Lux Sagitar. Humans would do anything when they're cornered. Right at this very moment, Hyrie fired her magic for the first time since her arrival in the dungeon towards the monster. This was her very first real battle. Ha. By the time I snapped back, the battle had ended. It seems both the raptors and the Gores fled as soon as they realized that they couldn't beat us. Hyrie was dumbfounded. She had no recollection of the battle at all. She only remembered that she kept firing her magic towards the approaching Gore. But she knew that the battle was real due to the sense of exhaustion that arose after she had used up her mana. Moreover, the terror of the death still lingered in Hyrie's memories. Are you okay, Raina-chan? Sorry, you ended up seeing such a scary scene. I recalled the moment I heard the men's voices. Yes, it's Raina, that bitch. Is something the matter, Himino-san? Hyrie approached Raina in silence. But then, Yamada and Ueda stood before her like castle guards as if to protect her. In Guard had already returned right after the battle had ended. Without a bodyguard, this attack would hit for sure. With a pan, Silent returned to the forest. It was a splendid slap. Himino Hyrie's wholehearted slap struck right across Raina's cheek. Phew, you fucking woman. How dare you to let him? The moment Raina's cries echoed, Hyrie was prepared to slap her again. It became the signal of the falling out between women. But Yamada and the trio moved fast as soon as they saw Hyrie had slapped Raina. Oi, what are you doing? Stop it. Yamada and Ueda suddenly appeared and caught Hyrie's hand before she landed another slap on Raina's face. Ah. Damn it all, Raina, you fucking bitch. Hyrie was rampaging with an ogre-like face while abusing Raina with extremely foul language. She was about to mess up the other's hair but was being pinned down by the two men whose power was enhanced by their vocation. F you. It's hurt. There, Ayas-san. Let me take a look at your wound and heal it. Lesser heal. Though using healing magic to treat such minor wounds was rather exaggerated, Yamajun had his own reason. If Raina kept on crying like this, her loyal servant, the sacred beast would appear to appease her. And when that happened, Himino Hyrie's life would be in jeopardy. In the worst case, she would become everyone's common enemy for making Raina cries. Though Yamajun knew that the sacred beasts had far higher intelligence than your run-of-the-mill monster since they listened to Raina's words, he decided that it was impossible to talk to them since they originally couldn't understand human language. In the worst scenario, they would be forced to fight the sacred beast without even given a chance to resolve the misunderstanding. Even without that, Yamajun, who could see Raina's mana flow, had concluded that Ingard might rush in at any given moment. Therefore, he prioritized the treatment of Raina's wound with his healing magic, but that action broke Hyrie's heart. No way. Yamakawa-kun is also on Raina's side. Despite her rage, there was still a ray of hope in Hyrie's heart. She had almost no way out in this situation after slapping Raina for almost leaving her for dead. The only one who would protect Hyrie in that situation was Yamajun. But seeing Yamajun's figure heading first and foremost to Raina, who was bawling non-stop to use healing magic on her, had shattered Hyrie's selfish hope. Why didn't Yamajun come to Hyrie's side? Why didn't he say that Raina was in the wrong? Why? That despair finally took away Hyrie's power to resist. Foo. Yes, why do I? For something like this. Foo. Yamada and Ueda unintentionally relaxed their grip on Hyrie when they saw that she suddenly stopped resisting and was instead weeping. Hyrie, who was released from restraint, then sat down in her place, covering her face with her hands as she cried. But neither Yamada nor Ueda was paying attention to her. They were completely focused on Raina. Are you okay, Raina-chan? Are you still hurt? It's amazing that your cheek hasn't swollen by such a loud slap. And done. It shouldn't hurt anymore after I used healing magic on you. But this is too much. Poor Raina-chan. The men once again surrounded Raina. That scene was blurred due to Hyrie's tears. She was despaired and lonely. She had no ally in this place. But that sorrow was only the beginning. Oi Hyrie, apologize to Raina-chan. Apologize for suddenly slapping her like that. Yes, apologize. No matter how you look at it, you're in the wrong, Himino. Those words pierced deep into Hyrie's heart. It was as if they were delivering judgment to a sinner. Those cold judgments sent a shiver down her spine and continued to her entire body as if she got electrocuted by lightning. What? Hyrie had no idea why they blamed her. Yes, she really had no idea of their logic leap. She almost died in the previous battle. Even now, she could still see the shadow of Gore with its jaw wide open, trying to bite her. She thought that she really was going to die back then. That's why she asked for help. And yet, Raina single-mindedly rejected her plea. She abandoned her even though she had the power to protect her. No, seeing the situation at that time, it was more like indirect murder rather than rejection. I am wrong. I'm wrong. Screw that. Raina was in the wrong since she didn't save me, but I couldn't say so. My chest hurt. Breathing became so painful for me that I couldn't even speak properly. Apologize. You're at fault for slapping Raina-chan. Just apologize and get over with it already. Every single one of their judgment pierced Hyrie's heart like a sharp blade. Why. I wasn't in the wrong. Please wait a minute, everyone. Calm down. Himino-san's mind is still unstable after the battle from before. Hyrie didn't want to hear anything anymore. Raina kept weeping since a while ago without even reflecting on her action. Even Yamada and the totem pole trio were only blaming Hyrie for what she did to Raina instead of asking for the reason. Hyrie turned a deaf ear to Yamajune's attempt to calm everyone. His attempt was only the most rational choice he chose in this kind of situation, yet none of them, be it Raina, Yamada, the trio, or even Hyrie herself, wanted to hear what he said. This was the limit of Hyrie's patience. Moreover, you are the one in wrong, so why should I apologizing to why? Oh. Thus, Hyrie raised a mad cry as she ran from that place. No, she escaped from them. She escaped from the cruel reality that had been haunting her. She escaped from the bad situation. Wait, stop, Himino-san. Yamajune was extremely surprised upon seeing Hyrie run off since everything happened way too fast. By the time he was trying to go after her, her shadow had already vanished in the dark forest. Wait, please come back, Himino-san. It went without saying what would happen to her if she wandered alone by herself in the dungeon. But the current Hyrie had completely forgotten about that. The only thing she wanted to do right now was get away from Raina as far as possible. That's why she couldn't help but run as if she was in desperation. She didn't even care about looking back, she just escaped in despair and rage. And yet, her survival instinct still wriggled, she refused to die. Kyoa. Hi. Hyrie finally regained her composure once she heard the cries of Raptor approaching her. But it was already too late. Hi. No. Someone. When she was looking around, she realized that she was alone in this jungle. No one could hear her voice, no one would save her. It was the monsters who came for her instead. She heard the cries of raptors from her surrounding. No, impossible. This is impossible. Once she reached this stage, Hyrie finally saw the reality. She could only blame herself for running away due to the unbearable mental anguish, which resulted in her placing herself in this dangerous situation. The combat skill that Hyrie retained after she changed job from healer to succubus was only Lux Sagitta, which she rarely used. Therefore, she simply couldn't survive by herself. That's why she was currying favor with powerful men by using her body. And yet, even those said men ended up abandoning her. Kyoakua. Maybe the monster already knew that Hyrie was easy prey. These could be the survivors of the crowd of monsters that attacked Hyrie's party a while ago. The raptors were starting to appear in front of Hyrie from the green thickets. She was being surrounded from all sides. Well, even if she wasn't, she had no way to win against the monster. Facing the true crisis of absolute death right in front of her, Hyrie's mind went blank. She felt as if she was deprived of her everything to the point that she didn't even have the willpower left to curse Raina. So this is the end. Surprisingly, she had calmed down as soon as she realized that she would die. Ignis Sagitta. That moment, a raging crimson flame spread out in front of her. The vivid, red flame swallowed the raptors seemingly about to jump at Hyrie at any moment. Kyoa. Hurrage. Blazer. In the blink of the eye, consecutive sword strikes sounded from the other side of the blazing flame. The raptors raised loud cries upon seeing the arrival of a new opponent. The blade danced, slaughtering one raptor after another, swift and precise as if the user was dancing in the middle of rain of blood. The raptors, who felt that the intruder was far too dangerous for them, wasted no time and escaped at once. After all of the monsters fled, the flame that was burning the thickets weakened and died out. And then, Hyrie saw a lone figure standing on the other side of the flame wall, like a mirage. Are you okay, Hyrie? The one who gave that slightly awkward and idiotic greeting was a certain glasses boy. Haruma-kun. Thus, the succubus Himino Hyrie returned to her original party with the magic swordsman Nakajima Haruma. End of Volume 5.